Meeting of the regular meeting of the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Commissioners to order. We have agendas. Any change in the agendas?
Well, we have two new members that I forgot to get nameplates for, but I will have them for next time.
So that's a good way to start, to welcome Liz Harrison. Glad to meet you, Liz. And Baron Stuckey, we walked together from the Sam Elliott, which was great. And I ran into Tom shopping this morning.
Oh, yes.
It was fun.
Yes, I was about cheese.
I wore out of cheese. I was ready to leave as soon as I could. Okay. Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of June 26th.
I'll make a motion to approve them.
Second.
And of course, our new board members weren't there, so that we don't need to vote on something that you didn't participate in. Any corrections, improvement, changes in those minutes?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. And here we raise a hand to indicate for the opposed.
People watching.
Yes.
Here.
Right. Opposed? Abstentions. Review resident and citizen participation. No residents or citizens present.
We don't, but Liz sent me a great list of questions, and I was going to send her back an email, and I thought, well, I think I'll just give them to everybody, because I think it's information you'd all like to have. So the first one is, how are write-offs determined? And write-offs are determined by the property manager and the finance director, really looking at how possible is it for us to really collect that account. So that's why we write off the account, but we still do two things. We try to collect, we try to find out where that person went, and we go into court and file a judgment on that person for that money. So in the event that they go somewhere else, it will flag up that they still owe us money. So
Has
that's
any
how we
money
do it.
ever come back
Oh,
as
yeah.
a result of that?
Yes, yes. And the other way that we've had money come back is that people have left us owing a debt and then wanted to come back into public housing. And we've said, well, if you pay us back, so that's how that is. The next question was on applicants on the wait list, and how do they remain on the wait list and not lose their place in line? And should they be notified to do so? And the answer is, once you get on the wait list, you are on the wait list until we do what's called a purge of the wait list. And when we do that, we send a notice out to the person who's on the list. If they don't respond in a certain number of weeks, then we send another notice to them. If we still don't hear, then we send a notice to the backup person that they have given us as the person we should contact if they don't respond. So we send a notice to the backup person. If the backup person doesn't respond in 2 to 3 week period, then we will remove the person from the list. That, having said that, though, if they come back to us and say there was some good reason for them to have missed all of this, then we will put them back on the list.
At the bottom or where they were?
Where they were,
Okay.
yeah. They don't lose their place on the list. So that's a purge of the wait list.
Sure.
The question on mental health, how to have HCRS expand CRT for those who fall through the cracks. That's a good question, and it's one that a lot of people in the community are talking about right now. And we're certainly part of that conversation.
Do we need to translate CRT?
I'm sorry, we do. HCRS is healthcare and rehabilitation services, and
Community rehabilitation and treatment.
thank you, community rehabilitation and treatment, CRT.
It's a special program of HCRS.
And then you asked about the January meeting and when it would be. I have not put out the schedule for next year because I wanted to talk with you all before I did it. And I'm not sure where it will be, but it'll be at 5:30 on a Monday night, I hope.
So it's something we could attend,
You
that particular
Well,
kind of meeting.
a meeting
And with the,
on HCRS? Oh, I don't know when, I haven't, there was, the mental health department was here and had a public meeting.
okay,
But I don't know of any others.
okay.
Why is Hampton Beach fishing information included in the packet?
Ooh, are we having a field trip? We should.
Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Tom. That's because we have a tradition every summer of taking folks in family housing to Hampton Beach.
Oh, wonderful.
And
Oh, that's terrific.
Yeah, and we've done that for a long time, and that was just some of the information that they were giving.
Terrific. I just thought this looks wonderful. but
Yes.
You're right. How does it?
Right.
Terrific, absolutely.
And then a question about Women Windsor Housing Trust and how we are related. We are not related, we are independent organizations, but we do collaborate.
Yeah.
And then this was a good question for Christine, is everyone registered with SASH given the opportunity or information to register with home meds?
We may eventually, however, the program is still, we have had a few people trained. Our wellness nurse has been trained, as well as Shauna Baugh, the SASH coordinator. Another coordinator out in Townsend was also trained. Unfortunately, the program isn't really up and running yet. They haven't been able to really, so Shauna could get in there, but she could also see all the other information of people not in SASH. And so I told her until we can get that fixed, because of privacy, we can't use it. I think we will use the program for people who have a lot of medications or several different medications. We won't use it with everybody. Senior Solutions has made referrals specifically for us to work with people to use this program, and that's not really how we would like to do it. We would like to use it for SASH participants who are already in the program, or if people want to sign up for SASH.
Sure.
We can't work with them outside of that. So right now, while they're getting their kinks unkinked, we're sort of holding off because it made me a little nervous having access to all that private information.
Yeah.
But hopefully they'll get the kinks out. But it's a great program. We also are looking to pilot with a pharmacist from Hotel Pharmacy, starting we're starting a little bit in the fall, where he's going to offer our flu clinics and do a little work around diabetes and hypertension with some SASH participants. And then we're hoping that in the new year we get grant funding to pay him to be part of our SASH team and to work directly with our SASH participants at a limited amount of hours every week. And so at that time we're going to compare the two programs and see like what seems to be the most efficient. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
Great.
Thank you. So that's it? That was a good list, I think.
That was a good question. I'm just remembering that a SASH representative would go with the property manager to greet all new residents.
For certain housing sites. So it depends on. So we sit down whenever we have a new resident and we identify who the right person is to go depending on the site. So for our family sites, it's usually not a SASH coordinator, but we try to have Lucy go a lot because we're trying to enroll people in the so Lucy coordinates a program called Family Self-Sufficiency, and that program is for anybody who would like to work, go back to school, improve their working situation. And so we try to get them hooked up with Lucy. If it wasn't Lucy, then we would have them meet with Lorelei at one of the family sites. But if it's one of the sash sites, either Melrose Terrace, Hayes Court, St. Melanie Apartments, or Red Clover Commons, then we certainly would have a sash coordinator go. It's a good fit.
And it gives them, you know, as I remember, it is recruiting people to participate in SASH rather than assigning people to be in SASH. So we'll move on to staff reports and news. The property portfolio manager, and property managers. Yellow. Is the vacancy at Red Clover Common filled?
At RCC, I believe it is.
I think we have someone moving in this month. There's one unit open, but we have someone slated to move in.
And Ledgewood is down a bit, as Courtney said, because we are in legal processes with people there, and usually are not able to collect the rent, or the rent is being paid into the court. On the move-in report, if you're wondering what the WL is waitlist, that means we're taking somebody off from the wait list. Brattleboro, RA, for Red Clover, the project-based Section 8s are held by Vermont State. So this would be a reasonable accommodation, provided that's been processed by Vermont State for this individual. So that's why they're moving. And other, not sure about, and then you can see other new lots.
Firm action taken in June on the write-offs.
Right, so we did the write-offs by electronic mail, and we thought we'd just affirm that at this meeting.
So I hear a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve those. I think we were participants in it, right?
Second.
And you've heard the explanation as to why the write-offs and what the total is. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstained. Then wellness services, monthly report. Green.
Yes, and we had a little mix-up in some of the reports, so at your desk are a few extra pieces that were supposed to be the Hampton Beach, a sash, bulletin board, and the August summer fun door contest.
These are the winners of the door contest
Yes,
prize.
the theme was summer,
Theme is summer.
and now I think it's fall. But it's been good, it's been nice. I don't know if you remember, so we started this because we had residents that wanted to decorate the hallways. And we had to, it was really becoming, it was hard to clean the hallways. It became just a difficult situation for maintenance. And so we really said that they had to follow the rule of they weren't allowed to decorate outside of their door. And so in that, Lorelai came up with the idea of having a door decorating contest monthly, and it's been pretty successful. People like it. Not everybody participates in it, but people actually enjoy picking the doors and looking at them and seeing and stuff. So it's good. We haven't heard a lot of grumbling about the hallways since then, so it's good.
Well, they had done a lot of decorating in the hall. We really had to say no in a lot of ways. So I think it was a wonderful solution that involved everyone and helped them understand both what our limits were and what their limits were.
Certainly. And I'll just briefly go over our report. So we are in the process of hiring a new SASH coordinator, a part-time coordinator. We have interviewed 5 people for the position, and we found one that we really like, so now we're just checking her references. And she will be working at Red Clover Commons. We would love to hire her full-time. She's great, but at this point she will be a 20-hour position. Outside of that, we have, after the awareness walk, we thought it was a good time to just check in with the police department as well. So we had a good conversation with Chief Fitzgerald. Chief Fitzgerald invited Chris and I to meet with the U.S. Attorney for the state of Vermont, which was excellent, and kind of have a one-on-one conversation with her for about a half an hour before she did a presentation at the library. And between that and the conversation with the police department, we have gotten some good tools to use in reporting information to the police department when activity is going on at our housing sites. We do have video cameras at some of our sites, and so we do send them information if we see suspicious activity going on. But just keeping the communication going so that open, because they're obviously around many of our properties, and so it's good to get information back, but also to give our residents information so that they don't feel scared and that they feel empowered, and helping them to identify how to call the police and how to communicate with the police department. So that's been helpful. We also invited the sheriff to talk to our wellness and services group, specifically around safety on sites, and so he's going to do some presentations with our staff.
What was the result for the residents of the walk?
I think it was mostly positive. I think people felt very empowered. I feel like that day they felt very empowered. I think it was a wonderful idea that Lorelei and Chris had, because I think they were feeling really frustrated and upset and scared. And so it gave them an opportunity to feel like they were really showing how big of a part of the community they are. And I think it was wonderful that we had residents from other housing sites join them. And we had residents walk down from our RC Red Clover to join them, which was amazing. And I think that everybody else who came, they were very appreciative of all the other people from outside the housing site that came. They felt really good. I think there was a little bit of, I think it was emotional. So I think it's take time to process the emotions of it. I think it was very emotional for some of the residents, especially the residents who were feeling victimized. And so I think that it's an ongoing process, and I think it's something that since Lorelei has been working at Sam Elliott, she's really built that community up a lot. And there's a lot more community involvement. I mean, she runs this karaoke day at night, but it's just with mocktails and karaoke, and it's really popular. She's just done stuff to really boost the community spirit there. So I think that it's a different place than it was a few years ago. So I think it's great that people are starting to feel that they have that voice. So it was good. It was great.
It's a great report. Any comments on the county self-sufficiency work?
She is just plugging along. Her numbers have been pretty even. She gets a new person, and then she someone will be transitioning out, but she's really pretty much on target for our grant deliverables. We're hoping to graduate at least one other person by the end of the year, which would really help her numbers. But some of the people who are in her program, their wages have really increased. They're getting decent escrows, so that has been really wonderful. She's trying to do a lot of on-site programming and just isn't getting a lot. But it's interesting. She tried to do financial fitness at both of our housing sites, our family sites, and we couldn't really get anybody. And we offered at Red Clover Commons, and we had 28 people. So I don't, go figure. So she's definitely plugging along, and I think her numbers are where they need to be for us to get our grant renewed.
I'm really impressed that the person graduating in October will be leaving the program with close to $14,000. That was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
With how much?
14,000.
It's great.
Now
But it works, it
explain how
works
the
well.
escrow is set up.
So the escrow is set up, so it really helps for someone to join the program before they start working or before they increase their wages. Because what the escrow does is it takes the amount of money that they would normally be paying to rent when their income goes up. So their rent is based on 30% of their income. So if their income were to go up, their rent will go up. So that difference, instead of it going to regular housing partnerships, it goes into an escrow. So instead of it going towards paying rent. And so if they finish the program, they do all the requirements, and there's a lot of them, you gotta do a lot of stuff. You've gotta have a job when you finish, you have to be working, you have to be off of all assistance, like reach up assistance, not 3 squares or low housing, but you have to be off of reach up. And if you meet all of these criteria, you meet with Lucy, you finish your goals, so everybody sets goals in the beginning of the program. Some say they want home ownership, other people say they want to get their GED, there's all different goals. If you finish your goals, you work with Lucy, you do the program, at the end you get this escrow, and we have seen people walk away with over $20,000, but usually it's around, when people pick good size escrow, it's about $10,000. So for something to be that high, it's wonderful, it's a great situation. But even people whose income isn't going up or aren't really working full-time, they can benefit from the program as well, because we've had people go to school. They might not graduate from FSS because they don't have a job when they're done, but they've finished school, they've gotten their GED, they might be looking at home ownership, or a big thing is getting your credit score, to improve your credit score. So there's a lot of opportunities to work. It's not just about the escrow, although the escrow is a great incentive.
How long has that program been in effect?
You've had it here for, I'd say 9 years. It's quite
Well,
it
we
started.
had it when I arrived, so we had it 24 years ago and had it for about, I'd say almost 10 years. And we had a contract with some folks to do it. And when we closed up their business, we were pretty low in numbers, so we just closed the program. And then, I think 5 or 6 years ago, we put our
It's
heads
right around
together.
Irene.
Yeah, it was, the long-term plan was to get this services group together. So getting an FSS person was part of that. And then after the grant, and have been successful ever since. And we've had, overstated, but we've had at least 6 or 7 people leave public housing and go right into home ownership, which has really been nice. So we hooked them up with the home ownership center in Windsor, and they go through that.
And that's a very good example of the coordination and collaboration with Windsor Housing.
Yeah.
We also are now offering SASH services, very limited SASH services, but embedded at the Burr Street and the Guilford housing sites.
I'm wondering where the resident advisory board information should go.
Yeah.
Yeah, right
That's
about
part of it,
there.
right about there. So the resident advisory board has changed names, so that's a good thing to make a notation of. It has now become the Resident Advisory and Communication Committee. Because people are getting confused when they heard board, people would say, I'm on the Brattleboro Housing Board, and people would think they were on the board with you guys. So we needed something to differentiate a little bit. It was also hard for residents because they would think that the person who was representing them was on the board and could get their toilet fixed, but really, they got it wrong, yeah, so it got confusing. So we actually met today, and the work we have done over the last 2 months has really been around looking at our capital needs assessment, the RAD plan, and looking where things are allocated over the 20-year plan, and also looking at our budget and helping them to understand our budget, which I think was very helpful today. I think they were kind of blown away with how much we spent on electricity.
Mm-hmm.
I think they
They were
really
very
surprised.
surprised.
Yeah, and snow removal. Yeah.
thought we were doing beautifully on the budget. And then February and March came.
I know.
At the end of that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. Housing Choice Voucher Program, shelter plus care. I think it's blue's blue.
Well, David just continues to work his magic. Okay, it's disappointing that we're down to 132 vouchers. We are benchmarked long ago by HUD to have 180. But we can't afford them, so this is what we can afford. And Shelter Plus Care is doing extremely well. It's budgeted to have only 22 participants, and it has 30. And Transitions, unfortunately, is really at its lowest since we started it in 2005. And that's largely because we have some people out searching, and they've been searching well, and we've also, with the new coordinated entry system and some other new processes, it's just taking us a lot longer to get people to us that need the housing. So,
And
I'm hoping
Chris,
that
would you just remind me, and perhaps Liz, of the coordinated entry system through, and I understand through Groundworks?
Groundwork, right, and it's a HUD mandated system for communities, where they keep a central list of everybody that's homeless, and then refer them to programs like ours. I think once it gets up and running and, can really sort of get the processes going, we'll get names faster, but we've been waiting a long time to get names of people that, are for our programs, and I'm not sure that, I don't know, but I don't think we do the screening for our programs, so I think it's just that it's a new program and it's taking a while to get it figured out.
And the review and approve the proposed 2020 fair market rents.
So I attached David's email and the rents. We would just as soon stay with the ones that we have. We like them. I think they're fine. It actually takes a good year to 2 years to really affect rent changes in the Section 8 program. So we like to try to not do that. If we feel like we have rents that are meeting the market, and we do, we feel good about these rents. So.
So do I hear a motion to approve the proposed 2020 fair market rents? Jojo?
A second.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? They are approved. The National Review. Very patient with you.
Oh,
We're glad you're here.
thank you. Well, I had to ask a lot of questions in preparation of this. I'll give you back your things. What I'm actually distributing to everyone now.
Thank you.
The long legal size paper is the actual first quarter budget to actual report, whereas this 8x10 is a copy of the actual budget the board would have received at the beginning of the fiscal year.
The budget you approved.
The budget,
Yeah.
the approved budget. The shaded in part is the actual budget. Those are the budget totals that were approved for this fiscal year. So basically what I am offering you on tonight are the performance numbers, or the actual numbers for the expenses and the revenue that we brought in during the first quarter, which are the months of April, May, and June. So if you would like to just kind of look them over, I'm hoping that these numbers are visible enough for everyone. I did my best to ensure that you could see them, and they were all on one page.
Marvel.
Thank you.
And still readable.
A plus.
Right.
Thank you. So, Carol, maybe you could keep this one and walk us across your headings.
Sure thing. And there was a couple of things that I wanted to point out about the revenue section, which is where we'll start at the very top. So again, the numbers that are highlighted in blue represent the actual approved budget numbers that the board received at the beginning of the fiscal year.
And they would be matched by the highlighted numbers here?
Yes, ma'am. So the very right-hand side where I've highlighted it for you, those numbers, line by line, should match the blue numbers on the legal size papers, which are the budget packages.
That's what I thought. I just checked to make sure I was correct.
Yes. So across the board, you'll see the rental income, excess utilities, other income, laundry, transfer to capital, HUD operating subsidy. And are there any questions as to what those are? I wouldn't expect at this. I'm probably the only one that needs to brush up.
Well, we have new people.
No budgets.
So as you can see, for rental income, the budget was prepared that we would expect about $967,458 in rental income for the year. For the months of April, May, and June, respectively, you will see what was brought in. Now, this represents the public housing, which is comprised of our 2 amps and the various properties that are encompassed within those two amps.
So an amp, in its wisdom, who knows who was thinking of this great idea, but some years ago, HUD decided that all housing authorities, regardless of size, had to put their properties into asset management properties, so groupings of the properties. And they were going to do all great kinds of things with this grouping, which really was for housing authorities that are significantly bigger than we are, because it had a lot of financial implications for them, not for us. And I decided that we would have 2 amps. So we have 1 amp that is Melrose and Hayes Court. And that is, its last numbers are 002. And then our second amp is Ledgewood, Moorcourt, and SEA. Sam Elliott, yes.
It took me a while to get.
The high rise.
Ledgewood,
Pardon?
Ledgewood.
Ledgewood, Moore, so the 2 families, and SEA.
Okay.
I had a variety of rationales, but the 2 that I told HUD were, one, these properties were physically close to each other. SEA, Moore, and Ledgewood are all pretty much downtown. Obviously, Hayes and Melrose are very close. So that made a lot of sense. For our purposes, because this was being done principally for financial reasons, I needed to make sure that our family housing, which at times is not one of our better income rental units, let's put it that way, was hooked up to a development that was a pretty steady rent payer, and the high-rise is. So it made a lot of sense financially for us to put those three together. It also was good because they're all very close to each other and they make sense as a unit. So that's what we did, and we now refer to them as 2 amps.
What is then public housing?
Well, public housing is the overall program that is supporting right now all 5 properties. And it's really the basis of the financial subsidy that is going into them, and the regulations that are controlling us and them. And also public housing is the reason that HUD has a declaration of trust on our deeds, and therefore makes it very difficult for us to make any major improvements in our properties without a lot of work with HUD.
But Red Clover Commons and
Richard.
are not part of public housing.
No, they are
And
not.
I'm asking that both to
Yeah,
help our new
yeah.
commissioners.
So Red Clover is a low-income housing tax credit property. It has 55 units, and they are all project-based Section 8s through the Vermont State Housing Authority. And the Richards building has a variety of subsidy in it. It is a low-income housing tax credit. It has some project-based vouchers in it. It might even have some market units in it. Yeah. So those are completely separate from the other ones.
Just as we look at budgets, I think it was important.
Well, yeah, yeah. And as we talk about RAD, it'll be even more important.
Are these numbers what we would expect at the end of the first quarter?
Well, I would say the numbers reflect very accurately the performance of the agency at the time. Would the revenues be what we expected? I would venture to say with confidence, no. Because at the time that the budget was approved, for instance, I've highlighted the area transfer to capital. The board approved in anticipation of $106,100 that would have been transferred to capital funds, which are the funds that are comprised of what would have come out of the capital fund, and then transferred to the operating account or to the operations agency. And during the first quarter, those funds had not yet been approved nor released to us by HUD. And then when they were, at the end of the first quarter, it was more than what the board approved the budget for. So that's one situation where it's not what you would have expected.
Well, a nice surprise.
It is a nice surprise. It is a nice surprise.
And we will be making those draws
Yeah.
soon.
Another situation that would have not been what the board expected is that in the month of June, for the operating subsidy, we received the appropriate amounts in the months of April and May. But in the month of June, it appears that we only received subsidy for 1 amp and not both. The expectation is that we probably did not receive it because of the RAD anticipation that we're going through. But that hasn't been, I haven't been able to ensure that that is the reason
Yeah,
why yet. We just kind
We
of
really
talked about
uncovered
that
that
today.
today, and my suspicion is that somebody got mixed up with RAD and thought that, because that whole amp goes into RAD, that had happened, and it has not.
So
So
won't have
Carol's,
officially until November.
right, so Carol has to go back to HUD now and say, ooh, you missed a whole amp, and pony up our operating subsidy, please.
Right. So we would have expected about $12,000 more, and we did not receive that in the first quarter, but we'll chase it up.
Go get 'em.
We will.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
What is other income? What's included in that?
There's a couple of different things that are included, and I'm sorry, I think Chris was more qualified to tell us what's in those.
Me? Other income, that can be, public housing. Well, it could be our, laundry.
We've already broken out laundry.
Yeah, I would have to look and see what we throw in for other income, because it used to be that we had excess utilities in there, but now we have broken
We've
it
broken
out.
that out as well.
So, I have to find out.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will find that out.
I did make small notes in terms of office expenses. What is included in there are your typical telephone, office supplies, your copying, postage, IT, and other miscellaneous office expenses, anything that we may need to order for just keeping the office running. As well as the salaries, benefits, and taxes. Wanted to point out that on the budget, I believe you approved a budget where salaries was a standalone line item, and benefits and taxes were also standalone, but I did lump them together for the purposes of this report. And 17.5% of that personal expense is comprised of the benefits and taxes, and the rest is the actual administrative costs.
And this budget, just for starters, we wanted to see if this was a form that made sense, if you thought this was a good way to present it. It does not include Section 8 or our SASH management properties, which are AWR and RCC. And AWR and RCC have their own budgets for operations.
Do we
So-
get any administrative funds from SASH or from other?
Yes, we do.
So
Yes.
that some of the income coming in.
It's not in here, is what I'm
Not in-
saying.
right.
We had a line item and then decided that we would just start with this. It's the biggest part of our budget. Make sure that we were confident in these numbers and this format. And if you liked it, then we'll come back with the other two columns, which are Section 8 and
SASH.
SASH, AWR management and non-management fees.
This is easy to read.
Yeah.
I did want to point one more thing out. Obviously, when you get to the bottom line, you will see that there's about $115,000, close to $116,000 difference in the expenses to the revenue. And I believe that that has a lot to do with the fact that we missed some revenue during the quarter. I mean, obviously, there was some operating that took us over, but due to us not having certain revenue that we anticipated, that we had budgeted for, as well as not receiving all, some but not all, I believe that's where the major difference between expenses and revenue for the quarter was lie.
That would all kind of catch up at an end of the year report.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Right.
Well, the big one, the transfer to capital, which is about $90,000 a month, will get caught up as soon as we can get back into the capital fund.
As the budget was drafted, I see a net deficit of somewhat under $1,000. See,
Yeah,
Mhm.
right.
which considering what has gone on before, which is remarkable.
Well, I think, this has been an expensive quarter, and we knew it was, which was one reason we were anxious to get these numbers together. But I think we're really in good shape. So I think as things level out, except for snow, I think we'll be okay.
Is the budget on a fiscal year, the calendar year, or a different?
The budget's prepared on a fiscal year.
Yeah.
So our budget year for public housing is April 1 to March 31. Which is why we're calling this first quarter, and it's April, May, and June.
And does that parallel, it doesn't parallel the state
No, not at all, no. Or the feds,
or the feds?
no. Doesn't parallel anybody.
That's where we are.
It's what HUD gave us, 60 years ago, so.
Oh, I wondered how it started.
Oh, HUD assigned us.
How did it sound? Any comments, thoughts, questions?
I just had a question on like when the salaries are listed up under operating expenditures, and then maintenance has a section for salaries?
Yes, and
So those are separate?
they are budgeted separately.
Okay. I think this is a good format. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to understand. It's a lot of information that you've got to squeeze into one sheet of paper, so. What's the font on this, Carol? It's like 2?
It's 11, Times Roman numeral.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Are we ready to move on?
Thank you very much, Carol. This has really been,
I have some children that are expecting me to make shepherd's pie tonight, so I'd like to be
Yeah.
excused from the meeting.
Thank you very much.
sure, thank you very much. Really great. So Carol had an abbreviated week because we were in training last week. Under the gun. We do it. See, now that you've shown us, it's all over.
Yeah.
And the monthly checklist is the green, which brings us to the check signing. We try to have, not try, we have one commissioner per month to sign, co-sign checks going out. And Tom, you have been doing September. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I'm available for January because December, well, I'm volunteering for January.
So we'll add January.
All right.
I could do the last signing in December, but not in the middle.
We'll just put you in. Thank you very
Are the newer people on the account
Not yet.
already? Oh,
So
okay.
I would ask that at least October be done by either Janet or Donna, so we had all good intentions of getting to the bank before the meeting to get the cards, and it just didn't work, so.
Donna, are you available for October?
I could. When I did it in August, it felt like there were like 8 weeks to August or something. It just like went on and on and on.
I think there were 5.
There was a lot of Fridays.
5 signing.
Yes. I'm like, geez, is it still August? It
And didn't we come to the job and chase you down on a
Yeah,
couple
because
of
you had a
Fridays?
couple of checks that didn't get signed that were wrong. Yeah,
If you
it
can
was
do that, I'm
fun.
happy to do November.
Thank you very much, and we will be going through the very painful process of getting check signing cards out to everybody.
You ready for that?
So,
What bank?
pardon?
What bank?
Major bank is People's United.
Tisk.
So there's no conflict.
That's right. We wouldn't want that.
Thank you. And we'll leave December open.
Yeah.
With the assumption that
We'll have
either
all-
one or the other
Yeah.
will be ready.
Well, I'm available. Yes,
Well, why don't we make that official? We'll put Liz down for December.
Okay.
Most weeks, it's only 5 or 10 minutes, except for the last
The
Friday.
last Friday is, yeah, get
But
ready for a lot.
that's still not a half an hour,
Right.
Yeah.
you know, so it's really not a burden.
And I think, as I mentioned when I met with you both, we from the administrative side, think it's wonderful to have the board members come in, because you get to hear what's going on in the office and sort of get a sense of the flow and the energy, and there have been many times when I've come to the board with a really sensitive personnel issue, and everybody said, yes, we were wondering when you'd get that to us, you know, because you're in there and you're signing checks, but you're also hearing, and you also get to meet a lot of the staff. Maintenance people come in, you know, you just get a sense of what it's like for the employees, for the people coming to the desk, everybody. And I think that that's really important for the board.
We want to move on to large projects in process.
Yes, so.
Process and progress.
Rad.
Translation.
Rental assistance demonstration program. For your reading pleasure, here is,
Take one and I'll pass the rest.
all right, I thought I made a copy for you, Christina.
This is how I get all my paper clips.
So what I've given you is our RAD, this is the conversion commitment. It is the document that will guide our closing. And I won't bore you with a page by page of this. It's got about 50 pages to it. I did give you my marked up copy, so you can see I had an hour-long conversation with our attorney, Cecilia Daly, who's representing us. She's represented all the housing, well, 2 of the 3 housing authorities that have gone to RAD closing. She's very good, she really knows this. And you can look through here and see how we have allocated our money, what what we're going to do, what our rents are going to be, and it's all here, as well as all of the information about the closing and about moving our properties from public housing to RAD. The 4 properties that are moving are Hayes Court, Moore Court, Ledgewood, and the Samuel Elliott Apartments. Melrose Terrace is not moving because it's under the demolition disposition approval from the Special Application Center already. One of the things that we're really concerned about in this paperwork that we were given is that they keep saying that we're going to end all our public housing with this closing. And I keep telling them, no, we're not, and we've really got to straighten that out. So they've somehow thought that we can take the public housing out of Melrose, and we really cannot. So that's an issue.
Is that going to delay the closing?
I hope not. I hope that we can just straighten it, and I sent them along, we have a closing HUD person now, and I sent an email to her indicating that, you know, we're at least 3 years, maybe 4, from emptying Melrose and disposing of it. So it's, you know, we can't have it taken out of public housing at all.
We will be doing the demolition of the non-public housing buildings at Melrose.
Yes, it will. I'm glad you brought that up. We will be removing the 4 buildings that are at the very top of the stream on the left-hand side. They are the most flood-prone buildings, the whole place is, but they're the worst. And we are going to start the abatement of materials next week, and that will last about 2 to 3 weeks. And then as soon as that's done and cleared out, the demolition contractor will come in. I'm very happy to be able to tell you that Deconstruction Works, which takes everything it can out of an apartment, has been at the property for many days and taken a lot of things out and resold them. So that feels very good, that we're not getting rid of, you know, practically new hot water heaters and things like that. But Eric came and he just emptied them out, and then he came back and he took another big pile of things out. So, and our maintenance people have gone in now and really went through to take anything that they saw that they could reuse. So they've done a great job of recycling those 4 buildings, and we'll do the same with the other 7 that will come down next spring. So that is about to begin.
Questions, thoughts? It's a lot to absorb.
So this is the rental assistance demonstration program, and as I said before, this gets us out of public housing and puts us into project-based section 8. And most importantly, it removes the declaration of trust from the properties. We will continue to own them. We're not selling them to anybody. We're not in a development deal. We will own them, but now, for the first time in the history of the Housing Authority, we will own them ourselves. And that means what I would hope we would do next with them, I'll have to talk to the new boss about it, is that we would really sit down and we have the 20-year plan, but we, as a staff, really know some of the things that we need to take care of. And the first thing that I would want to do with these properties is a really in-depth energy analysis and change out their energy systems, especially the high-rise. And we're in good shape for 4% tax credits because, and those are not competitive, so they're easier to get. But we could do a lot of good energy improvements with that money and the money that we will be putting in reserves as part of this transaction. We get to take the public housing capital fund money and move it over into a replacement reserve account. And also as part of the budgeting for RAD, they're very concerned that you are putting away enough money every month to fund what they think you need for replacement reserves, and we're in very good shape.
Is that why the capital fund money came in at a larger amount than you had expected?
Well, it came in much larger to begin with, and then we just got a notice that we even got more. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's because there've been so many RAD transactions. And as soon as you go out, you segregate enough money in public housing and capital fund to carry you through to the first of the year. And then the rest gets released. And if you haven't hidden it away in your RAD budget, then it goes back to HUD and to the capital fund. So that could be at work. Hundreds of thousands of units have gone into RAD.
And one of, something that is a project-based rental will stay as housing for people with low income. But it won't, that subsidy won't follow them when they move, as our Section 8 would.
There's something that happens in RAD, and it's called choice mobility. And once a tenant has been in a RAD, under a RAD HAP, it's called a housing assistance payment, for 1 year, they can ask the housing authority that holds the voucher for a tenant-based voucher, and they go to the top of the list. So that's great, and some people are, thinking, oh boy, I'm gonna run right out and get a voucher, and that's great, except we don't get very many back, and they're gonna wait a really long time. And David and the staff are very careful to tell people, hey, it's not public housing, it's not the same subsidy. You can leave and start paying 40% of your adjusted gross income towards your rent. And then after the first year, it can go up as high as it needs to. So I know a lot of people think that, that's a great thing, and I'm happy they do. I think Section 8 is terrific. But we want people to be very realistic about what the financial implications are for them when they leave, and they leave with a Section 8. They can take the Section 8 anywhere there's an administrating housing authority in the country, which is wonderful. So it's got some real pluses, but I certainly don't want to oversell it to our residents, because I'm concerned about expectations that we really can't meet. I mean, I think David turned over maybe 8 vouchers in the last year. So that's not a lot.
Not a lot. Any more comments, questions about RAD?
We are,
Moving to work.
yeah, so we went to a RAD conference last week that was very good. Christine sat down with the staff, and they've started to get a game plan together. There's an enormous amount of work that we have to do to get ready for the closing. We are anticipating closing in mid-November, and I will need to just check on Janet on your availability for it'll be somewhere around then? Okay.
The reason I asked for not signing checks in October, I'm going to have 4 days in New York.
Oh, well, good.
My husband's son is coming to stay with him, so
Well,
otherwise I'm here.
we will be rapidly working on RAD. So that's where we are with RAD. And if you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer them. We've been trying to keep residents apprised and keep it square here about tenant-based vouchers, project-based vouchers, these, mobility choice vouchers, and it can get pretty confusing, but and public housing, what does that mean? So, I know. The moving to work, I think I gave both Byron and Liz some background on that. We're still in the lottery, we haven't heard a thing. That's where it sits. The FEMA award we have, and that is my winter project, is really to get that ready so that as soon as the environmental services will let us work in the water, we will begin the process of implementing that plan. RCC2, we are now at 50% design development. The way we have addressed the issue of connectivity between the two buildings is that we are going to put in a stairwell at Red Clover that is very close. It's the closest one to where this new building will go. We are going to put a vestibule, little vestibule, bench, a sitting area, and a lift in there that will bring people up to the second floor. First floor?
First floor.
First floor, and then from there they'll be in the building. So that is the plan. I think it's a good one.
It's as close to a bridge as you can get.
Pardon?
It's as close to a bridge as you can get.
It is. And, you know, we did have some problems with the bridge once we started fooling around with the height of the building, and the fire department was pretty concerned about it to begin with. So this is, I think it's a good solution. The other thing that is very good for Red Clover is that we're getting a bathroom on the second floor next to the third floor, next to the activities room. When we opened the building, we all walked around and we said, how do we miss a bathroom up here? So as part of this work, we're getting a bathroom next to that activities room, which will be really great. So that's on track and moving actually very quickly.
And the funding for Red River?
We are going to be presenting our financials to VHCB for their December meeting, and are confident that we will be getting our federal money. We have an application pending with the Affordable Housing Program, and we received a $300,000 community development block grant from the town of Brattleboro. So when you see town folks, say thank you. And that really, I think that's it. The big item that we don't have, of course, is the low-income housing tax credit money, which is essential. But for that, we are going back to the Vermont Finance Agency in next spring. And we are confident that, having turned us down once, and the irony being that we were talking with them about Melrose, and the river next to the building we were in was about at flood level. And I pointed out to them that this is what happens, folks. It was not lost on them. They really, really struggled with the decision to postpone us for a year. So I'm hoping that, I really think they got it, and we will get the tax credits, and then we'll really be underway.
That's the end of the agenda.
I have one other handout, which is just, we get these news alerts, and I thought I would send this one, which talks about the Senate appropriations passing the HUD bill, or the FUD bill, if you want. And that's just for you, that's just information to take home and read.
I'm getting a whole bunch. I'll send them back.
Are they all the same?
Yes, I think so.
Now, that's a small font.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, sorry about that.
All right, I got a magnifying glass at home.
It's okay.
So we're still waiting on a continuing resolution.
I think we'll get that. I don't think anybody has desire to shut down the government even for a day. Didn't go so well last time.
Really did. All right, for me,
Good. I think I've always very happy with the staff reports. I think they're great and really give you as the board a real sense of what people are doing.
And I just want to highlight that not only is it helpful for Christine to give us SASH information, but it's really a treat to have you here as a new deputy
Nice.
director.
I learned a lot too, as you're learning, so I'm taking notes myself. So it's nice to have the review and to learn new information. I'm trying to sponge it all in, but it's, it's a lot to take in.
Yes.
I think 2 days of listening to a CPA talk about financial rad, my head was about.
I loved it when you guys turned around and said, "Did you do that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did that. Yeah."
No, it was
We're
very
good.
good. I learned a lot.
We're
I
good.
definitely did, but I have to say it was a big difference from what I've been doing, so.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Opposed, no. You can stay here as long as you want. I'm leaving.
Thank you all. Very much.
It's a delight to have you.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, October 1st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. We know the meeting was properly warned because we got here at 5:30 and entered into executive session. At this time, I would look for a motion to approve the minutes from the September 17th meeting.
So moved.
Excellent, David's made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am going to skip chair's remarks tonight. I feel like I have a lot of remarks, but they're not well formulated.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
2 quick manager's remarks. I wanted to advise the public that while the trees are getting colorful, we don't yet have a lot of leaves on the ground, but we are starting to get calls about the annual leaf pickup. And I just want to remind everybody that the last couple of years, as we've seen as part of our changing climate, we've scheduled in the way that we normally had in prior years for when the leaf pickup would occur, and we've received a lot of feedback from the community that the second and final pickup in the fall has been too early, and then a lot of leaves are still coming down after that. So we're watching and gauging and lining it up for the right time. So we don't yet have 2 dates to announce because we're trying to see how fall evolves and be out there at the right time, about halfway through, and then again when all or most of the leaves are down. So probably on the next meeting on October 15th, I'll have a clearer announcement of the schedule, but we'll just ask people to stay tuned. And then the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Review Committee has published its request for people to apply in the annual process by which they review the Human Service Agency's proposals for funding that will be decided at Representative Town Meeting. We wanted to let everybody know that as of now, the application and related materials are on the town's website at brattleboro.org, and that the deadline for submitting applications is November 4th at 12 noon. In addition to that, the committee asks that organizations that are interested in submitting in the process come out for an informational session that will be held adjacent to this room in the Hannah Cosman room on Tuesday, October 15th, 2 weeks from today at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Peter. Are there members of the board? Liz and then Daniel?
Gallery walk is Friday night, and and I've heard rumored that some people say, "Oh, there's nothing to do in gallery walk," and I'm already going to 4 different things. So check with your Brattleboro Reformer on Thursday and find out all the good things to do. One thing that I wanted to make known to everyone is that the planning department is working now on a new downtown plan, and there's several events, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Wednesday, October 9th, that people can participate in the design and thought given to the new downtown plan, and I would encourage everybody to take this opportunity to make your thoughts heard on the downtown plan.
Great, thank you, Liz. Are there other members of the, David?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, Daniel.
Oh, go ahead. Go, Dan.
Go ahead, Daniel.
There's a survey as well for this downtown plan. So if you can't make it to an event, you can still submit your thoughts. And it's actually a really interesting survey. So you can check it out. placesense.com/Brattleboro. I just wanted to wish our Jewish community members a Happy New Year, Lashana Tova. It's Rosh Hashanah right now, so we had a really nice event at Plenty Park on Saturday, talking about immigration and how to be good to your neighbor. So, Happy New Year.
Excellent. David.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Liz said. Friday night is also the annual auction for Insight photography. And I encourage people to pop in. They've got some beautiful work. And the other thing is the the Diverse Workforce Development Committee of the Community Equity Collaborative met for the first time since the spring. And we've developed a relationship with Franklin Pierce University to bring students to Brattleboro to explore career opportunities, similar to what we did last year with College of St. Joseph's, but Franklin Pierce is much larger and has a much larger population of students of color. So we're looking at that as a pretty positive opportunity. There are a lot of people at the meeting. The table was overflowing, and lots of energy to build out of the program that we initiated last year. So we're kind of excited about where this is heading and getting some continuing good results.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Wessel.
I'd like to just report, because other meetings are also part of our reports here. We had a really good traffic safety committee meeting just this past third Thursday, and that's when they happen, 8 a.m. every third Thursday, right here in this room. And at this last one, we had a spirited, large community turnout about a number of issues. And I don't even feel like I need to go into those issues, because the ones that were controversial, you might say, it's a very early in the process of the discussions that we're going to be talking about. But if anybody's curious, I can tell you about it in person. But other than that, I want to encourage everyone to come out, if you can make it, at 8 a.m. on a Thursday morning, because more participation is wonderful when it comes to traffic safety and walkability and all those things that we want in town. So,
Awesome.
thank you.
Okay, thank you to the members of the board and Peter. At this time, I will move to public participation. This is an opportunity to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Put this on the calendar. This hasn't happened in months. I actually feel quite uneasy about this. Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to transform into water and sewer commissioners. Do I have a motion for that?
Presto changeo.
Presto changeo.
Move we.
Is that how you make a motion?
Move we convene as water and sewer commissioners.
We saved it.
David made the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, wonderful. We are now water and sewer commissioners, and our first and only item of business is the authorization of a purchase of a replacement generator, and we have with us Department of Public Works, Steve Barrett.
Good evening, Steve Barrett, Director of Public
Dan.
Works.
Dan Tyler, Superintendent.
Dan's going to go over the generator. I understand the board had some questions at the last meeting, so we're here to revisit our proposal and to answer any further questions that you may have.
Great. Okay, board members who had questions at the last meeting, are you ready?
We have a summary, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, please.
Are there further questions, or? I guess the questions from the last meeting were whether there was a battery backup option. We looked into that. They're becoming pretty popular for household situations. Unfortunately, our demands are much higher than that. Could be done. The cost of it is huge. And typically they're coupled with a solar array to charge those. And at this point, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then there was a question on the fuel type, propane versus diesel. The diesel unit comes at a cheaper cost because it's all self-contained. The tanks are on it. The propane unit, you have to buy tanks. You have to have the tanks filled. They're larger tanks because of the way the propane vaporizes. That has to be done by a gas technician. And then in the end, we ran some numbers, and emission-wise, surprisingly, the diesel came out with lower emissions than the propane, just mainly because of the amount of fuel that it burns. So I think we still believe that the diesel option is the best at this point.
Thank you, Dan. Board members have any follow-up questions, comments?
Comment or thanks for getting the comparative costs and the comparative carbon output data and getting so quickly too, so we had it ahead of the meeting and didn't have to trouble with it here. You're right, it was surprising. And the only thing I'd say is that given expressed community interest recently and ongoing, I think we should, for any projects like this that include fuel or building or going to be energy consuming, that we get that kind of comparative information in every case. And there may be a time when we want to spend on a bunch of solar panels and battery, but this isn't that yet.
And I think, recommendation well taken. This was more of an emergency type of situation for us. The original generator was purchased through Vermont Yankee, and it failed on us when we did a test. So it's critical to our water infrastructure. That's how we operate the system. It's all computerized, and then also Public Works in the event of a disaster. So this one, we did a quick study, but now we know some of the keynotes that the board's interested in, and we'll follow up on other projects.
Thank you, Steve.
Go right.
Me? Oh, and I did appreciate the info on the diesel versus propane, because I actually ran into this personally when I, about 10 years ago, replaced my home furnace with propane, and it used to be oil, but it turns out that propane has a lower BTU power to it, so you end up using more propane in that switchover. So that's an extra bit of math you have to do when you really want to balance whether it's better for the environment or not, because you're going through more of the product. And of course, in this case, there's the storage issues and all kinds of other infrastructure you have to put in.
Yeah, I appreciate that you guys, well, and the whole department and the town who relies upon the department were willing to come back and, and wait. I suppose when I looked at the memo from the first meeting, it wasn't super clear to me that this was like emergency kind of situation. Had I known that at the time, maybe, it would have, it would have been something that I would have been happy to make a decision on that night. I think, I asked the question at the time about like the lifespan of this system, and every time we make a decision to replace our fossil fuel infrastructure with more fossil fuel infrastructure that has a lifespan of decades, it's kind of like, it's sort of like, almost like being a zombie. We're just kind of stuck in that loop of continuing to kind of replicate that technology that we know is, destructive and harmful. And so whilst, comparing propane to diesel, like sure, there's, ups and downs to both. Like, I think that as a principle, when we're thinking about our infrastructure, as we move forward in these coming decades, there's always got to be a consideration of whether or not we can move away from harmful fuels. And I would wager, based on what I know about our town, that if there was a renewable option available and the cost was more, that the taxpayers would at least want to hear about it, and not have us assume that just because it was more expensive, it was something to dismiss. I mean, point taken about like the battery storage systems in residential properties and like this commercial, use here. But I think it's important for the board to do its job and vet things and, consider what we know about our community members. So I appreciate the patience and I appreciate the work.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Is one other point about this particular item is it's a backup generator. With any luck, it only turns on to be tested.
An hour a
Hopefully
week.
we'll never have to
1 hour a
use
week,
it.
yep.
Use it.
Right. And as we move forward in time and we have more and more extreme weather events, we'll be glad of the resilience for our public works department, which will be an important player in responding to emergencies. So, swings and roundabouts.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Steve. Let's see.
Give a motion.
That's right, thank you.
Are you?
Oh, I thought you were saying you were going to make a motion. What is he doing
I
over
move
there?
that we approve the expenditure of $19,365 to purchase a generator for the public works facility.
Excellent. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Wonderful. We are regular board members yet again. Our first item under new business is an update regarding the Work Today program, which will be provided by Emily Kornheiser of Youth Services and other things, but
Youth
tonight,
Services.
Hi, Emily.
Did you bring the right hat?
What?
Did you bring the right hat?
I did. I always wear just the right hat for any occasion. Thank you for asking. So I want to just give a quick overview for anyone who has not read the many lovely articles about work today that have been in the local papers or heard our conversations before. I think the conversation around creating a day labor program, which we are now calling Work Today, started a few years ago. It was primarily a conversation between Groundworks and the town, and the idea was to provide some paid work opportunity for folks in our community who were not able to access more steady 40-hour-a-week or on-call positions. So we're looking at creating a program that could employ people on who are in greater transition in their lives. And about 6 to 8 months ago, Youth Services joined that conversation with Groundworks as we launched an L3C to say we were interested in stepping in to provide those employment services to the community. We called the program Work Today, and the idea is that people would arrive work ready, work for a day in a temp capacity essentially, be paid by Youth Services at the end of the day, go home, come back the next day if they would like, or not come back the next day if they're not able to. And 1 day of work is 1 day of work, and that is what we were aiming for. Really excited to be able to figure out the administrative challenges of this kind of employment program, and we're very excited when in July, was that July when I was last here? In July, when the board approved funding for a pilot for this program. At that point in July, when the board approved the funding for the program, we started to, we developed a job description and we posted it and advertised it quite widely via social media and Indeed and Idealist, and sent it out to a range of colleges and cast a fairly wide net, as well as distributing it to other human services agencies. I received an enormous amount of positive feedback around town from people everywhere I went, as I think many of you did. We had some really interesting conversations internally within the town around what wages were for and what wages people deserve. I think it really sparked a great conversation. And I had a lot of people come to Youth Services who were very excited to be employed by this new Work Today program in a day labor capacity. I was also able to form a partnership with 2 different agencies that provide meals in the community who are interested in trading meals for all of the workers for one person who was working there for the day. So that was a great accomplishment that we came to, as well as bringing in some more community partners who were interested in working on this. Over the course of July, August, and September, we interviewed a few good candidates and spoke to many people, and none of those people were able to be hired for a wide variety of reasons that I will not get into here because they're HR issues. So I am here today to say with some regret that we would like to postpone the launch of the program until the spring. I had a great interview with someone today, but even if we bring them on board today, we would not be able to get up and running by, until the middle of October at the very, very, very earliest. And that really brings us into freezing weather. And so many of the jobs that the town so carefully put together are jobs that would not work in freezing weather. They include painting, which, the paint doesn't stick, stuff like that. So we are going to continue hiring because it's a joint position, so we're actively going to be hiring through the fall and winter, and would like to launch in the spring when the weather turns again. And I'm really looking forward to going into that ready, willing, and able to launch the program. The town has the money back in its, does the town have pockets? Coffers. Coffers. I was going to say coffers, but it seems like a ridiculous word, to be honest. The town has the money back in its coffers again, but having it temporarily while we were, to have that show of faith from the town while we were launching this was very reassuring to our board as we entered sort of a risky new venture, and really helped us build out the position description in a way that I don't think we would have been able to do without that temporary transfer of money that we did not spend. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for your faith, and continue to thank you for any of the great people you're going to send our way to hire to work on this really amazing social enterprise that we're all jumping into together.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thanks.
Yeah.
How come some of you have microphones and some of you don't?
We're not used to our microphones making sound.
isn't it?
It's all about how close you are.
Usually they don't amplify, so it's been kind of weird.
Barbershop quartet.
So I'm very excited still. I mean, anybody who, it's very easy to say, I don't know why this isn't up and running until you actually sit a person down and explain the logistics to actually legally running a business, not just pulling over and be like, hey, can you hop in the truck for $15 and go shovel my driveway? Doing it the legitimate way is a very different scenario, and finding the right person is important. So I look forward to seeing how that process turns out over the next several months.
Thank you. A few transparent details to add to that. So generally when you apply for a grant and you receive word that you're going to receive the grant, the money does not come, or the start date of the grant does not come for weeks or months. And so you have all that time to ramp up knowing that you have a promise of funds. Mm-hmm. We received the funds the day after you all voted, which is amazing and the most responsive government I've ever seen. So thank you. But it meant that I think many members of the community were like, okay, you have the money, why aren't you going?
Yeah.
And there was still some things to do, including workers' comp insurance takes a really long time to turn around, especially for such a unusual proposition as this one.
Well, thanks for coming and telling us about it.
Absolutely.
Not hearing about it for a long time can be
Mm-hmm.
really frustrating, so I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming and telling us.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that there's not going to be a lot of time between now and spring. I'm not so sure we're going to have a winter if it keeps going like it is, but we'll see.
I'm sure we'll
It's
get
better
there.
to get it
I
right.
should say that out loud.
When winter
get
comes, yeah.
Put that quote up on in February. Yes, thank you. And I want the community to remember how innovative this is. This program is pretty unprecedented that we're giving a shot here to, and that was terrible language. But so our excitement for it got a little bit ahead of the reality perhaps. But I think we're gonna hold on to that excitement, right? And earmark those funds. No?
I just don't know about that phrase, but I hear you.
Earmark. Well, that's like coffer.
It is.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We won't spend the money. I mean, maybe. I mean,
Well,
we couldn't make a promise.
But my point is that we will still have excitement for it in the spring and appreciate the information you've given us.
I think there's widespread support, and thanks to you for your hard work.
Thank you. We're really still quite excited about it. The whole agency is excited about it. Really appreciate all the great work that town employees did to get positions described and to set up that work, and I think we'll be ready to go in the spring if everyone sends people that are looking for
Right.
human services jobs to me.
If
And thank you,
folks-
Danielle, for
Oh, you're welcome.
great.
If folks want to work in this program, how should they like register their interest?
So the Youth Services website has a page for Work Today where people can find the link to apply to be the coordinator for the program, and can also fill out a little survey link if they would like to just stay updated on the program or enroll and receive word once the program is launched because they want to work in the program. And so we just have sort of collected a few mailing lists that way. They could also stop by Youth Services and someone would help them fill out that web form. I think Groundworks is doing that too. And I think most of the human services agencies in town have received that link and have access to it.
I expect you have a lot of outreach plans when it does launch to get information out to people, and I think people will maybe recruit them too.
Absolutely. I am more worried we will have too many people than that we will have too few people.
Yeah, I don't see that being a problem.
But yes,
Outreach.
absolutely, yes.
And have you filled the position? Do you need to still hire?
We are still hiring, yes.
And the description of that is also on the Youth Services website?
It is indeed.
Thank you.
It's also on Indeed.
I knew you were going to say that.
I didn't mean to have that adorable pun, but I did. Yes.
Okay. Do members of the public have any questions or comments about the program for Emily? All right.
What an
Look
evening
forward
here.
to following your progress.
Thanks.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah.
applause from the back.
Very well-deserved applause. Okay, so still under new business, we are now moving on to item B, which is the authorization of a purchase of a replacement elevator cab at the transportation center. Peter?
I'll
Oh,
pass the baton
Patrick.
to Patrick.
Sorry, Patrick.
No problem
Take it
at all.
away.
So staff this evening is seeking your authorization to proceed with a quote from Bay State Elevator for $52,500 to replace the cab at the Brattleboro Transportation Center. The elevator at the Transportation Center was part of the original construction of the facility, which dates back to about 2004, so it's about a 15-year-old cab. It's not in the most ideal of locations. It's outside, for example. It's subject to degradation by weather and by mistreatment by vandals. Our contractor, Bay State Elevator, notified us last year that this was likely going to be the last year that the elevator would pass inspection. It was suffering from significant rust damage to the cab, which was posing a bit of a health and safety threat in the future. And then for reasons having nothing to do with the rust damage, about 2 weeks ago, the elevator was taken out of service because vandals had damaged the telephone, and you're legally not allowed to operate an elevator for the public without the ability to communicate from inside the cab. So we had to close down the elevator, and we had a decision to make. Do we choose to replace the telephone, or do we just go ahead and take this opportunity and replace the cab now that we were planning to replace this year anyway? As the board may recall, in June of this year, under the parking budget, we talked about the need to replace the elevator cab. The cab's currently out of service, and it seems like now really might be the right time to proceed with its replacement. Nevertheless, this is a significant expense, and so we wanted to make sure and do our due diligence. We asked Steve Horton, the town's owner's project manager that first worked with us on the police fire facility, to reach out to Bay State to review the scope of work that they had proposed and to assess its reasonableness. Steve was very comfortable with the scope of work. Looking at the rust damage was as alarming to him as it was to anybody else, and felt that the price that was quoted was fair and reasonable for that scope of work. So staff fully recommends that we proceed with this, and we're seeking your approval.
Great, thank you very much. Liz?
Patrick, will this new elevator cab avoid the rust damage of the previous?
I don't know that that's fully within the elevator cab's capability. We're going to make every effort to ensure that the flooring comes up the side of the elevator so that liquids that may be in the elevator cab are not working their way into the structure. There are a variety of ways in which liquids can get into the elevator shaft and cause the elevator to rust.
So this is internal rust and not external rust?
It's the cab itself, the structure that goes up and down within the shaft is what's rusting out. Some of it's coming from outside, some of it's coming from inside.
So the external rust could be avoided by proper sealing?
One of the things that has been recommended is that we ensure that the flooring kind of comes up the sides a little bit on the inside in an effort to keep internal liquids from harming the cab. Unfortunately, I have to say that we have a condition that occurs there at the Brattleboro Transportation Center with somewhat alarming frequency that someone will urinate in the cab. And that's not helpful, and it's beginning to have an impact on the integrity of the structure. And so we're going to take the steps to ensure that that is mitigated.
Are the new porta potties near the elevator?
Well, they're not far, that's for sure. Right across the street. And in fact, in that same facility, there's public restrooms available from 8:30 to 4:30, not, 30, 40 feet away.
Is this complaint, this rust, related to the staircase rust and that was determined to be a design flaw?
I would say I'm not fully engineered. I'm not at all an engineer, excuse me. But in speaking with engineers, what they'll say is elevators are better off if they're inside and not outside. And this particular elevator is outside and in a challenging environment. So it's more subject than, say, the elevator in this building to being mistreated. It's more subject to being interacting with weather events and.
Because sometimes elevators, like at transportation facilities, are inside a plexiglass shaft. Is there any thought to retrofitting this elevator to be similarly designed?
Not at this time, but.
Just because I think, it is one of the biggest problems with the transportation center, and it might be worth looking into before we go ahead.
Before we go ahead?
I think it's already out of service, I think.
It's already out of
Yeah,
service.
it is out of service.
Well, so we'll get a new cab and then look into whether or not something can be done to really look at the rest problem.
So, if I might speak to that, you certainly could decide to defer this, and the elevator could stay out of service for 2 more weeks, and we could come back with more information about that, in answer to that question. A little more information, though, about what is similar and what is different between the elevator and the 2 stairwells. So, I believe this to be true. I will say that what I'm about to say about the elevator, I don't know for sure, but I believe it to be true. What I'm going to say about the stairs, I know to be true, and I think it differentiates them. I believe the elevator is in the location and surrounded by the materials that it was planned all along.
Designed to have.
Yeah, the original design was for it to be that way. We know that the stairwells were meant to be interior structures, and that as a cost savings in the construction, the protective walls were removed from the program and the stairwells were built as interior materials in an exterior condition, and they didn't last as long as we expected them to last, and they're being fully replaced. We don't have reason to believe that the elevator is in exactly that same circumstance. We believe that the elevator, for in part the reason that Patrick cited, and in part just wear and tear on an elevator in that kind of a facility, that does get exposed to the elements that, there's a variety of other conditions that make it, not likely to last as long as an office building, have caused us to, be its time for that cab. If you still have sufficient concern that the encasing and protecting issues should be more fully addressed before you make a final decision about this, we can bring that information back in 2 weeks.
I'm happy with your response.
Other members of the board have any? When I saw David coming back in, I was trying to pause for him. Oh, there he is.
Not on the elevator. I did want to say one positive thing, which is I took a look at the stairs today. They're looking good on the west side. I have a question about that. Maybe I shouldn't be asking, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. The very bottom set, is that also going to be replaced? Because the top is looking great, but the very bottom is yet to be done.
I think.
Go ahead.
The answer to that is yes, eventually.
I mean, it's not unsafe or anything.
Right.
It's just...
There are 4 flights of stairs on either side of the building, and so in this last round, we were able to successfully replace 2 of them. We got pretty good pricing. We had only contemplated really doing 1, but we had favorable pricing, which enabled us to do 2 sets. So as future parking budgets and capital requests come before you, I think our plan would be to start working further down the stairwells, because while it was dramatic enough rust damage in the upper floors that we had to close at least 1 flight, there's less severity on the floors below, but they're all rusting pretty good, and they'll be coming before you with each successive parking budget.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw out a comment that I got some constituent concerns about the parking garage, and it is something that people like to talk about. And certainly any concern is wise to bring to us. But I don't have the same concerns that some people have been pointing out. The parking garage is probably not meant to be a beautiful, fantastic facility. It's for parking. And there were all kinds of accusations of dirtiness that I didn't actually see when I walked through there today. The lighting is much better because we addressed that community concern with new lighting. But it is a parking garage, so there has to be a standard of reality, I think, here. And I don't really think it should be something where people should walk in and expect to be able to eat off the floor or anything like that. It's a place where we park our cars. So we have to balance our community funds against expectations, maybe a little.
Thank you for that rational thinking, Tim.
Thanks.
Appreciate
I just
it.
had to get that off my chest.
Always slows my mind as well.
It's a little bit unrelated to the elevator itself. So.
Is the board, well, are there members of the public that have questions about elevator replacement at the transportation center? Nick?
Nick Nickerson.
Hi, Nick.
As y'all were talking, it came to my mind to ask this question: is it feasible or possible to put a camera into the cab to identify the urinators?
I'm not sure what we would do after we identified them.
I think a better solution would be to put more porta potties or put them.
Probably more bathrooms.
Yeah.
Maybe one that's open, which is what the porta potty was meant to address, was our need for bathrooms past 4:30 p.m. So, yeah, I think as we're moving through the potty project, we're gonna see where we might need some permanent ones.
And we've, for other reasons, we've asked about cameras for various infractions or issues, and generally, they need somebody to monitor them, and the quality is not generally, at least the response we got, and the quality is not very good. And it's pretty easy to pull a hat down or something and frustrate them anyway, so we've been discouraged from going that direction.
And I'll just chime in that we have gotten quite a bit, when we did have those discussions that David mentions, we get a lot of pushback from people who are very much opposed to having cameras in any of our public facilities.
Anywhere.
I think there are some cameras.
So,
Here and there.
And I wanted to let you speak.
Having heard both
There's
of
some in
those
here,
comments, there are cameras pretty much everywhere in life these days. If you're in a public space or a private space that the public is invited into, you should expect that you're probably on camera. And that is true to a great extent at the transportation center. It's true in this building. So for security reasons, there are cameras around that the town employs, and certainly many more cameras that are employed by private businesses, grocery stores, banks, everywhere that we go these days. So speaking more specifically to the particular concern of behavior of some people within the transportation center, I will say it's not a crime and we don't arrest people for that, but we also don't tolerate using the transportation center or other public spaces as a bathroom. We have made available facilities. And so people who don't respect the public space are disciplined, but they're disciplined in civil manner, not criminal manner.
That's a good way to put it. Are there other members of the public that would like to speak on this elevator replacement topic? Okay, then I would entertain a motion from this board.
I move we approve the expenditure of $52,500 from the parking fund to purchase a Bay State elevator cab and associated fixtures and controls for the Brattleboro Transportation Center.
Excellent, thank you. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, Patrick. And again with Patrick is our next topic under new business, which is municipal broadband. Take it away.
Well, good evening again.
Good evening.
So included in the backup for this evening's meeting is a fairly lengthy memo that staff worked on for, honestly, a little over a year. In part because it's an opportunity. It wasn't on fire. It wasn't a piece of business that had to be done. So it was sort of a smoldering activity over the last year. But also in part because this was very interesting and very intriguing and required a lot of fact-checking, a lot of research in terms of reviewing all the case studies that go along with a lot of the projects identified in the memo. And then, based upon questions that arise from reading those case studies, going out and meeting with these folks and meeting with these communities and finding out what they've done and finding out what they feel about what they've done and was it a success. And so a good deal of work took place to put this together. I'll try and give it a brief overview, and I hope to calibrate that properly. Feel free to sort of stop me and ask any questions along the way or save your questions to the end. But the reason the board asked staff to take a look at this in the first place dates back to early 2018. A former town employee had brought up under public participation at a select board meeting that there are municipal fiber optic networks that are being built in towns and cities across the nation, and that they're providing real advantages to the citizens of those communities in that they can deliver low-cost, high-quality services to the citizens and to be able to deliver them ubiquitously throughout the community. Well, this was pretty attractive, and it was also pretty timely, in part because just months before, the FCC had decided that it was no longer going to commit to net neutrality. That was in December of 2017. And so the topic in early 2018 was very present in everybody's mind. The board agreed this was kind of important. We should take a look at it. And so we began an investigation. Place to start in terms of considering any sort of municipal fiber optic or broadband project might be to assess where are we at today. Obviously Brattleboro doesn't have a municipal broadband utility of any kind, but what types of services are available from the private sector today? There's a table on the front page of the memo and also some maps in the last couple of pages that show the level of available service in Brattleboro currently. And I think what we should do is sort of think about that with respect to what are the FCC standards for broadband? Presently, the FCC minimum standard for broadband is 25 megabytes down and 3 megabits upload. And what you can see if you look at the table is that fully 95.8% of structures in Brattleboro already meet this standard. Over 99% meet the slightly older standard of 4 megabits down and 1 megabit up. And so when you compare Brattleboro's statistics for available service, this isn't necessarily saying that every location has this service, but nearly every location has the capability of receiving this type of service. When you compare Brattleboro's capabilities to the state of Vermont, for example, you see, we're far and away in better position than the average in Vermont. With 95% of locations in Brattleboro able to receive the FCC standard, whereas only 73 across the state of Vermont. And so this helps to explain something that we talked about a couple of months ago. There had been some new legislation out of Montpelier that had created a number of grant programs to help communities to better address their desires for improved connectivity, and that those programs were really targeted for communities that aren't in the position that Brattleboro's in. And so that was a little disappointing, but it was a fact we kind of needed to acknowledge. began this research by looking for nearby examples. Were there any communities, within a state or two from Brattleboro that had built their own municipal fiber plant? And in fact, there were. Staff, in the end, reviewed and met with 2 municipal fiber projects that were from Massachusetts. Met with and reviewed a communication union district, which is a collection of municipalities working together, called EC Fiber up in central Vermont. And then met with and worked through some of the partners involved in a public-private partnership just over in Chesterfield across the river. Sort of try and walk you briefly through the nuances of each of those projects and talk about how they relate kind of to Brattleboro circumstances. The first one is called Leverett, Massachusetts, and Leverett is a small town in western Mass, population about 1,800. So think Dummerston, something on that scale. They created a municipal fiber optic network in 2015. Like a lot of rural western Massachusetts towns, they didn't have a lot of private companies that were vying for their business. There was very little connectivity in that community. But the people there were, they were determined. And they benefited in part from investments the state of Massachusetts had made previously in what's called backhaul internet. The state of Massachusetts created something called Mass Broadband 123, and it was to ensure that there was what's called middle mile or backhaul service to all of the rural communities in western Massachusetts. And so an end mile or last mile service, the type of service where households or businesses would be customers of, had that sort of, big internet connection that they could tap off to distribute to all the locations in their community. And so Leverett was in a really nice position to be able to capitalize on investments that the state had already made in ensuring there was adequate middle mile or backhaul service. What Leverett set out to do, working with a consultant, they established a community standard, right? What they wanted to see was gigabit level service to every location in town. And gigabit level service is 1,000 megabits. It's 1,000 megabits up and it's 1,000 megabits down. That's the way fiber optic connections work. And so that is really, really, really high quality service. And they wanted to make sure it went everywhere. They further dictated that what they wanted to see was what's called an active Ethernet network. An active Ethernet network means that you've got a central hub and that there's strands of fiber going out from that hub to every single location in town. This is as opposed to what's called a passive optical network, where the central hub will send out fiber to sort of community aggregation points, and then those points are split out and serve a number of different locations from there. That requires substantially less amounts of fiber. It's a less expensive network to build. And so what Leverett set out to do is they wanted to build the Cadillac, and in essence, that's what they did. There aren't too many structures in Leverett, so the actual cost of the project wasn't, in fact, all that much. It cost $3.6 million. And what was particularly interesting about what they did there is they funded the capital construction with a general obligation bond. That means that the town incurred a bond, much like the way we did for police and fire facilities, and that property owners will pay to repay that bond through an increase in their property taxes. So regardless of whether an individual household or an individual business in Leverett chooses to be a user of that system, every single parcel and every single property owner is going to pay for the bond necessary to create that network. There are some pros and cons to that. In considering its import to Brattleboro, that currently is a practice not allowed in the state of Vermont. communications plants, whether for an individual municipality or a communications union district, are required to use revenue bonds. But that's not true in Massachusetts. They can use a general obligation bond, and so they did. They passed a bond vote at town meeting. They built their network. And one of the things about their network, which is particularly interesting from a let's not recreate the wheel standpoint, is they didn't hire staff. They didn't buy fiber. They contracted for everything. And so a network was built on their behalf by virtue of contract. That network is managed on their behalf by contract. The back-end administrative services for answering questions from the public or invoicing or, hearing a complaint or dispatching someone, all of that is handled by contract. And so Leverett was, I'd say, wise not to venture into a business for which they had no previous experience. The end result, like I say, they've got gigabit internet service to every location in town. It's symmetrical, it's net neutral, and given that the repayment of the capital cost does not come out of the fees, they're able to offer this service to everyone for $23.40 a month. So that's really that's better than market. It's incredibly high quality. And at present, it utilizes a financing mechanism which is not available to us. One thing to note, there's a provision in the recent legislation passed in Montpelier that, I'm going to get this right, that essentially the state of Vermont is going to take a look at this. And so the executive director for the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, along with the Secretary of the Administration, and I believe the state treasurer, are together supposed to report back to the legislature in December of this year as to their thoughts on whether or not municipalities in Vermont ought to be able to make use of general obligation bonding for communication plant.
Actually, a quick question before you go off the financing thing.
Yes, sir.
I think, I didn't look at the bill, I haven't thought about the bill since it passed, but the bill that the legislature passed this year, I think it included if a municipality contracted with a private contractor, that would allow the private contractors to access municipal bond rates.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And there's going to be an example of that when we get to Chesterfield.
Great.
So,
but they're in New Hampshire, so it's.
They
have the same access.
That provision of the law which enabled Chesterfield to make use of that in New Hampshire was adopted and incorporated into H 513. I think it's now Act 79, but that ability for municipalities to partner with a private firm is now something that's plausible in Vermont.
Thanks.
So, the question is this model appropriate for Brattleboro? Not currently. And, even if it were, I would say I think it's difficult to expect that, given the relatively high quality level of service that's throughout town, it'd be difficult to expect that a general obligation bond would sail through. It's possible, but it would require a lot of people buying into the idea of net neutrality and a lot of people accepting a property tax increase in order for a model like that to work here in Brattleboro. So the next example was not far from Leverett, but it was in Concord, Massachusetts. And similar to Leverett, Concord didn't reinvent the wheel either, but they didn't reinvent it differently. Concord had, beginning back in 1898, established a municipal electric utility, as is an option for Massachusetts municipalities. And when you look at a municipal electric utility, what have you got? You've got a central location and wires that extend out from there on poles out to every structure. You've got repair staff in trucks that are able to get dispatched out to fix it when it breaks. You've got a a back office administrative staff able to answer questions from customers and do invoicing and all those sorts of things. So you're most of the way there. With a few extra wires, not to minimize the whole thing, but with a few extra wires, you can begin delivering internet service. And that's exactly what the Concord Municipal Light Plant built. They developed the Concord Municipal Broadband. Concord is much larger than Leverett. It's got a population of about 16,500 people. And what the manner in which they built out their network was quite different than Leverett. First of all, they had this electric utility, and the way they initially sold this to the public was by pointing out that if we build a fiber loop around this community, we can begin to more carefully monitor and manage the electric utility. It's called building a smart grid. It's exactly what Green Mountain Power did in this area. But in fact, it was Concord Municipal Light Plant that did it for their electric network. And so by building this fiber optic network around town, they could begin to realize some savings right at their electric plant right away. In addition, obviously the municipality was a large consumer of broadband, and so they were able to provide themselves with a variety of savings, having built their own fiber network at the cost of, I believe, $3.9 million, which they also used a general obligation bond. But that initial rollout did not serve the community. It was after that, once they began to use the savings that they were receiving from the smart grid and from the savings that they otherwise would be paying to a private vendor for their own communications usage, and they began to finance the expansion of that project out to the customers, out to the citizens of the community. The Concord plant is a passive network. And so they're not delivering service, which is gigabit to every location. They're kind of doing that much more traditional. Well, we've got a 30 meg packet, and we've got a 70 meg packet, et cetera. They're a lot closer to market rates than you would see in Leverett. But as the staff down there at Concord will tell you, where we shine is in service, right? Our network is up. Our people are happy. We're beating the competition at the service game, and given the business that they're in, that's an intelligent way to go about doing their business. What I would point out, that one of the lessons that Concord really wanted to emphasize during our discussions was that when you begin to build out into a communications plant in an area where there are existing providers, you should expect a fight. You should expect pushback from anyone who's got private infrastructure interests that they're trying to protect. And so, long story short, Concord's point was, when you're upsetting the apple cart for an existing provider of internet service, those they can be quite personal and quite pointed, and so that's something that one needs to be mindful of. After the revenues, yes, and so in essence, ever since that initial general obligation bond, they have been rolling out and building their network literally block by block. As new customers are willing to commit to future service, they're able to secure the financing, and they're able to build that network. And they didn't do what Leverett did, which is build everything at once. They're building it out incrementally after they built this initial project. So is this a worthwhile model for Brattleboro to follow? Not really. It would be quite adventurous to start a new utility in a field that we frankly have no previous experience. If we wanted to go down a road like this and build our own network, the next steps are pretty clear. We would need to engage a consulting firm that would help us to put together a preliminary conceptual design for a network. They would need to assist us in establishing the business case for operating that network. And they would need to assist us, and they were really clear that you really need to be part of this and can't just let somebody else do this for you, in aggregating market demand. So how many people on your street are going to be interested in switching to this new service? And the degree to which we can aggregate that demand is the degree to which we are able to successfully secure revenue bonds in the broader bond market. Investors are going to want to know that if they invest in our project, that they're likely to see returns. And so it's a bit of a challenging and uphill opportunity. The next project is EC Fiber. I think a lot of folks will be familiar with EC Fiber. And anybody who remembers back to 2008 will remember that 24 towns at town meeting in 2008 decided to form a communications union district, which is very much like a solid waste district or a fire district. It in effect operates as a municipality and has member towns as its sort of constituents. EC Fiber was going to build out its entire network all at once in a manner similar to Leverett. They had most of the $91 million to build that network secured from a New York financing firm. And then, of course, the market collapsed and investment dollars vanished. The folks who were managing EC Fiber at the time struggled for a couple of years, but eventually began sort of local fundraising. They put together $1 million. They built out a demonstration project in a small town called Barnard, population 918. It was a success and began to deliver positive cash flow. EC Fiber, of course, because it's in Vermont, makes use of revenue bonds and not general obligation bonds. So they need to demonstrate market demand for their services. What you can see, and what I think you can expect, is that a lot of these smaller towns probably don't have any private internet service providers competing for their business. So they are ripe for opportunity for just this type of program. One other thing I'd like to point out, you see Hartford and Montpelier in there. Those are fairly good-sized towns. And while they are sitting members of EC Fiber, they don't presently enjoy service from EC Fiber. And in talking with, I think her name's Carol Monroe, she's an outgoing CEO, she recently retired, of EC Fiber. One of the things she made really clear is that in planning for and executing the development of EC Fiber, they specifically avoided conflict where cable providers would be present. That's why Hartford and Montpelier at this point in time really aren't enjoying EC Fiber in the way that Barnard is. They have a seat at the table and they're a member, but EC Fiber, I think, probably wisely decided not to pick a fight with a big national cable company and instead focus in areas of their service territory where no other service existed. EC Fiber is a passive optical network, a lot like Concord. So their subscription services are kind of a lot like Concord's. They've got a 25 megabit service for $66 a month. They've got a 50 megabit service for $91 a month. Those are generally pretty much market prices. They are symmetrical, they are fiber-based, they are net neutral. The people who enjoy those services enjoy them a lot. They don't have a whole lot of other options in Barnard. And so, I think the users of EC Fiber would definitely call it a success. So the question is an EC Fiber model a good fit for Brattleboro? And the answer to that is possibly. I believe. recently, there was a meeting over in Wilmington. The Department of Public Service came down and wanted to meet with municipal officials from this area to talk about a range of, for example, those grant programs that the state had put together, but then also the idea of a communications union district emerged. And there was quite a bit of traction in the room as to, you know, the potential for a communication union district in this area. So much so that I believe the outcome of that meeting is that the Wyndham Regional Commission is going to start to put together meetings and allow municipalities from the area to participate. They're hoping to bring down some technical assistance, quite possibly EC Fiber, to talk about their experience and to work through and help to educate the participating communities about Communications Union District. They are a fascinating instrument. They somewhat protect the town from liability. So in the event that a communications union district was to go belly up, the investor's only recourse is against the cash flow and assets of the communication union district and can't then come back to the towns that are members. So at first blush, there doesn't appear to be a good deal of risk in participating. There is a group of people beginning to form and discuss the value of a communications union district in this area. I think it's something we, you know, I'd certainly be interested in the board's opinion, but I think it's something we should continue to participate in and learn more about. It is quite likely, however, as Clay Purvis, the gentleman from Department of Public Service would say, it's quite likely that the outcome of that, at least initially, would be that Brattleboro would be the hole in the donut, given the fact that we've got existing service providers providing reasonably decent service. The likelihood that Brattleboro would be an immediate beneficiary of a communications union district is unlikely. But as we all know, things change. And, you know, a couple of years from now, the landscape could change, and that communications union district and our participation in it may be just the solution to some future project. But we can talk about that a little bit further on. The last really explicit example, I'd say, is the one from Chesterfield, New Hampshire, and this is the one that David was alluding to earlier. Chesterfield, by virtue of New Hampshire's law, is empowered to partner with a private institution and to allow them access to their bond capacity in order to build communications plant. Incidentally, this is now allowed in Vermont. So there are some guidelines that one needs to adhere to in this process. And Chesterfield followed along with those. They issued a solicitation, a sort of an RFP, to communication providers in the area. And the scope of the RFP is to address underserved or unserved sections of your community. They received a number of proposals. The one they found most favorable was with Consolidated Communication, who bought Fairpoint a couple of years ago. In the process of working through, okay, how are we going to address these unserved sections of our town, Consolidated came back with something quite surprising, which was, well, what if we put aside that scope and instead, what if we strung fiber to every location in Chesterfield and delivered service that way? Chesterfield liked this idea. Here's sort of how it's going to work. The folks in Chesterfield passed a bond. I think it's $1.8 million. I believe it was 1.8. It's either 1.8 or 1.9. 1.8, sorry. And Consolidated Communications will use that money to extend fiber to every location in town. You can actually see this going on today as you drive around through Chesterfield. There's Consolidated trucks kind of all over the place, and they've been working all summer trying to get this put together. The customers in Chesterfield will pay standard market rates for internet service delivered over fiber. I don't have their price menu at this time. I'm still trying to track that down, but I'm told their standard market rates are what will apply. And in addition to that, customers who choose to make use of this service will pay a $10 a month additional fee, which Consolidated will gather, and that will be used to pay down the bond. So it's a 20-year bond, it's $1.8 million. You're gonna sign up, you're gonna pay what is essentially fair market pricing for that type of service. You're gonna pay $10 in addition to that each month. At the end of that 20 years, Consolidated is gonna own the network. For the period of that 20 years, Consolidated is committed to providing net neutral environment. That was really important to the folks in Chesterfield. And what's especially nice about this type of arrangement is that for those households or those locations that feel, I don't need the internet, I don't use the internet, they're not paying for it. So what I can say though is for the folks who do want quality internet service, it's available, but you're going to pay for it. So you're paying, in effect, with that additional $10 kicker, you're paying more than market rate for internet service of this quality. So that is an option which would be available to us in much the same way that it was available to Chesterfield. It's difficult to know exactly what would be the outcome for Brattleboro. We would have to follow the same process. We would have to do a solicitation for companies that would address our unserved areas of town. You'll notice we don't have too many unserved areas in town. That would then lead to other negotiations for a more robust network. Keeping in mind there are very few people competing for Chesterfield's business today, and there are a number of existing providers in Brattleboro, this could potentially be much more challenging for Brattleboro, given the competition, than it has proven to be in Chesterfield. But it is an option which now appears to be legally available to us. And so I guess I'd like to also, because I think there's a little bit of an elephant in the room in terms of Burlington Telecom. A lot of folks will remember Burlington Telecom. It was Vermont's first fiber to the home, fiber to the location, fiber to the premises sort of project. Obviously, it was done in Burlington at a cost of $33.5 million in the early 2000s, very early 2000s. There was a great deal of competition in Burlington at that time, and the project struggled in part, we believe, because the competition could undercut their pricing, right? If you're a nationwide company delivering service, you could afford, for example, to underwrite the cost of service in Burlington in a way that Burlington itself couldn't do elsewhere. And so Burlington Telecom struggled. There was some real challenges in terms of public funds that were used to underwrite the operation of that business. That totaled about $17 million. This was not consistent with the certificate of public good that Burlington Telecom was operating under. This blew up. I'm sure a lot of people remember. There was an investigation as to whether there was criminal prosecution appropriate. In the end, Burlington Telecom was sold to a private company. It's currently a private company, so it no longer really qualifies as a municipal broadband utility. And the citizens of Burlington were forced to accept $7 million for the 17 that they ended up contributing. So obviously, that's not a model we want to follow. And it just seemed like talking about municipal fiber in Vermont without mentioning Burlington Telecom would be a mistake. So there it is. There are obviously other examples, other communities that have done it slightly differently. I think the challenges for Brattleboro, whether they're any of these projects or whether they're a slightly different project, are going to be the same. We're going to face challenges because of the nature of the service that already exists in town. and we're going to face challenges in part because we have fewer financing options than some of our neighbors to the south. So I guess I would stop there. I think there's a lot here. I'm interested to know if there are any questions, and I'd love to hear, the board's reaction. What do we think of this? Is this something we want to continue to pursue? Do you believe that it's worthwhile for staff to continue to participate in the discussions around a communication union district? And so,
Well, right off the top of my head, I definitely think we should participate in discussions around a communication district. I think to have discussions like that going on around us and we're not at the table would be short-sighted, I think. That's my one comment right off the top.
I'm grateful to the work that went into this.
Incredibly interesting.
I had a really fun time on Saturday afternoon reading through this memo, and I learned a lot. And then I had to learn more about bonds and how bonds work.
Sorry.
And I was like, oh, that's confusing. And Paige Martin, the person that brought this to us, kudos to her.
Yeah.
And maybe she's watching from afar, using her hyper-fast internet.
Yeah.
I was really fascinated by some of this, and I guess there were some sort of big questions that I had, like in your research, when you were talking to folks, like say, for example, in Leverett. Leverett was the one that was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Leverett is incredibly well documented in terms of the case studies that have been, Harvard went in and did an analysis and put together probably a 150-page report about everything that happened in Leverett. It's really intense.
Because I'm curious, what impact this had on the lives of the people, businesses, and organizations that are based in Leverett, whether this brought people to the area, whether it spurred new ventures. It sounds kind of like quite transformative. And obviously, yes, Leverett, much smaller place. And
Is it a wealthy community?
It used to be. But they had this bond.
The way it's described to me is that there are a lot of professors living there. There's a lot of universities nearby.
What is that?
Just do a point for the company.
But I'm sure that's obviously not the whole story for the community.
So was there any kind of study done about the kind of quality of life impacts and the economic development impacts of this change?
More on the process and less on the sort of outcome. But we can reach out and sort of talk to the man on the street or the and see what they're saying.
Yeah, because it's cool that 95% of Brattleboro has basically okay internet.
Mine's terrible.
And I checked mine at home, and it's 60 and up, down, and 3 up, whatever. Something like that.
Mine, I get kicked out twice a day. I already know when I come home from work, the first thing I have to do is walk in my door and unplug the router, go to the bathroom, come back out, and plug it back in.
It sounds like you should give them a call. What was I going to say? Yeah, I was thinking about it's great that we have basically acceptable internet, and also as we think about the Brattleboro of the future, and even the very near future, and knowing our challenges around, population and economic development, striving for things that will bring people to our town. I would imagine young people would flock here to start businesses if we provided something visionary like this. But also, it sounds quite tricky. I'm going to be quiet now. Quite tricky to do.
I thought you said trippy.
I did too.
It's super trippy as well.
I did too.
So I'm kind of curious more in the kind of qualitative kind of impact, and I guess also the economic development impact.
Well, I thank you again, Patrick. This was very interesting. And it seems to me that Brattleboro's probably good enough for the time being. But more importantly, I was struck by the fact that the judge had an opinion about net neutrality today in the courts. and found that states have the opportunity to make their own net neutrality rules. And so I would look to our legislators, one of whom is sitting right here, to see what they can explore in terms of, I think the bigger beef that we have in the future is net neutrality. And I think some places in town have much better service than others, but the surrounding towns have a much more difficult time. And so when we're talking about joining some sort of a union, I think we might be in the same kind of hub situation in terms of, bearing an undue cost burden that the surrounding towns in order to provide service. So I'm not quite sure that I'd be in favor of that. But I do find this very interesting, and I'll bet you that that town in Massachusetts, that's a real selling point for them, but not necessarily necessary for us.
Tim?
Oh.
I was just going down the
Oh,
table.
okay,
You
great.
could say pass if you want.
No, that's fine. Fantastic report and very fascinating, as everyone's saying. It brings up so much for me. There's so many different tangents you can go off on. But one thing that I keep coming back to is this early in your report, where you talk about 95.8% of Brattleboro being served by broadband. Let's put that in quotes, because part of the problem here is everybody has a different sense of what they mean by broadband. When people say fiber, they usually mean really fast broadband, but the minimum definition being whatever, 25.3 is something that my business couldn't deal with. I have to pay extra, and the business pays for it, so it's part of doing business. I have to pay extra for I'm trying to squeeze out 10 to 12 up, because I'm uploading video early in the morning, because that's when it works the best. So large video files, when you're uploading to YouTube, take a lot of time, even at 10 or 12. So obviously, when I look at Leverett or whatever the parity ones were, when you're talking about 1,000 or even 100, it's amazing to think that you're getting those upload speeds. So part of the start of the conversation, and I'm sure some people will chime in, has to be, what do you mean by broadband, and what is the level of service that everyone deserves or should have access to? And is it fair for people to pay more if they need more? And does that help us make it possible to raise all the boats, to use a tired metaphor? So those are all good questions, but I do keep returning to the idea of, are these solutions in search of a problem, in the case of Brattleboro? Especially when we look at the rest of Vermont, because if you want to make an economic development argument, then you'd have to make an argument that that providing even much better broadband here would draw people in. Well, are they already being drawn into our downtown center, where there is some fiber and fast cable, although I'm a little unclear who has fiber and who has cable. I think we're already doing that, so the return on investment, if it does become a public investment, is another whole can of worms to open up into. And of course, it gets back to my commonly voiced theme of what is the role of municipal government, because it's a thing that I love to think about and get people's opinions on. I know you hate to think about it, but I really do, because I think we should be talking about, we're all in agreement that we should have a thriving library and a really great, safe roads and provide those basic services. But when you go beyond that, where does people's opinions diverge? And how do we talk about that, the role of government? So anyway, there's so much to talk about. I'll just hand it over to whoever else wants to.
Okay. I think role of government's one of the things that I wanted to talk about. And I have a lot to say. But I wanted to point out one thing on that same graph, that same chart. I think that the percentage served in Brattleboro by 25-3, which as you so well described, is not adequate if you're in the video business. It's not adequate if you're in the music business. If you are in any sort of technology business, it's not adequate. I think a more important comparison is the 100 or better. Brattleboro has 0 service at that level, but 13.7% of the state, 41,000 buildings, have that level or better. So if you are coming into the state or thinking about coming into the state or like Vermont and are going to look for a place to go, you're not going to look at Brattleboro. You're going to look at those places.
If you need upload, you need.
If you need, yeah, which
Because
in your
download
industry, well, if you think about, well, let me, I actually prepared something for this because I've been thinking about this and looking into various options and advantages for months. Actually, I'm going to read this because I don't want to stumble. I've been thinking about this ever since I saw an interview on C-SPAN with Susan Crawford, a law professor at Harvard and a writer for Wired magazine. And I think, Patrick, you'll see her name on the Harvard Levitt report. She featured that pretty extensively in the book, and several other communities that have done this. And she wrote a book about the urgency of creating local fiber networks, and the title is Fiber.
Exactly. David, could you put that in front of your microphone, please?
Yeah, that is a really good idea. So she wrote a book titled Fiber, and much of what I have to say comes from the C-SPAN interview and from her book. And I'm very grateful also for the initial work that Patrick did collecting this information and bringing it to us. Now we need to explore much more fully a municipal fiber optic system for all of Brattleboro homes and businesses. Communications is a basic utility. Fiber optics has created a technology revolution, and we are not being allowed to participate. We're locked into copper cables, which are like a 2-inch pipe compared to the 15-mile wide river that fiber represents. It's a miraculous technology that means unlimited real-time communications with no interruptions at a much lower cost. It enables new applications, new ways of making a living, innovation, economic development, equity of opportunity, new ways of accessing health services and educational opportunities, and much more that we can't yet imagine. Right now, a handful of companies are limiting our ability to participate in this tech revolution. They have no competition, no incentive to upgrade their services to Brattleboro, and no oversight. We pay $100 a month when, like much of the rest of the world, the rest of the developed world, we should be paying $10 a month, and we're getting second-rate service. It took decades to move electrification from a private system to a public utility. Private companies used every checkpoint they had to slow national electrification and to protect their investments. Why should we wait decades to have cheap, ubiquitous communications? Local efforts are needed to make this happen, and we need to create our own public option for communications. We need to view it as what it is, a basic public infrastructure. Fiber networks last 30 to 40 years. The Burlington Telecom example that Patrick gave, it's not an elephant, it's a dead elephant. It was a terrible model, and they managed it terribly, but that fiber is still there, and that's why those 13,000 high-speed internet connections are there, because that fiber is in place. It'll be there for decades. And they are future-proof. It's not going to become obsolete. Over time, the capital expense is very low compared to the return. The telephone system was expensive to construct, but we made the investment and led the world in communications and economic growth for decades. The capital cost of a public option can be reduced by guaranteed loans, low bond rates, and partnerships with private contractors. We need to explore this now. Now, whatever business model we choose to follow, public involvement in creating a fiber network will mean lower prices and better communications for the entire community. We will get clear, reliable pricing instead of teaser deals. We'll get better customer service, profits and payments that will benefit our local economy instead of distant shareholders, and the ability to plan our long-term future. We currently pay multiples more than Europe and Asia for inferior service. Korea wired every home and business a decade ago. Japan, Hong Kong, and Singapore pay $10 a month for fiber service. Chattanooga, Tennessee, like Concord, developed a municipal fiber system to manage their electric utility more efficiently and to be able to instantly and precisely identify outage areas rather than send trucks and crews out driving around looking for them. Then they used this backbone to provide lightning-fast communications for the entire city. In Colorado, towns representing 2/3 of the population of the state voted to remove industry-written regulations that limited municipal fiber systems. They want a fiber system that means communications in both directions at a lower cost. We need to do a feasibility study and figure out what our assets are, things like poles and conduit and money and community support. We need to see what personnel we already have on hand to focus on this project. We need to explore what network design will best fit our goals and our needs. We need a clear, shared understanding that it is the role of government to enable a widely shared infrastructure that encourages both economic growth and social justice. We need to convene private and public groups and get started making this happen. A good start would be to look into what Chattanooga, Tennessee, Otis, Massachusetts, and Wilson, North Carolina did to get their systems in place. So I hope we'll decide tonight to move forward with this work.
Thank you, David. That was very good. And I'd like to thank Patrick again. This really helped to shape how I thought about the way that you laid this out was really helpful to kind of get my brain in line. Because otherwise it was kind of just one of those things that has come up and then didn't come up and then I forgot was going to be on the agenda and it seemed like a black hole for me. So I really appreciate the way you did this. And I actually agree with everything that David just read.
Thank you.
Can we just go over, Patrick, did you have a general conclusion? I think at the end of each one you said whether or not the example was suitable for Brattleboro, but I don't remember an overall conclusion.
There was less of a general conclusion and more of a, these are the stories of the communities around us, and this is what they've done, and this is what they've been able to achieve. I think I think each of you has sort of touched on the critical issue at hand, right? There are pros and cons to the condition that we have today, right? On the one hand, it didn't cost us much, and it's not all that good.
You got what we didn't pay for.
There we are.
Right?
There's another memo.
It's the issue about fiber optics as opposed to copper-based systems are the asymmetry and symmetry that Tim pointed out. It's especially important for content providers and or businesses that need to upload stuff and not just consume it and watch YouTube videos. But the question really kind of comes down to what you've been talking about, which is what's the role of government and how important is net neutrality to us and are these is there a problem in Brattleboro, or is there a problem for certain citizens or certain locations in Brattleboro? And I think that's a discussion to be debated.
And this is the first time that we've really had this is the first time, like we've tossed it around at this table, tossed it around with the public, but this is the first time we've ever had anything like this to actually spawn a really in-depth conversation. There's a lot to think. The one thing I hated the most was the Chesterfield one. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I did not like
It's
that.
a bad deal.
Hook your wagon to CCI, and that for me, good for Chesterfield. I hope it's working really awesome for them. But for me, that does not sit well with my palate.
No.
If we're going to do something, it should be our own, so that we can market it as such.
Well, one of the things that I've heard Laura Sebelius say, she focuses on this issue, is that if we're having problem with service, or having problem even with telephone service, you need to call and complain and to make sure that the providers are doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take some
Oh,
minutes?
yes. I'm sorry. I was so lost in thought. Yes, come on. We'll do public participation. My apologies. Brahms.
Franz Reichsman, District 2, Brattleboro. I think the comments that David made are the most germane comments. And if we want to talk about the elephant in the room, I think we have to also talk about the elephant that's not in the room. And that's the question of what happens if we don't do this. And I think other communities are going to do it. If I was going to start a business right now, I'd go to Leverett. I wouldn't come here. I think the upload speeds are critical. I think an increase in upload speed of over 300 times is critically important. I think if action isn't taken in a well-considered way, we're making a big mistake. I think this is something that's essential for the economic development of the town, and to miss out on this opportunity would be foolish. You know, I don't know what the particulars should be, but I think it's too early to be looking at the particulars. Looking at 4 towns, why not look at 100 towns? I mean, there's many examples of this. Westfield, Massachusetts is one that I'm a little bit familiar with. They've done the same thing. They do have a municipal utility, but who says we can't partner with Green Mountain Power in terms of the distribution system? There are many unanswered questions here. But to even focus on 4 particular places, I think at this point is premature and potentially misleading. And I would really urge a thorough, well-considered way to move forward with this. I'm not sure what the details ought to be, but I think that's what you should be talking about at this point.
Thank you, Franz. I almost wonder if this needs, like, can there be a way that this hits our agenda, like quarterly or something, or whatever it needs to be, so that new pieces of information are coming together now that we actually finally have this in-depth kickoff point.
May I speak to that?
Yes.
Please?
Yep, and then we'll go back into the
Okay.
Yep.
I think what you should be weighing, you've heard words of caution, you've expressed some words of caution, you also expressed some enthusiasm, and you've heard a sense of urgency from comments that have been made. So in balancing that and deciding, you know, are you ready to move forward with something, or do you need to process this and consider it again another evening? I would suggest respectfully that scheduling it for periodic visits isn't the way forward. I think either it's, you know, we kind of sit tight and wait for a breakthrough, like if the landscape changes by the report that comes out in December, making it possible to issue general obligation bonds for this in Vermont, would be something that would substantively change the conversation. So if you take the more cautious approach, I don't think that having it scheduled for any particular interval is as important as just us keeping our eyes on what's happening out in the world. And if you want to take a bolder approach, I don't think that's a matter of how often we talk about it. I think it's a matter of who we hire to bring into the conversation on our behalf. I think we need to hire expertise to advise the town about the various things that we're talking about. I share the excitement about what this could represent for our community. But my greatest fear personally is the fact that we already have competition among the big players. And I think Franz makes a fair point that we need to you know, explore these things and not assume that we know the answers. But that's a big one, I think, for us, is getting some expertise brought into the conversation to advise about how we would navigate in a way that we know that the big ones can, you know, when they've got the nationwide private profit-making corporations, that they're able to lowball a particular market where we're trying to do the only thing we can right here in the only place where we can. And so that's, I think, a particularly daunting hurdle. Not to say we can't get over it, but I don't see how we get over it without bringing in some consulting services to help us explore those things further.
Thank you. Was there somebody that wanted to speak? Who was first out here?
Put your hand up so she knows who wants to
Yeah,
speak.
you come right up to the microphone that's in the middle, and then introduce yourself and where you're from.
I'm Patsy Cushing from Brattleboro. I have a couple of things to respond to you. Boy, does it, there is so much fear in the world right now, and there's so many things that start out with be afraid of this, be afraid of that. I hate to see that perpetuated. And with this, rather than being afraid of this, any problems that might be out there, it makes much more sense to me to take a view that moves forward. If there are obstacles in the way, you navigate. If there are obstacles that say stop, you stop. To start with the idea that there might be something kills the whole forward momentum. And I do think that this is an important forward momentum that needs to be taken for the idea of rejuvenating the town, of adding a whole new possibility to bringing people into town, new people into town, encouraging growth. I think that's really important. Also, what is not talked about, and I know you are not the body to deal with this, however, it is part of the situation. For the health of the town, fiber optic is the way to go. If increasing stronger, faster copper wire technology continues, we are going to see dramatic health effects. They're being seen in Boston already in areas where technology has advanced a step, and in other cities where that is happening. And they will come here if that is allowed to, if we allow that fear of these big companies to keep us from doing something that is much safer as well as faster and smarter and less expensive in the long run. Not in the short run, in the long run.
Thank you. Emily? Thank you. Do you need me to speak over the applause?
Hi, Emily Kornheiser, State Representative hat. I've been attending and part of many of the conversations about the communication union districts, and there's a lot of momentum. Just want to sort of repeat what Patrick said. There's a lot of momentum in the area for that already. And so when you talk about bringing in technical expertise, learning more about what's happening in other places and working, that's already really being brought to the area as part of these communication union district conversations. So know that there are resources that are coming to the community to address these issues specifically. There's a new position created at the Public Service Department specifically to advise communities on these technical issues as they step into this new arena. And so really just want to encourage you all to collaborate actively to learn from what other communities are doing and to pull down that expertise that's going to be available in the coming months. And I know Patrick's looped into all of those conversations.
Great, thank you.
Great.
Liz, did you want me to come back over?
Yeah, I just, it's my understanding that Springfield has really nice fiber optic cable.
That's right. Vermont?
Yeah.
Springfield, Vermont.
Yeah.
And it might be helpful for Patrick to explore for us a little bit how they got that and how that came about, and if we can emulate that.
Cool. Members, Ricky? And then,
Hi, I'm Ricky from District 2 in Rattleboro, and I am curious if part of the vision outcome of this will include an open Wi-Fi networks that people, whether they're out in the street or in different business locations, that they wouldn't have to sign into a Wi-Fi network in order to access the internet.
Would not have to? Is that what you said?
You would not have to sign in and like with a password that's private, and so that they wouldn't have to pay for that either.
I don't think that's been discussed yet in this scope because this is kind of our first in-depth whack at the conversation. Right now, we're really just been focused on what was covered tonight.
If that could be a future goal as part of the outcome of this, I think that would help everyone.
I'm sure it's something we're going to be looking into as we dive deep into this one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Derek Jordan, and first I want to say thank you so much for allowing the public to speak on this very important issue. I want to say that I 100% agree with David and his assessment. I also want to say I really appreciated Daniel's comments, you know, and looking into what's worked for other sounds, what's the result, you know, have been for that. Also, Franz made excellent points, I think, on the same topic. I work with a group called EMF Safety for Vermont, and although I'm not a scientist, I've been looking into the issues of wireless and fiber now for a bunch of months. And we have a very strong and active group. We were very involved in the bill 513 in Montpelier. And we testified before the Senate Finance Committee, the PUC. We went up 5 times to Montpelier and were able to get a health report from the Senate Finance Committee talking about studying 5G. So there's the way I look at this issue is there are 2 issues really in broad terms. There's the issue of economic development, and I think that's really a huge issue, and many people would agree that fiber is more secure, more reliable, and has a much larger bandwidth that allows much greater upload, download speeds, and all that. And I think also a city like Chattanooga, which was mentioned earlier, would be another city to study. I hear they've had great success with their fiber installations in the city. So I would highly recommend we look at that as well. The thing about it is, we already had fiber. It's like we're going to go back to the future on this one, right? It's like fiber was better in every way from wireless. It's just not convenient for many applications. But I and our group supports fiber to the premises, fiber to the home, fiber to the school, fiber to businesses. And I think it will be a huge economic incentive and economic magnet for the town. We're losing young people. You know, this is real in this town. They're not staying here. I raised 3 kids in this area. They all moved away, okay? And because there's just not enough for them to do and a good enough quality that they're looking for. But having fiber would increase the opportunities on many levels for lots of this stuff. Now, there's another issue around wireless, and that's the health issue, which you started to address. And our group has been very, very strong on doing research on this issue. And frankly, I was a skeptic, okay, about this whole wireless causes cancer and all this stuff. But there have been thousands of peer-reviewed health studies, non-industry funded studies proving.
Can I hit the pause button here? Can I
I'm
request? Can we keep it to the subject at hand?
So,
what do you think? Because
technically, we shouldn't talk too much about the 5G because it hasn't been warned on an agenda.
okay.
So we really want to stay focused on what we've been.
And can I just say one thing about the 5G and the fiber, which the board may not be aware of, and this is from our group's research, okay? And then I'll leave it there, okay? Because just so you know, in order for 5G to go in, it needs fiber. Fiber has to be put to a telephone pole, which then becomes 4G. In order for 4G, small cell antennas, to be converted to 5G, all they have to do is push a button and upgrade the software. The way 513, the bill that just went through the Senate and was passed, is written, it is a Trojan horse for 5G. It's not mentioned in the bill, but it's there, and it allows people, telecoms, to put in 5G wherever and wherever they want. Okay?
Thank you,
I'll
Derek.
just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Derek.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You
and I
introduce
really
yourself for the people who are watching.
Oh,
on TV.
excuse me?
Yeah, introduce yourself
Oh,
and
I'm where
sorry,
you're from.
I'm
Donald Saff.
I really appreciate what both Derek and what David was saying about fiber optics. And I'm just curious if surrounding communities could be brought into it, because like I'm in Brattleboro all the time, but I live in Marlboro, and we sometimes will go up to maybe like a week without service during the winter. It's incredibly spotty.
Yeah.
And the people on my road are actually looking into themselves forming a group and putting in fiber optic. So
I'm not surprised.
if small, I mean, I think it's the same in West Brattleboro, and just, you know, really close to the downtown. So I just wondered if it could be brought into a larger circle.
I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, kind of one of the goals of the, what is it, Communication Union District?
Yep.
That is the goal. So that's the table that is already, I believe, active. So maybe speaking with your town representatives to make sure that they're at that table. Emily, did you have, or Michael?
Michael Bosworth, Brattleboro. I think talking about role of government, certainly you want to worry about obsolescence, and this is a big issue for economic development. I think you know, Tim is one example of a business that uses it, but if our infrastructure falls further and further behind, if we don't do anything, then we have more and more obsolescence. I worked for 7 years at the University of Massachusetts as part of a group that was serving internet bandwidth to 20 of the state and community colleges. And what was considered broadband never stood still. It always was making leaps ahead of, so we always had to plan well ahead, because the amount of bandwidth for new applications kept getting larger and larger. So certainly I think the town needs to worry about that. I have one question that follows up on Fran's, who's here. It mentioned about Green Mountain Power, and that occurred to me as well. Whether they've been approached at all, whether they're interested at all, whether they can legally get into this arena at all. Do we know at this point? Or it was sort of directed at you, Patrick. Have you heard anything about that?
Have you heard anything from Green Mountain Power about their interest, et cetera?
I know that there are component pieces of H513 that are seeking to, I believe, motivate electric utilities to explore their capacity for delivering this type of service. I haven't been in touch with any of the electric utilities, Green Mountain Power, or anybody else to
Sure.
continue that discussion.
Thank you.
One thing I'm pretty certain of is that the Green Mountain Power hasn't asked the legislature to allow them to restrict other people using their poles. They wouldn't have to approve that. Obviously, they have to be compensated for whatever cost it would have for them, but that infrastructure, to the best of my knowledge, is available at this point.
Then just a short comment about the EC fiber model. If they don't hold currently Montpelier and Hartford, right? Or, at what point, if the service is so good outside of them, at what point do they scream so loudly and have the political will, the political, just status to be able to say, all right, you have to start serving us, or we'll go elsewhere. So in some ways, it gives you some leverage at some point if everybody else around you has much better service. Just a thought. And just one small question. You said in one part of your report, numerous providers. How many providers do we have in Bravo? I'm not aware of Comcast and Consolidated.
There's another one, isn't there? I don't remember.
Is Verizon here?
There are a variety. I don't know all of them. I wouldn't pretend to know all of them. There's certainly Comcast, Consolidated, First Light,
That's
Verizon.
the one I was trying to think of, First Light.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
There's 2 to 3 big players, and then
Yeah.
some,
Some little. Okay. So tell me where we should be right now, because I think we're about wrapped up with comments. in any direction.
So the board needs to decide, I think, whether you want to consider what you've heard and discussed tonight and have another discussion soon about actions you might choose to take, or whether you want to move forward with something. I think at very minimum, what we can assure you is if you don't tell us to stop being participating in the CUD, we're going to keep participating in the CUD. We agree with what's been said about the importance of staying plugged into that conversation that's going on regionally, and as Emily pointed out, what we can learn from the expertise that's being brought to that table. So we're going to do that, and I can't imagine that you're going to tell us not to. But beyond that, for additional next steps, I mean, we could make contact with GMP and find out, what their thinking is on this. We can find out what happened in Springfield, but
I feel better.
those are limited steps. I think if you've heard both from within your membership and from within the public urging to sort of move forward more boldly, and I think that needs to be defined if you're going to rally around action of what moving forward more boldly looks like.
Patrick?
Yeah, in addition, I agree with everything Peter just mentioned. One other thing you may wish to consider is if you found the opportunity to use general obligation bonds for a communication plant to be something that's potentially attractive, even just the option.
Oh, it's way more attractive than a revenue
You may
bond.
wish individually or potentially collectively to convey your sentiment to the folks who are currently investigating this and are required to report back to the legislature in December. That would be the state treasurer, the executive director of the bond bank, and the secretary of the administration.
That would get us through most of budget season, most of the heavy lift of budget season, wouldn't it? If we waited to December before we brought this back up. I'm thinking of like burden on staff to continue this work while we're also about to put a burden on staff to bring us the budget consecutively for several weeks at a time. But if we said, let's touch back on this after the December vote, is that like a trigger mark for us to get it back?
I think I don't think you should let the fact that we're entering into the budget period of the year determine what you think the proper next steps are for this. Because if we were to say, based on sort of seasonal workload, when would this be more convenient to work on? It'd be more convenient to work on just like we just did in the summertime. And we're not suggesting to you that if you feel a sense of urgency that you wait until we get past town meeting.
Okay. Liz? And
I
then
would
David.
suggest that we ask Patrick, in light of the conversation that we've just held, to come back at our next meeting with next steps that we can actually vote on.
Okay. David?
I'm not sure if Patrick can do that or well, I don't know about that. But what I do know is that the big providers are not going to ever provide us with high quality competitive service. It's not profitable. That's not how they work. That's why Burlington is getting 5G wired up in the city right now, and there's very little going on around here, and that's going to continue. If we're willing to accept obsolescence, then we can go really slowly. I think that at the minimum, to do what Peter first mentioned, which is to identify who has which organizations, businesses, nonprofits, including the people working with the community district proposal, continue to identify where are people who can provide us the expertise to identify what do we really need here, what do we want here, what makes the most sense here. People that have that information, have that expertise, to at least identify them, give us a sense of what that's going to cost, and then come back and have us talk again about how to hire or engage people that have the expertise to help us figure out how to approach this. That would be my suggestion for moving forward.
Patrick, would it be feasible by the next meeting to have touch base with Green Mountain Power and touch base, as David just said, with who could be helpful, or do you need a couple more weeks than that? Next meeting feels really close.
I'd like to speak to that. So touching base with some specific entities is something we can do in short order. We can contact GMP, we can contact Springfield. The CUD is going to have a schedule of its own that evolves that we're not going to control, but we're going to stay plugged into. So So, we'll bring additional knowledge from that process as it happens. The expertise, and I probably spoke to it in too vague a manner, Lou speaks very specifically to what I was talking about with expertise. In Patrick's report, he talks about that there's a threshold moment when you decide we really want to get serious about this, when you spend tens of thousands of dollars to hire a consultant to be the person who's in your corner telling you the stuff you need to know about risks and opportunities and costs and timeframes, just like you do when you hire an architect for a construction project,
Right.
and or an engineer if it's in utilities or something. So that's an important threshold moment.
Okay.
That if there's enough support at this table to make this a very high priority, we can begin working on an RFP that would be the way we would solicit for that work. That could well be ready 2 weeks from now. It might not be ready until 5 weeks from now, which is the next meeting after that.
Sure.
But it would be a do it soon item if you were to tell us to do that tonight.
Okay.
You've also heard Liz suggest that we come back and put that option in a broader perspective of other actions that are available. And I got to say, I think based on the magnitude of this, what starting down the road means, I'd like to make clear that I'm not suggesting we don't start down the road. I'm suggesting that if we do it in an informed and cautious manner. If we determine after thinking cautiously about it that we want to be bold, that's a good informed decision. If we want to be bold without doing the cautious thought first, I'm concerned about that. I think it's important that we do consider, for instance, even what this first wave of cost would involve in order to bring the expertise into our process right here, as opposed to just gaining knowledge from the CUD process. So in the absence of a staff recommendation, I guess I'm formulating one to say I like the idea that we bring you back 2 weeks from tonight some perspective about the range of options, from those that are going to be too cautious for Dave to those that are going to be too bold perhaps for some of the rest of you.
Perfect.
And that will help you have a discussion about where you as the governing body want to take us.
I like that.
Thank
Tim?
you.
I like that too. I do want to say that at that, we're going to have to make a little more time, in my opinion, because throughout this whole discussion, and David, that was great. Can I please have a copy of
Yeah,
that?
that was.
Yeah. And Franz made some good points on some others, but I'm going to be very strong in my opinion of let's not start down a road until we know what road we're talking about, because we really haven't defined, as I said before, what is the definition of municipal broadband? What are our goals, right?
Absolutely.
You can't just throw out, we want 100, 100. Well, how much of Brattleboro, and how is that going to be delivered? And all this stuff has to be discussed before.
Well, one thing.
Let me just finish. Okay. Before we go out on RFP for this,
One thing that I
because the
think-
RFP people do not tell Brattleboro what they need. Brattleboro tells Brattleboro what
Right.
they need. Okay?
Yeah, Brattleboro writes the RFP.
So it may sound like I'm being cautious and pumping brakes, but that's my job, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's important to point out that equity means that everybody gets the same. That you run a fiber to the business, what people connect to it, whether they connect to it, all those things are up to them. But the municipal infrastructure is, you make it available to everybody. So everybody can get.
Well, then the next question is who's paying for it?
Well, that's all part of
Sure.
what
But I mean,
what we're asking Peter to do.
Well, I'm saying that the ball's in our court to decide some of these things before we just don't
I would never.
figure it all out, staff. That's a little.
Well, and that's not what I'm saying.
I'd be a little weirded out
But
though.
we're
if it
not
wasn't
going to
for
be
everybody.
we're not going to be talking about how to finance it until we have established goals and engage the community in the process of seeing, what do you want here? What's the support for this? Do people even, we've got a ton of work to do before we get to those specifics. And I think what Peter suggested, which is to go out and find out what information is available, who's got it, how much it would cost us to look into this in a cautious but active way, is exactly what you suggested is exactly what we should do.
Do you need a motion for that?
And
No, we don't need a
I'm
motion.
not finished.
Liz?
I want everyone to pay attention to the comments that Emily made that the state is working on this and the state has expertise, and before we go out on for an RFP and reinvent the wheel, I think we need to really study what the state can tell us, what the state has available for communities like ours.
That won't take long. One person for the whole state will find out very quickly. They have very little. But
Well,
find that out
well,
too.
That was not the impression that I got from what Emily said.
And the state and Brattleboro may have very different goals, and that's why I keep returning to, we need to talk as a community about
Yeah,
what the goal
and I also just wanted to discuss a little about the equity. You know, if you live in downtown Brattleboro, you may have one realm of service, and if you live in a holler somewhere in West Brattleboro, you might have different service. And I don't consider equity to be the town paying for everyone to have equal service.
Yeah. Yeah, that brings up another interesting question of, you know, I think ideally if we're thinking about our planet, you know, we want to concentrate people. We want people to be drawn toward the concentrated area of Brattleboro.
Oh, I hope Gemma Seymour's watching right now.
Oh, I do too.
I do,
exactly.
seriously.
Because she makes very good points about this.
And that's what the master plan says.
Exactly, very good point. But in a nutshell, we really should be thinking, if we're thinking in the future and the health of our community in the future, is an inequity of that which would draw people in and not sprawl people all over all of Brattleboro confines, which are quite broad.
Yeah, they really are.
And there would be, you know, everybody could feel free to just live anywhere within Brattleboro if everyone got the same amazing fiber or high-speed cable or whatever we're talking about.
Good point.
To consolidate people is the more earth-friendly way to go.
I don't see a contradiction between somebody that already lives out in a holler someplace having the same access and running their business from home to somebody being downtown and having it.
Because it encourages somebody next to them buying a plot.
It encourages sprawl.
And sprawling out over the entirety of the
It's an expense.
Wow, this is frightening. I mean, how are we going to expand the population and get people to come into Brattleboro if more people don't move in?
We build
build
the center. We build the towns out.
We have this river.
Huh?
Well,
it's a
we're
good
way off
conversation
the-
to have, is what I'm
It's
saying.
a conversation that has to come up regardless. It's
And I
in the
think-
town plan, people are talking about it,
We might want to, we
I didn't
might want
expect
to put
it to come up
it,
tonight.
we might want to try
at 8
and, not
o'clock.
necessarily warn an article, but somehow include it on the town meeting agenda and engage the whole, at least all the town reps in the conversation.
This is amazing. No, you don't.
I didn't catch that.
I was just saying, we might want to, not necessarily, well, I don't know if we would have an article saying, you know, approve $10,000 or something to hire an expert, but we could bring this to town meeting for a conversation there as well.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think.
Because
it's a bad
obviously, we're all
idea,
over the
actually.
place about this, and I'm not sure the community is, but
Let's wait till the
We'll see.
next meeting before we talk about town meeting.
that's what we've been suggesting.
Were you going to say something, Daniel?
I mean, I guess not. I think a lot has been said.
You have something new to say. Anything new to add?
So I saw a figure of what, 60 to 80,000
I think so.
for like consultant. Right. That's a
think
lot of money. That's like the same amount of money, well, more than the amount of money that we put into the Work Today program. I'm just kind of thinking about like recent big things, you know. So like there was the ladder truck a couple of years back, and you know, if the Leverett job was nearly 4 million for a town of 1,800 people, 1,800. Yeah, I just like I'm excited by the idea in some ways, but I'm also like, is this the thing that the town of Brattleboro needs to be spending X millions of dollars on when we have really urgent crises right now that probably won't be solved by increased download and upload speeds?
And if we don't make long-term investments.
No, I get it, right, I get
You
it.
know,
I mean,
we're not
not
gonna
everything
have a
is about
future
like
anyway.
today, right. And so I think we should make investments, and I think we should be cautious about how we do those.
So I look forward to you bringing this back to the next meeting.
May I just put a ribbon around it by saying, based on everything that we've heard, I just want to manage expectations. We won't do additional research in this 2-week window. What we will do is frame questions and what we perceive to be the range of options for you to decide on next steps.
That'll be incredibly helpful.
And then from that discussion, it'll lead us out to where you might or
Thank
might
you.
not want us to go do additional research.
That would be incredibly helpful. Thank you very much.
And maybe members of the public will reach out and say, hey, this is really important to me. Please.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll hear from
Or
the public.
not.
It
Maybe they'll
depends
reach
on
out
how
with
good a
some
job Chris
positive
does getting the
feedback and
story out.
excitement. That'd be a change
He'll-
than
he
the
always
emails I've
does
been
a good
getting.
job. Yes.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to move on to item D under new business, and that is going to be announcing committee vacancies.
I don't know. We all lost our pets.
Oh, shoot.
Brandy won.
Actually, that's true.
I could still
So,
win, actually.
many people wonder, what can I do? How can I be involved? And you can run for the select board, obviously, but there is a significant time commitment. You can run for representative town meeting, which I would encourage every single solitary registered voter to do because it's an important window into the process. But for some people, that's not quite the right fit either. So here's some other opportunities. You can join the cemetery committee where there is one vacancy.
Everyone's dying to get on it.
Liz. You can join the Citizen Police Communications Committee, which is very interesting. And there is one vacancy on the Citizen Police Communications Committee as well. You can join the Conservation Commission. There are 3 vacancies on the Conservation Commission. You can be a Design Review Committee alternate. There is 1 vacant position. You can be a Development Review Board alternate. That is a very powerful board to be on, as a matter of fact. And there are 2 open positions. There is 1 open position on the Energy Committee. There is 1 opportunity to be a fence viewer, where you literally view a fence. There is 1 opportunity on a committee of 1 person to be the inspector of lumbers, shingle, and wood. And finally, there is 1 available seat on the Planning Commission. So,
Speaking of the future of Bratt.
speaking of the future of Brattleboro, and since I have said all these things in a public forum, including speaking of the select board and representative town meeting, I shall no longer be approached asking how people can be involved, because I have read it to you.
All right.
Yikes.
On that note,
Not even 9 p.m. and we're already flipping, I see.
I call it being bippy. I'm getting bippy. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wonderful. Meeting adjourned at 8:32.
Boom. You win a prize.
I think I win because you're.
I want a lollipop.
At 8:15.
I said 8:20.
7:45.
Well, first I said 8:39, but then I changed it to 8:28 if I had left it where it was.
I said
What is this?
8:37.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 338th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the incredible Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm going to start out every one of our editions with an appeal for funds. BCTV needs funding because the Trump administration has decided that it's changing the way that it interprets how the relationship works between public access television and the various media.
Well, he's got to justify his tax cuts.
Somehow, you know, he's getting. But anyway, BCTV needs money as a result of that, and it's asked each of the programs to raise its own a small portion, and I don't know what the portion is, but my sense is it's about 5% of the amount of money that is needed to record and edit that show.
Well, it ain't free.
It ain't free. And so we're appealing to people to go to brattleboro.tv.org, donate massive amounts of money, and leave a comment saying it's for
That's important.
Energy Week.
It's important.
It is important. And if you can't donate a massive amount of money, a small amount of money is a very nice thing to get also. So
we'll take a massive amount.
We'll take a massive amount, absolutely. This is not something that Tom and I are going to benefit from. It just means that Energy Week can keep going. Oh, shucks. We're not going to take it and go out and buy pizza. And so there we have it. And now I should say, you know, because I should do this every week. Energy Week consists of a set of news items that are picked up from my daily blog called geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. And you can go there and you can click on the date that the news item came up and find it among the 10 or 15 items that would be up for that date, and then go read the original article. And Tom has something to say about that because he always does. Put yourself up,
Well, let's
Tom.
pull me up so everybody sees what I look like.
Yeah.
Some of these articles, if you call them that, are really comprehensive.
Yeah, they're good.
And there's one of them there. It's too big for us to do on one show if we devoted the whole show to it. So some of these are, as I mentioned, really comprehensive.
They are.
I'll try and call your attention to the ones that I think are worth looking at.
Yes.
And some of them are well worth looking at.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to be starting on the 26th of September, which is a week ago today. We record the show on Thursdays, so we start the previous Thursday.
I think we got some kind of a picture.
We
coming
do.
up
We have
here,
a
don't
picture of offshore turbines.
And I think if I do this, it will come up.
There you go.
Bingo.
Those are.
It looks like offshore turbines to me.
An NREL image. Those turbines are not in American waters, but it's the National Renewable Energy Laboratory that put up the photo. Anyway, this is from Renewable Energy Magazine.
It is that, and it's called, and I quote, Dominion Energy plans America's largest offshore wind farm. And by the way, they're expecting it to be operational by 2026.
Yes. Dominion Energy is planning the construction of the single largest offshore wind project in the U.S. waters, consisting of 3 880 megawatt phases. According to the American...
That's significant.
Oh, yeah. According to the American Wind Energy Association, this presents a huge economic opportunity for the state of Virginia because it's in Virginia waters.
It's all of this is happening in Virginia, yeah. They've divvied up the East Coast already.
Right.
Some of it's in Massachusetts, some in Connecticut, some in Maryland, which I think we might mention. Well, I will mention it.
There you go.
Well, these 3 farms together with what's there or being built right now totals 5.5 gigawatts. So they're making significant progress in generating electricity off the East Coast.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned on a show, because I've seen this before, there is more than enough opportunity to generate energy off the East Coast, the Atlantic Shelf, than we need for the entire country.
Yes.
I mean, what we're talking about is only a drop in the bucket here compared to what's potential.
The United States could be powered by those offshore wind projects. As you said, there's more than enough power there to power the United States.
It's likely that it will happen just for economic reasons.
Absolutely.
You know, because the cost of fossil fuels is going higher. It's only going to go higher. And the cost of renewables is going lower, and it's only going to go lower.
There was an article that appeared in the news today where they were talking about the problems that.
How did that happen?
Well, I bumped a key here. The problems that will develop in Australia because the amount of energy on the grid, which was a lot of the energy in this particular instance, was from coal burning power plants, but they couldn't reduce the amount that they were putting on. So the spot price of energy on I think it was the Queensland grid went to negative $1,000 per megawatt hour, which
so
is
they were paying you a lot of money to take the energy.
Negative $1 per kilowatt hour, and you know it's an Australian dollar, so it's 75 US cents.
Yeah.
But nevertheless.
The more power you use, the bigger the check you get.
Yeah, and what was happening was the Guardian was saying this is not the disaster that it sounds like. It's something else. But you know that's going to be something we may talk about next week.
Well, I'll mention a couple of things here. I'm going to
Good
put
idea.
me up so they see what I look like.
You want me to put that back up?
Huh?
You want me to put that old photograph back up? This is not responding. Yeah, go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Yeah, America's first offshore wind farm, the 30-megawatt Block Island wind farm. 30 megawatts is nothing.
Well, compared to these things, yeah.
Off the coast of Rhode Island, came online in 2016. Now, Dominion Energy, these guys, recently began construction on a 12-megawatt coastal Virginia offshore wind project off of Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
This is really a pilot project, but it's small.
Yes.
Okay? But they're getting in there big. Now, Ørsted, that we talked about, has been awarded the rights to build offshore wind farms to serve the markets of Maryland, New Jersey, Rhode Island, New York, and Connecticut. And these wind farms will have a total capacity of nearly 3 gigawatts. And they're to be commissioned by 2024. So they started late developing this, but they're moving quick to catch up.
Yeah.
In the United States, right, exactly.
The technology has already been developed in Europe. And
well, the Brits have been doing it for years, and they're doing it very well, as you know, as you watch this show.
And I should mention, by the way, that a gigawatt of offshore wind power is not the same as a gigawatt of nuclear power, because nuclear plants tend to run about 90% of the time, or 92% of the time, or something like that in the United States. Offshore wind power has a capacity factor that may be above 50%, but probably
Depends on where you are and what time of year it is. And
so offshore wind power, you know, that you have.
The wind doesn't always blow.
Yeah, and for offshore wind, it's about a gigawatt is about half, perhaps, of what a gigawatt of nuclear capacity is. Just so people understand why there's that difference. But
well, we got another one coming up here, and it's on the same subject, but at a different location.
And it doesn't have a photo.
Well, we can live with that.
That one that we just talked about was Renewable Energy Magazine. This one is from CNN.
CNN usually has a good website, by the way. If we say it's CNN, usually you can find it's pretty good. In this particular case, there's a very interesting 4.5-minute video.
Yep.
Okay, and it's how to build offshore wind. And it shows you the training these guys go through and all that. A very interesting video.
Yep. This, you have a title for this.
World's largest offshore wind farm is nearly complete. It can power 1 million homes.
Now that'll tell you something about how small the 32 megawatts that we have in the United States is, because that is not going to power.
No, this is a significant
this
farm.
is huge. The world's largest offshore wind farm is taking shape 120 kilometers, or 75 miles, off England's Yorkshire coast. Hornsea 1 will produce enough energy to supply 1 million UK homes with clean energy when it is completed in 2020.
Well, Yorkshire, for what it's worth, is northeastern England. It's
Yeah.
almost in Scotland.
Almost.
Okay, and this is off that coast. And it's pretty far out to sea.
Yeah. And they have a Yorkshire dialect, by the way, which is absolutely incomprehensible to people.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. In fact, it's more like Norwegian than it is like
Is
English.
that so?
Yeah.
Well, they're saying here Hornsea 2. They're talking about Hornsea 1
Yes.
in this article. Hornsea 2 is already under construction.
Yes.
Okay, it has the potential to meet the electricity needs of up to 1.6 million homes.
So we're
it's gonna be
talking
bigger
about a
than
lot of, well, these two projects.
Well, they're
that's
talking about Hornsea 3.
Yeah, I know. These two projects would power Scotland, I think.
It probably would.
So, it's not that the Scots need
But between
power
the three
from,
of these Hornseas, they're talking 5 million homes.
Yes.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. And in the meantime, Scotland is also producing power, which is shipping
Which
to
they
England.
are, right.
Yeah.
Well, let's read what I got to take away here.
Okay.
The 1.2 gigawatt project spans an area of 10 square miles.
Right.
This is pretty big. It consists of 174 wind turbines, which are each 7 megawatts.
These
So
are
they're-
big wind turbines.
They're significant. They're not
Yeah.
the biggest, but they're
not
up
the
there.
biggest, but they're up there.
They're
Yeah.
each 300 feet tall, so these are the big guys.
Yes.
Okay. Hornsea 1, the blades will have a circumference of 250 feet. Okay. Just a single rotation of one of the turbines can power an average home for a day.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
And Hornsea 1 will generate nearly twice the power of Ørsted's Watney extension, which we've talked about on the show. Currently the largest offshore farm in the world.
Right.
Which is located in the Irish
Well,
Sea.
this is a gigantic project.
This is big.
Yeah.
And we got a picture coming up here. Let's
We
get
do.
that picture up.
There it is.
No, that's not it.
That's it.
There it is. There it is. You got any idea what kind of fish they are?
You know what they look like? They look like very young tuna to me. But I don't think they are, though.
They're pretty young because there's a hand in that picture.
Yeah, there sure is. But, you know, I'm not an expert on fish.
No, they're definitely saltwater
I
fish,
can
but I don't know what
tell
they
you
are.
that they're not brook trout.
No, definitely not.
And this is from CNN.
It is that. It's from CNN, and it says, landmark UN report warns sea levels will rise faster than projected by 2100. This is a good article, by the way.
Yeah.
Very
Cities
good
from New
article.
York to Shanghai could see regular flooding as sea levels rise faster than previously expected. Glaciers and ice sheets from the Himalayas to the Antarctic are rapidly melting, and the fisheries that feed millions of people are shrinking. This is not good news. In fact, I would have to say that it's really bad news. Climate change is happening much, much faster than the scientists expected it would. It looks to me like it might be pretty close to their worst case scenarios.
Well, this is a good article, and it starts with an angry Greta, which I think we've already
Angry
seen.
Greta. Well, I'm laughing at the idea of an angry Greta, but the reason I'm laughing is because Greta's angry a lot.
Well, she's got a right to be, really.
She does. So does any other person who's under 50.
Interesting thing about Greta, they're starting now to try to dishonor her, I say, try to bring her down.
Yeah,
that's an indication that she's effective.
Yeah, I
If she
guess.
wasn't doing
Well,
anything,
you know,
they wouldn't bother.
I called a person I went to college with my freshman year.
Yeah.
And I hadn't talked with her for 53 years or something like that. And we chatted a little bit. And I mentioned Greta Thunberg. She had never heard of Greta Thunberg.
No kidding.
And a lot of people haven't. And I said, here is a girl who has been an activist for a year and a half, maybe 2 years. She is 16 years old. She's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. The odds makers are making her a really heavy favorite to get that prize. And when she called for a worldwide strike, school strike, 4.5 million people were involved. This is a woman who has, a young woman, she looks like she's 11, and she is a young woman, and she may be one of the most powerful women on the planet in terms of what she can get people.
In terms of what she's accomplishing. There's an article that I read, I think we're going to talk about it, where she's the leader of the United States, not Trump.
I don't think we are quite going to say that.
I read that one. I don't know if we're going to talk about it.
I have got to tell you, I think I've mentioned it a bunch of times. I feel like writing an article for Green Energy Times or something that has two photographs, one of which is Greta Thunberg with the caption, Greta Thunberg, world leader, and the other is Donald Trump with a thing that
somebody
says,
wrote that article already.
Donald Trump, not world leader. And yeah, somebody beat me to it. But
well,
did
I read the article, the name of the article already? I don't think I did.
I don't think so.
Landmark UN report warns sea levels will rise faster than projected by 2100.
You did read it, and I read the little blurb afterwards. I think we should go on our...
Well, there's an interesting thing. Last week.
Yeah.
This is what, Thursday?
Yes.
Monday's weather report. In Montana, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, up to 2 feet of snow.
Wow.
And in the southeast, Florida, Alabama, landmark highs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was yesterday that I saw that the temperature in Chattanooga hit 100 degrees.
Chattanooga.
Yeah.
100 degrees. Wow.
100 degrees.
Wow.
I might be wrong about that, but anyway, we're up to Friday, September 27th, with a piece from NBCnews.com.
Yes, we do.
This is good.
Latin America pledges 70% renewable energy, surpassing the European Union.
At the United Nations Climate Action Summit, Latin American countries have set a collective target of 70% renewable energy by 2030, more than double what the EU plans. Colombia's energy minister was the person who pointed this out. Her country has a renewable tender scheduled for October. Now, this is big, but looking at the action on renewable energy, there has been incredible activity in Chile. There is
all through South America.
All through South America, and Brazil is powered. Their vehicles are powered mostly
by alcohol.
Ethanol that they get from various sources. I think it's is it Paraguay where they get I think it's Paraguay. They generate 1,000% of the energy of the electrical power they need from renewables. Yeah, it's hydro, and it's been there for a long time. But they are, Nicaragua. Is it Nicaragua? Costa Rica. Costa Rica is operating at very close to 100%. So, these people have got their act together.
Well, they're doing it for economic reasons.
They are.
Well, the plan, by the way, is to put Latin America in leadership roles ahead of the UN Climate Change Summit, which is going to take place in South America, in Chile, in December.
Yes.
So they're getting ready.
They are.
Okay, and good for them.
Good for them.
Okay,
now we have a picture of a western meadowlark.
Oh.
And you can blame that picture on Matthew Pendleton of of Cornell University.
I love birds. I mean, my mother loves birds, and I was growing up loving birds. I can actually remember, I couldn't read.
Yeah.
But I had a bird book.
Yes.
And I could identify every bird in that bird book.
Yeah.
Well, birds are dying. I'll put the bird up again. Birds are dying off at an alarming rate, which is very scary.
Yes.
Here's how you can help from your own backyard.
And alarming studies.
It gives a number of reasons which we don't have time to really talk about.
An alarming study says that since 1970, the U.S. and Canada have lost almost a third of their bird population. Habitat loss, collisions with glass, hunting by cats, and pesticides.
Which is scary.
Yeah, are the
cats,
biggest
even
threats.
well-fed cats will kill birds.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we know cats kill just for the fun of it a lot of the time.
Well, it's instinctive.
It's an instinctive thing. That's what they do. And then they take whatever they've killed and put it someplace. a lot of the time. We had a cat.
Sometimes it's a strange place, like one of your shoes.
I lived in Massachusetts in a place where I was 100 yards from a wildlife refuge, and the wildlife refuge, by its nature, there was no hunting in there, and it was overrun by rabbits. And I had a cat that would go to the wildlife refuge, kill a rabbit, bring it back, and put it under my son's window. Okay. Hunting by cats, pesticides are big threats, and this is according to the American Birding Conservatory.
Well, as I was saying, it really bothers me because I love birds.
Well,
I read this same article before I read this under a different name. It was called 3 Billion Canaries in the Coal Mine.
Oh, wow.
And it's virtually the same article.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's very scary.
Well, this is a problem that we've actually talked about before.
Well, let me talk about a few ways you can help.
Yes,
okay, that's what the article said.
Yeah, that's what people need to know.
Prevent birds from ramming into your windows using decals and screens. Okay?
Yes.
Simple. Keep cats indoors.
Yeah, keep cats indoors. It's better for the cat, but it's much better for the birds.
Absolutely. Make birds more welcome in your yard, and there's several ways to do that. Plant native shrubs. Native shrubs. Avoid pesticides. Duh. Take down dead trees and limbs. Don't take down dead, because that's where the birds...
A lot of birds...
Nest in them.
They nest in those
and
things.
Put up bird feeders.
Yeah. Okay. We have an article coming up from Renew Economy.
Yes, we do. What am I going to do here? I'm going to put us both up like
There
this.
you go.
Macquarie reveals 5-year plan for massive involvement in 20 gigawatt renewables.
Australian-based Macquarie Group has announced plans to develop a massive portfolio of clean energy projects with a goal of investing in 20 gigawatts of new projects across the globe. This is worldwide, and it will be channeled through a subsidiary called Green Investment Group. Now, this 20 gigawatts is probably the equivalent of about, I'm going to say probably about 5 nuclear power plants the size of Vermont Yankee, maybe more.
That's about right.
This is a lot of power. This is enough to power a couple of U.S. states.
Well, what's going on here?
New England.
Macquarie is an investment firm.
Right.
You invest in Macquarie. Macquarie takes your money and invests in other stuff.
Yep.
And in this particular case, they're investing in the Green Investment Group,
right,
which was started by the UK government, but which these guys have bought.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're investing, you've got money to invest, this is a good outfit to do it.
This is a place you could do it, although there are plenty of investments that you can make that are in the United States or local to Vermont or New Hampshire or wherever it is that you live. Okay, we are up to Saturday, September 28th. We have a picture which is called Barrier Island Creation. And
well, that's a picture of Louisiana.
It's the coast of Louisiana.
And as we've talked about on the show, they're losing land big time there.
They are.
Particularly western Louisiana, the west coast. And that's what this is, and they're trying to save that land.
Well, I don't know how in the world they're going to do that. I mean, there are places that are 30 miles inland that are 7 feet above sea level. How are you going to protect that?
Certainly you don't have a clue from that picture.
Yeah. Okay, this is from Clean Technica.
Is it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there it is.
Oil
There it
company.
is. I'm trying to find it in my notes.
Yeah.
Oil company agrees to pay up to $100 million to restore the Louisiana coastline.
An
They
agreement.
feeling guilty or something?
I don't know. No, actually, like this. Well, let me read this. An agreement between Freeport McMoran, a company that specializes in drilling for oil in the Gulf of Mexico, and 12 coastal communities in Louisiana may set a precedent. The company agreed to pay up to $100 million to restore the Louisiana coastline. And I got to tell you, Tom, I don't believe for a minute that they can do anything, regardless of how much money they put in, to restore that coastline. I just don't believe it.
Well, we've talked about that, and you could very well be right. There's a lot of people living down there that have been moving inland, and then they move again.
Yes.
And if
And
you
their
look at that
communities-
picture, they're not going to be able to move very much longer.
Yeah.
Well, Mick Moran Freeport-McMoran is a small drilling company.
Yeah.
They're hoping that this will serve as a wake-up call to the big guys.
Yes.
And this is from the article. Louisiana loses a football field size chunk of its coastline to the sea every 2 hours. Okay. So the sea is encroaching.
Yeah.
Since 1930, more than 2,000 square miles of the state has been claimed by the Gulf of Mexico. That's about twice the size of Rhode Island.
So what are they going to do? What they
Why?
have to do is
They're going to move.
They're going to move. And I just don't see what the choice is. Throwing $100 million into trying to restore that coastline is like throwing money into
It's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah,
It's
it
nowhere
really
near
is.
enough money.
No, and I don't think there is enough money to restore that coastline.
It probably isn't.
If they want to have a good coastline for Louisiana, the thing to do is to move about 20 miles inland and start building sandbars there. Because I don't think they can do it.
I don't think you can do that in most of that land.
Okay, we have an item here from the BBC, and I want to say there was no search that I did for renewable energy or climate change or anything like that that led me to this particular story. This was one of the things that came up.
It's a good article.
Because
It's a long article.
Yeah.
Very long article.
I was just looking through the regular news, which is something I do every day, and this came up there. So what do you got for a title?
Well, this is interesting. The 3.5% rule.
Yeah.
How a small minority can change the world.
Yes, and this was, I read this and I thought to myself, wow. Okay, Erica Chenoweth, a political scientist at Harvard University, has shown that it takes around 3.5% of the population to be participating actively in protests to ensure serious political change. She showed civil disobedience is the most powerful way to shape world politics. And what she did here was she looked at a whole bunch of protest movements.
Yep.
And she found that in every single case, if 3.5% of the population was engaged,
It won.
It won.
Yeah.
In every single case.
And that's not a big percent.
Well,
in that case, maybe it is, but I mean, it sounds small.
I mean, if you think about it, that would mean for the United States, it would be upwards of 10 million people.
Well, the quick takeaway from here is just duplicates what you said.
Yeah.
Nonviolent protests are twice as likely to succeed as armed conflicts.
Yes.
They led to political change 53% of the time compared to 26% for violent protests.
Wow.
And those engaging a this is the important one. Those engaging a threshold of 3.5% of the population have never failed to bring about change.
What's that all about? Really? Okay. Now that is nonviolent, and it makes me wonder what would have happened in 1917 if the Russians had a nonviolent revolution and it stayed nonviolent. I wonder.
Good question. Good question.
Okay, we have an item coming up from CNN.
And we got a picture, don't we?
We have a picture. This is a picture of what's called sunny day flooding. And this is a site that in some parts of the United States comes along every 2 weeks.
Comes along, yeah, we've talked about that on the show, especially in Miami, which was where this picture was taken.
Okay.
Climate change is raising quite the stink in Florida. They mean that literally.
They mean it literally. In addition to other problems, sunny day flooding that comes with rising sea levels threatens to overwhelm septic systems, leading to health issues. Dade County is where Miami is. A Dade County report estimates that it will take more than $3.3 billion to build water treatment facilities that to provide sewer hookups for the people who have septic systems in that county. And the reason is because of climate change induced
I'll mention that.
Rising seas.
This is from CNN, and like CNN, it's usually a pretty good site to visit.
Yeah.
There's a 4-minute video there.
Yes.
Okay, and this is from the article. You flush your toilet. The waste fills a tank. Bacteria breaks it down. The effluent goes underground and gets released into the soil. The higher water table is eating away at that soil. Okay, everything floats downhill. And if there's no more downhill, it just isn't going to work.
Yeah.
contamination becomes a real possibility.
The,
That's what this is all about.
These tanks are winding up being underwater.
And
They
they're
don't
just
work
not working.
underwater.
Right.
And you know they have leaching fields, and the waste goes out of the tanks into the leaching fields. Well, if the leaching fields are underwater, then the effluent winds up just being in the
It's percolating up to the surface.
and it's getting into people's drink wells that they drink from. It means that
It's a
they
big
have
problem.
a big problem.
And it's not a problem they can resolve easily just because of the nature of the land.
Well, you know, there are ways that they can deal with this that don't involve huge numbers of sewer hookups. And I think having biodigesters in Florida makes a lot of sense. They could save a lot of money by putting
basically a septic tank is a biodigester.
Yeah, but they can have a
You're talking
biodigester, real biodigester
that are sitting on the surface.
that's sitting on the surface.
Yeah.
And yes, that would involve some changes, but you know. Okay, we're up to Sunday, the 29th of September, and we have an item in here from Bloomberg. Bloomberg is a difficult place for me to deal with because
Is it really?
Well, they allow me 2 articles a month. So, you know,
so you got to pay. They don't want.
they have a paywall. And when I'm doing these things, you know, I'll look at a site, and then a lot of times I say to myself, oh, I don't know that a person going to my blog can actually load this. So what I have to do is try it on a different computer. Well, there are ways of tricking things into thinking that you're on, even though you're on the same computer, that you've gone to a different computer. But they know that you've done this.
Or sometimes you can search for the same item, you know, under a different. Well,
Yeah,
just
but
do a search for
you
the
can
same
do
item,
that, but
when it comes up.
You know,
well,
what I do is I do my stuff at home on a Raspberry Pi, and then what I do is I put the thing at the blog, but I have an edit window open. Then what happens is I go use this computer and I go onto the blog, and from that computer, and then I am physically at a different computer, but that only gets 2 views a month. And then I can go to this computer because these 2 computers are mine, and you know, if I run out there, well, I do have another Raspberry Pi I can use. But it's not easy to get, and sometimes I put things up that don't work, as you know. Anyway, why Vladimir Putin believes in global warming? Well,
I'm supposed to say that.
I think you already did, didn't you?
I don't think so.
Well, you can say it again if you want.
Well, no sense in repeating you. Now,
Okay.
you got something else to say about
I
that.
do. Some Russians have been seeing climate change as a good thing, with new opportunities for commerce, shipping, exploration for petroleum sources. But the melting of permafrost poses a huge threat to Russia's heartlands, and the thawing ground cannot bear the weight of the infrastructure.
That's interesting. We've talked about that.
We have talked about it before. The
In
infrastructure.
Canada, I think, northern Canada, buildings are collapsing.
Well, the Russians
What
are
was
worrying.
it? Spitsbergen.
Spitsbergen.
Yeah, we did something on that.
And we've actually talked about a huge sinkhole in Siberia that just, you know, it's like 300 yards across or something. And what happens if those appear in cities? Well, I've got news for you. They're going to.
Yeah.
Because the melting permafrost is going to
Won't
happen
support the city.
and it won't, because the foundations are sitting on the ice and the permafrost.
Yeah.
Now, in this article, they're talking almost entirely about oil infrastructure.
They are.
And,
But it covers much more than that.
Yeah.
And this is what they're saying about it. Some of Russia's largest oil and gas fields are at risk, and it may be too late to avoid much of the permafrost
I got
loss.
news for you. It is too late.
Doing nothing would see even more problems for Russia's oil and gas producers.
Well, the Russians have started building oil drilling rigs and production rigs that take melting permafrost into account.
So they sort of float, huh?
They kind of float. And, you know, I mean, this is insanity. You have climate change going on because of the oil that you're using. The climate change is making it impossible for you to use existing infrastructure to go after your oil. So what do? Instead of saying, hey, we should stop using oil, they say, oh, we're going to build oil rigs that can do this even if the permafrost melts.
Sounds like the wrong solution to a problem.
Boy, does it ever.
Okay.
Okay, we've got an item now from the New Hampshire Public Radio.
Yeah, coming back home, and we got a nice picture here.
We have an interesting picture. I looked at that picture and I said,
Where did I get
is
the
that
picture of?
really New Hampshire, or is that Glastonbury, England, with a bunch of druids?
Well, what the article says is dozens arrested at a protest outside New England's largest coal power plant in Bow, New Hampshire.
Nearly 70 people were arrested during a protest at a coal-fired power plant in Bow on Saturday. The activists had marched onto the grounds of the Merrimack Station, the largest coal-burning facility left in New England, and that is not set to retire.
Well, they're getting scared because what the article says is state police wearing riot gear, which they didn't need, began to detain the protesters, binding their hands with zip ties before transporting them off-site to face Class B misdemeanor charges for criminal trespassing on posted property.
We're going to have another story about that in this. It's not about Bow, it's about a different operation, but it's police arresting that girl at the end of this thing. We have a picture for her,
Yeah, we
too.
got that, yep.
And it is disturbing what's going on here.
Well, they don't like protesters. And they're trying to let them know that protesting is not a good thing.
Yeah.
And they're really infringing on people's constitutional rights.
Yes, they are.
If money is speech, certainly walking like you see in that picture, I'm going to bring it up again, is speech.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, our next item is from Truth Out. We're still on Sunday, September 29th.
Big banks are shifting mortgages made riskier by climate change onto taxpayers. Oh, they wouldn't do a thing like that.
New research first reported in the New York Times suggests banks are shifting mortgages made riskier by the climate emergency over to financial institutions backed by U.S. taxpayers, a finding that echoes the subprime lending crisis of 2008. I told you, Tom, about the research that I did on flood insurance premiums.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Between
More than once.
1977 and 2015, because of inflation, increased population, increased value of property relative to the dollar, I calculated that the cost of flood insurance premiums should have gone up by a factor of 5.5, but it didn't. It went up by a factor of 47.
Yes,
and
which is quite scary.
Right, the last time I looked, the flood insurance program was $22 billion in arrears. Now, what's supposed to happen is flood insurance premiums are supposed to go up to cover those costs, but they aren't doing it as fast as they need to. And what this tells me, and also, by the way, flood insurance is guaranteed by the federal government, but the Flood Insurance Reform Act of 2003 says if you have flood insurance and you make 2 claims in excess of $1,000
you don't have
over
flood
a
insurance anymore.
10-year period, the government no longer backs it. And if you have filed flood insurance claim and you've got a property with a mortgage, and the mortgage requires flood insurance,
you're gonna lose the property.
You've got a situation where if you have a disaster, you've got a choice of filing the claim and getting the money to cover the costs,
And
or
losing your
bearing
insurance.
it yourself. And if you file the claim,
you lose it.
You will very likely lose your ability to insure the property, and the bank will come to you and say, we're foreclosing on this property.
Well, the backstory here is a lot of the mortgages that these banks are shifting are in risky areas.
Yes.
Particularly likely to lose because of the rising ocean.
Yes.
They're shorefront properties and stuff like that. By the way, the poor people don't live in shorefront properties.
Well, they're going to. We're going to have poor people from Little Haiti in Miami moving into Mar-a-Lago because the people in the shorefront properties are moving into Little Haiti, which is 7 feet higher. This is we're in crazy times.
Well,
here.
what the mechanism here is that the lenders are increasing their share of mortgages that they sell to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Right.
which are also mortgaging companies designed basically to help low-income homeowners.
Right.
Okay, and Fannie and Freddie don't add the added risk from natural disasters into their pricing. So if you've got a risky shorefront property or something like that, the bank is going to offer it to Fannie and Freddie.
Yes.
And Fannie and Freddie have government subsidies.
Yes. Okay.
Let's move up to September 30th, which
Yes,
is Monday.
indeed.
It's coming
We have
up.
about
We gotta-
20 minutes for 9 items, so we have to expedite
we're doing
this.
okay.
Lobster fishing
We got a picture
MOC.
coming
There
up
you go.
here.
This is
And-
from Clean Technica.
And they look like lobster fishermen to me.
Yep.
Can a carbon fee save the world's ocean? Senator Whitehouse says yes.
Climate change is altering the oceans, and CO2 is changing their chemistry. In an exclusive comment for Clean Technica, Senator Sheldon Whitehorse of White House, who is a Democrat from Rhode Island, says a carbon fee is the best method to limit emissions and mitigate ocean quality loss. I happen to disagree with him. I don't think he's going to be able to save the lobstering in Rhode Island, for example, by a carbon fee.
Well, he's got to get the message to the lobsters, and they're the ones that are migrating now.
Yeah, I guess.
They're moving into Canada.
Yeah, they will move to Canada, but the ones who are stuck south of, I mean, lobsters are not actually going to migrate. What they're going to do is die, and they're young.
Well,
will
yeah,
grow
they
up in different
individual
places.
lobsters aren't going to migrate, but the lobster population
Yeah.
will be migrating. Just
Yes.
like we say maple trees are migrating into Canada.
Yes.
They're not moving the trees.
No. Okay, our next item is from Newsweek.
It is that. California Governor Newsom and Michael Bloomberg announced a plan to use a satellite to track climate change.
Governor Gavin Newsom of California and former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg announced a new initiative that will use satellite data from Earth imaging company Planet to monitor climate change in California. They're not going to put up satellites for this. They're going to use the satellites
renting
that
them
are
or
there.
hiring them or something.
They're,
like that.
I think they're just getting information from Planet to the company.
Well, they're
to-
getting more accurate information,
Yeah.
and they're going to use that to hopefully reduce total emissions and carbon footprint.
Yes. We have an item from Clean Technica.
And we got a picture coming up.
We
too.
do, and this is the interior of a very clean factory.
Yeah, that is the, I can't even pronounce it, Hanwha facility. Q-Cells, that's the name of their, well, I'll tell you what Q-Cells are in a second.
Yeah.
Q-Cells dedicates its largest solar panel factory in Western Hemisphere.
And what's Q-Cells?
Q-Cells is the product brand of Hanwha Q-Cells,
Oh, okay.
which is a Fortune 500 company and one of the largest photovoltaic manufacturers in the world. So Q-Cells is what they call their solar panels. So they're going to be making solar panels here.
Yeah. Hanwha Q-Cells opened a 300,000 square foot solar panel factory in Dalton, Georgia. The $200 million factory employs more than 650 workers and is capable of producing 12,000 solar panels a year, enough to generate 1.7 gigawatts of electricity.
By the way, you mentioned Chattanooga earlier.
Yes.
Dalton, Georgia is right near Chattanooga.
Right near Chattanooga. Yeah.
Well, I said Q-Cells. There are currently 3 other solar panel facilities in operation or under construction in the U.S.
Only 3.
Only 3. One of them's LG's got a factory in Alabama, which I think is working now. Jinko Solar's in Florida. I don't think that's up yet. And First Solar's production line in Ohio. All of the solar cells used by these 3 are manufactured outside of the U.S. So they're just putting together the panels. They're still importing the photocells from China.
Yeah.
Okay, the total input of all of 4 factories will be about 5 gigawatts, while the U.S. is on pace to install 12 gigawatts of solar power next year. So this is really a drop in the bucket.
It is. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, October 1st, with an item from Clean Technica.
Yeah, we do. Saudi Crown Prince, let's get us up here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Saudi Crown Prince warns of threat to global oil supply.
Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman
Solomon, yeah, which
Yeah.
means Solomon.
Yeah.
Solomon.
Yeah. Told the BBC that if Iran and Saudi Arabia go to war, oil prices could rise up to, quote, unimaginably high
that's
prices,
true.
end quote. Yes, well, that's what I would expect. He says this is possible if the world doesn't try to deter Iran, and that escalation will threaten world interests. Now,
Well, he's sort of right there, but they also have to deter him.
I was going to say exactly that. It has to deter two parties here.
Yep.
One is Iran, and the other is Saudi Arabia under this crown prince. And, you know, they're both...
Well, there's two major sects in Islam.
Yeah.
Shia and Sunni.
Yes.
And the Shias are kind of fundamentalists, and the Sunnis are more elaborate with well, like bishops and archbishops. They got a hierarchy.
They have a
These
hierarchy.
guys hate each other.
Yeah.
And have since the death of Muhammad.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, a couple of years after Muhammad's death, but nevertheless.
A small generation after he died.
Yeah,
it was about who was going to run Islam.
Yeah.
His lineal descendants, or supposedly the best qualified clerics that they had.
Yeah.
And they've been fighting for that 1,300
well,
years.
they have other issues. They have.
Yeah, they have other issues.
But, you know,
this is basically the biggest issue.
Yeah, it is not as bad, I think, as the Byzantine Empire, where the big thing that caused friction was the question of what color were the horse race liveries going to be. It was
never heard that
the
one.
blues and the greens. They hated each other, and it all went back to what color was the
I
livery.
don't remember that one.
Oh, people argue over the stupidest things, but here, you know, this is.
Well, it's interesting. Saudi Arabia has some of the greatest military equipment money can buy.
Yep.
But its military is still not seen as a threat to its longtime rival because they don't know how to use it.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. They got this wonderful equipment and they can't use it.
Well.
That's a fact.
Okay, we've got another item from Clean
we got a
Technica.
picture coming up, so let's
we have
start
a
with the
picture of
picture.
Arctic ice. I happen to like this Arctic ice picture better than many others, but nevertheless, there it is.
Well, it's a long article, and it is entitled "A Formula for Catastrophe in the Arctic."
And we were talking about Vladimir Putin and the
Yep.
Russians coming to understand that there was a problem with climate change. Maybe the White House could come to understand the same thing here. The White House views the Arctic as a key arena for great power competition, with the ultimate prize being a treasure trove of resources, including oil, natural gas, uranium, zinc, iron ore, gold, diamonds, and rare earth minerals. It is possible this is being developed because of climate change. It will make climate change worse. So,
well, the takeaway from here, unless humanity converts to alternative fuels, the Arctic may become the world's primary source of fossil fuels. The Trump administration welcomes the prospect.
Well, I find it dismal. Okay, it's
a heads I lose, tails you win situation.
Yeah, it is for everybody except, actually, it's heads I lose, tails you win. For everybody, including Donald Trump,
for everybody.
For everybody. Okay, we've got an item from NBC Palm Springs.
This is an interesting article.
Yes.
Renewable energy will provide discount to thousands.
Imperial Irrigation District and Citizens Energy Corporation just completed the largest low-income solar project in the country. There are more than 100,000 solar panels in the solar array in Calipatria, California. It will generate 30 megawatts of power and serve over 12,000 customers.
There's a 2-minute video.
Yes.
And anyone enrolled in the utility's low-income assistance program will be automatically enrolled.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have to do anything.
It's really interesting.
It's an interesting article. It's a worthwhile thing to do. And by the way, Imperial Irrigation District is the local electrical utility.
Right. So we're up to Wednesday, October 2nd, and we have a picture coming up, which is already there, Tom. You don't have to do a thing. And this is from the Environmental Working Group.
No, it's not. It's up there, but it's up there in the background.
Ah, okay.
Feds seek to gut law boosting small-scale renewables. Why would they do that?
Since 1978, the Public Utilities Regulatory Act has boosted renewables by requiring big utilities to buy some power from small solar and wind companies. Now, the federal regulators are proposing changes that would hurt both the smaller companies and consumers.
Well, these prices are usually cheaper than the rates charged to residential customers by the big utilities.
Yep.
Okay? And the PURPA Act, that's what it's called,
Yeah.
requires the utilities to pass these lower costs on to ratepayers. Okay? And the utilities aren't happy with that. The proposal would effectively gut the law, swaying it to benefit the big utilities rather than small producers and ratepayers.
You know, this is
another game they're playing.
There was an article today about the big utilities and small utilities too, and the oil industry. And they're getting into a situation where the big utilities are coming under attack by the oil industry because the big utilities are putting together infrastructure to support electric vehicles, and the oil industry doesn't like that.
Well, they better get used to it because it's coming, guys.
Well, yeah, but you know, the thing is, here the federal government, which is under Donald Trump and a Republican Senate, and it used to be a Republican House, they were operating on a principle that says you don't interfere with the market. And what are they doing? They're interfering with the market. And they're interfering, not only are they interfering with the market, but they're betting on a horse in the market that is going to lose.
Now, that's an interesting way of looking at it. Well, let's move along here.
Okay, we've got an item from Clean Technica, and Elizabeth Warren is very much the center.
Elizabeth Warren's climate plan is much stronger with addition of Inslee-related commitments. And Inslee was a guy who was running for president as a Democrat. And he decided to quit because he didn't have the support.
He didn't have the support.
Didn't have the money, really.
Actually, I was thinking that he was one of the...
He was making some sense, but...
he was one of the better people out there. Elizabeth Warren announced changes to her climate plan inspired by elements of Jay Inslee's, possibly a gold standard. Warren is nearly tied with Biden in key states and could turn out to be the Democratic candidate in 2020. And by the way, did you hear that Bernie Sanders stopped campaigning for at least a few days because
well, I did, yeah.
of chest pains?
I could comment on that. He had an obstructed coronary artery.
Right.
And that happened to me 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I couldn't walk a block without stopping to rest.
Okay.
And they put in stints. I got 4 of them.
Uh-huh.
He only got 2.
Okay.
And I'm doing fine now.
Well, this is, you know, it's a little different than things were when we were in our toddling years, I think.
Oh, yeah.
The idea of open heart surgery just filled
Well,
me with terror.
these stents don't require open heart
I know,
surgery. In my case, they inserted it through a vein in my groin.
Ah.
And nowadays, they're using it through a vein in your wrist.
How about that?
Yeah, they just go up there and put these things in, and they're sort of like Chinese finger puzzle things.
Yes, I know.
And they
I've
pop
seen them.
open.
But we should look at this.
This is a very long article.
And it's a good article.
It's an excellent article.
Yeah.
If we devoted this article to our show,
a program,
it would take 2 shows.
Yeah, this is a big deal. And you know, the things that they're talking about are the goal here is to have the United States basically be fossil fuel free very, very quickly. And I think that's what we need to do in order to deal with climate change.
Well, I think so too. Now, Clean Technica assessed what the Democratic wannabes.
Yeah.
They've all presented their plan,
Yeah.
their energy plan. And this is what Clean Technica says about them. Biden's plan, nah.
Yeah.
Sanders' plan is great on electricity, but it's car-centric and authoritarian. Harris's plan is excellent. Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Yeah. Yang's plan, which is good on carbon fee. He's the one promoting the carbon fee.
Yeah.
It's bad on energy. And Warren's plan spreads addressing climate change across different planks of her platform. And It's wonky, somewhat hard to sell, but solid. So-
It's a pretty good plan, I think.
And they
at this
spend
point.
a lot of time talking about this
Right.
plan.
Right.
And they go into it in detail.
It's worth looking
It's
at.
worth looking up, but, it's going to take you all day if you read the whole damn thing.
Yeah. Okay, we've got an item
Yeah, we
here.
got to move
Whoops.
along here. We got a picture coming
We have
up.
a picture
Let's
of
get her
Dea
up first.
Schlossberg. And this is interesting because Dea is a Spanish name, and Schlossberg is not a Spanish name. How do you do that?
Only in America.
It can happen elsewhere, but it happens most often in America. This is from Clean Technica.
The Koch brothers and protests in America.
Documentary filmmaker and journalist Dea Schlossberg was arrested and charged with felonies for carrying that carry a maximum sentence of up to 45 years in prison
That's scary.
for reporting on indigenous protests against fossil fuel infrastructure. This is according to Common Dreams.
So if you talk about what the government is doing, they're going to throw you in jail for 20
Well,
years.
I want you to look at no, leave that up. I want you to look at the caption on that. Dea Schlossberg, image from Edward Snowden via Twitter.
Oh.
Now, Snowden made an interesting observation here.
That's interesting because Snowden's in jail, isn't he?
Well, I honestly, I don't know where Snowden is, but the point what he said was, here is Dea Schlossberg, who is charged with 45 years worth of felonies because she reported on a protest.
Can't do that.
And he is only subject to 30 years.
Okay, yep. He's not in prison yet.
He's not in prison yet, but
they're looking at him.
They
want to put him.
They want him, and the last time I heard, was he in Sweden? I don't know. This is not.
He
something.
was. I think they've kicked him out. I'm not sure because they want to get him back in the U.S. so they can prosecute.
They want to go after him.
He's doing his best to stay out because he knows what's going to happen.
But here is this. Snowden, I think, could be charged with legitimate offenses that he may have violated. I don't know, but here, this girl, she was doing something that she had a constitutional right to do, that the United States has a constitutional guarantee that people in this country.
She was just doing her job. She was reporting.
She was reporting, but she was reporting on
something they didn't want to report it.
Yeah, and the question is, how does this happen? Well, the way that it happens is that a bunch of states have been passing laws saying that you can't do this and you can't do that, and you can't do the other thing either. And if you're going to get involved in these protests, you're going to have to pay the price. And here, Dea Schlossberg is a person who is doing this, and this is not, again, I regard myself as politically conservative. I regard people who are doing this as politically hostile to humanity, which is not conservative.
There's a quick takeaway from the article. Well, it's from the article that links to another article.
Yes.
And it says, during the extraordinary Dakota Access Pipeline protest in 2016, the state of North Dakota spent $38 million policing the demonstrators. Alarmed by the activists in North Dakota, other states quickly passed legislation designed to severely punish anyone who dared speak out against the pipelines. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
A group known as American Legislative Exchange Council, created and funded largely by the Koch brothers, was only too happy to help by drawing up model legislation designed to protect the interests
Now, I want
of
to point
pipeline
out
operators.
the American Legislative Exchange Council, which is also called ALEC,
That's the Koch brothers, yes.
is funded by the Koch brothers through their various funding
sources.
And they have presence in every state of the United States, and they
got operatives.
They have operatives in every state, and
They work behind the scenes.
In some states they have more than one group. And this is, it's kind of like the committees that the Soviet Union had in the 1923-27 era, that kind of thing. I really think that the Heritage Foundation and that Freedom Partners have learned quite a lot from the Soviet Union about how mess with people's
Well,
freedom.
didn't their father make his fortune in Russia?
Yeah, he hated the Russians and he copied what they were doing. That's my opinion.
That's pretty
Sorry.
close to reality.
Okay, we have to say goodbye.
I guess we do.
So have a perfectly lovely week. It says so right there.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is October 10th.
2019.
No way.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Well.
On October 10th, the Community Pumpkin Carve is happening at the Cheshire County Fairground from 4:30 to 6:30. The pumpkins will be provided.
There we go.
Just bring a carving kit and your creativity. The pumpkins will be used in the Keene Pumpkin Fest.
You did a good job. You did a good job there.
I had to improvise.
Yeah. There's a Vermont Sugar Maple Tour happening near Chat Family Lodge on November 24th. The event is happening in Stowe, Vermont on 700 Trap Hill. Adults are $15, children are $5, and children under 5 are free. Come to the trap to trap some fun. Now to the weather with Dylan.
Hey guys, if you turned in the last week's episode, you would have known that I got my weather mixed up. I was tuned in to Washington, D.C. So I hope it's better now. It's today it's supposed to be 62 as a high, 45 as a low, and then tomorrow it's going to be 55 as a high, 47 as a low. These 3 days are going to be awfully cloudy. Saturday is going to be 60 degrees as a high and 44 as a low. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you for that nice weather. On October 31st, there will be townwide trick-or-treating taking place from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. because it is Halloween.
Makes sense.
Bring your pillowcases or whatever you use to collect candy to collect some candy and celebrate the spooky season.
Can't wait.
I'm gonna have to dress up with something cool.
What are you thinking?
Can't say it on air.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, there's a new star in the NFL. His name is Gardner Minshew. He's a starting quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's the best mustache you'll ever see. Minshew Mania is taking over the world and is dancing around his locker room with only his jockstrap. If you purchase a mini pack to the Jags-Saints game and or a Jags-Jets game, you'll get a free bandana, mustache, and an on-field picture with him. If you don't know Gardner Minshew, you might want to find out who this stud is. Now to sports with Brandon.
Hello, it's Brandon with the sports. Today we have a girls varsity field hockey game against Springfield High School at 4. Also today we have both boys and girls varsity soccer playing against Springfield and Stratton Mountain. On Friday we have a boys and girls cross-country CVC championship meet. Our 6-0 varsity football team has a senior night home game this Friday at 7 o'clock against Fairhaven. Be there for support. Now back to the desk.
Thank you for the sports, Brandon. That was truly great.
You're very good at the sports, Brandon. You should do it every time, I think.
I think so. Anyways, the Gaines Farm is now open, so go on down to Guilford to go on a hayride or through the corn maze. It's neat.
I haven't been yet. Have you been yet?
I haven't been. I heard it's scary, though.
Yeah, I don't like scary things. All right, so the Brattleboro Area Farmers Market only has a few weeks left. The market is open every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., located on Western Ave. So go buy some local produce, bread, food, and much more while you still can. Now to the special with Sierra.
Okay, so today we have a few questions for some of our German students that recently came in. So our first question is, what is your personal favorite place in Germany that you've ever been?
I think it's just being home, being in Leipzig. For me, Leipzig is
the most beautiful city in Germany ever. All
True.
the green, nice places, very tourist friendly, and just great help.
Yeah, totally agree.
Have either of you ever been to America before?
No.
I have when I was 7, but can't remember much about it.
Is there anywhere that you would like to visit while you're here in America?
Yeah, we would like to go to New York, but it's too expensive for our exchange, so that's a bit sad, but it's okay.
And how long are you guys going to be here for?
We're gonna stay till the 25th of October.
And were you scared when you guys were coming here?
Not really, except of the security check at the airport, because we know that it's a bit strict, but it wasn't that hard.
And what was your biggest surprise when you guys came here?
I think just seeing the town, seeing that like the perfect cliche of an American small town and all the houses and the nature is so pretty, and that it was a positive surprise.
Yeah.
And that's all we have. So back to the bets.
There you go.
Well,
That's a little
now-
bit about the exchange students.
Yeah. I might have to go to Germany now.
Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe,
It's a long
maybe
plane
not.
ride.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, I don't like that.
All right. Celebrate the volunteer producers who create thousands of hours of local content to share in cable and online at brattleboro.tv.org. That happens to be us. Open to the public. There's a light dinner that's going to be served. You can learn about BCTV and how you can become a video producer. It will be on October 24th at 118 Elliott Street in downtown Brattleboro. Now to World News with Forrest.
See it.
Hey, this is World News with Julius and I. Yesterday, a 27-year-old man attacked a synagogue in the city of Holland near Leipzig, Germany, and killed 2 people and wounded a few.
The attacker fled and got into a car crash and later was arrested by the police.
It was also found that he recorded the shooting on a GoPro, and police recovered the video and say that he was a far-right or had neo-Nazi beliefs. Back to boys.
Awesome.
All right.
That was awesome.
That was?
Crazy
Well,
news.
not.
though.
I was not.
No,
awesome.
yeah. Well, you know what I mean. Like that.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say that's awesome, but like, he did a good job researching that.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. On October 26th from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., everyone's welcome to the Halloween Howl at Oak Ledge Park in Burlington, Vermont for free. Go and enjoy hay rides, haunted walks, do some fun arts and crafts, get your face painted if you really want to, but that's just you. But there will be also plenty of fall food for sale. And also, remember to bring your costumes. So now...
Good costumes only.
Yeah, for sure. Now to funny news with Pesh.
All right, so this isn't exactly funny news. We were, but well, I suppose it's news in some way. It's news. It's going to be news to us.
Okay.
Bring it on.
Maybe not
Gotcha.
everybody
Yeah.
at the table, but
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be news to us. So what we ended up doing was researching. Well, we looked up funny news Germany, and
enough.
what
It's a
came
good search
up.
engine.
Yeah, right. Was an article about like strange, unique laws that are like in effect in Germany. And I'm not sure how much of these are funny as much as interesting sometimes, but I don't know. I think they're pretty funny. I think they can be
Okay,
funny.
well, we'll see. We'll have to see.
So number 1, no pillows. Pillows can be, well, obviously not no pillows, but pillows can be considered a passive weapon in German law. So if you're so what that means is it's like a valid weapon, to be used for protecting yourself against another weapon.
Pillow, like not like if you like fill the pillow with, like butter or something, but like
No,
with, like feathers and
of
stuff.
all things. No, a normal pillow without anything like hard or dangerous in it is considered a passive weapon. So if you get attacked by someone and use a pillow in self-defense, it is considered using a weapon against the other
What about
person.
pillow on pillow, like a pillow fight?
Just make sure you don't hit them too hard because that
makes
could
sense.
actually lead to assault charges.
No way.
I mean, obviously, no
Interesting.
one's gonna like. Hopefully, no one gets into a pillow fight and is like, "Yo, I'm taking you to court now," but
That'd be
that is technically a possibility and it would go through.
Alright, well,
That's interesting.
So
that's a
alhamdulillah.
that's a weird one.
I know, right?
But okay.
Number 2, this is, I think, wild to me. This is completely wild to me. Chimney sweeps, right?
What is that?
I don't know
Yeah,
what that
okay.
is either. I don't know what it is either.
Yeah, none of you have seen Mary Poppins.
I was like,
chimney sweeps are people that used to and still do clean chimneys.
Oh,
They
fair
take
enough.
like a strange broom thing and they
Yeah.
like shove it down and
There you
like
go.
get the soot out and all,
like
right?
like a plunger.
Yeah,
chimney plunger.
it's
A chimney plunger.
plunger.
I think
No,
we
it's
should
a
change the
plunger.
name.
Yeah.
I feel like that's less like I don't know, authoritative. I don't know. I feel like that would be.
I don't know. If
I
I was
don't
called a
wanna
chimney
be called a
plunger,
chimney
I'd take
plunger.
it.
Okay.
Some people might though. Actually, no, you're right about
It'd be
that.
pretty cool.
Anyway, it's easier for a chimney sweep to get into your house than a police officer, because there is a law in which you cannot deny access to your home from a chimney sweep. If a chimney sweep requests access to your house to sweep your chimney, you have to say yes.
You have to. Is what you're saying.
Apparently, it was the law comes from the Middle Ages, right?
Oh.
So it's a really old law. I doubt it's enforced anymore, but it is apparently still on the books, technically.
That's
so,
weird. What
What about a chimney sweep burglar?
Yeah, no, that's what
Oh,
I'm thinking.
yeah,
Like,
that's
what if
on-
you're like, yo, hey, like, someone shows up, looks really sketchy, like, I have this like dustpan and broom. I want to clean your chimney, like.
Do you have to pay if you or the guy? Does he like you have to pay him if he like comes in your house and says, "I'm gonna chimney sweep this"?
That's such a good
I
question.
wonder what chimney sweepers make an hour.
Well, I don't
That's
know.
good pay.
Well, could
Yeah.
be good pay. If it's like a plumber, it's good pay.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So it goes back to the purpose of the law. I'm sorry, I should have read this more fully. It allows you to spy on people. That's actually what it was originally. So that becomes
Okay,
less
well,
funny that there's
like,
just
that's
like
the
a law.
purpose?
That's creepy now. That's kind of
Now it
creepy.
is creepy.
It's like
All right.
promoting stalking.
Alhamdulillah.
Promoting
So,
stalking.
that's number 2. Let's go to number 3, which is if you are speaking to a German police officer, you don't want to mix your, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this, like do and see, something like that. The informal versus formal you, right?
Oh.
And if you use the informal you rather than the formal you can actually get a €600 fine.
No way.
That's a
Which
lot of
is
euros.
wild. Yeah, no,
think.
totally. Which just makes me think, like, I had a police officer at my house the other day, like, putting in like a,
Do we
what
have
are
to
those
ask
things?
why or?
No, like a jury, one of those jury things or
Gotcha.
whatever, right?
Gotcha.
And I was like, yo, what's up, dude? Like,
Uh,
how you doing? So,
€600.
yeah,
right
exactly,
there.
right.
Pay
That's
it.
tough.
Yeah, so don't want to do that in Germany. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this this week's
Awesome.
funny news. We got
Thank you.
Interesting.
but-
Interesting. Very
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah.
That was good.
And now we're gonna learn some German words. Jem and I will.
We're gonna attempt.
Yeah, it won't be very good, but they're gonna say some words in German, and we're gonna try to pronounce them the best we can.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with a short one. It's Eichhörnchen.
You want to start with that? I know.
That's short.
Can we hear
Yeah.
that again?
Yeah.
Eichhörnchen.
Eichhörnchen.
That wasn't
Eichhörnchen.
too
That's actually
bad.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Eichhörnchen.
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 That's pretty close. Yeah.
Does
Oh.
it sound like they're saying the word with an American accent, or just not saying the word at all?
No,
Well,
it's
he's
pretty
not
close.
saying the word at all.
Okay.
He is.
Jam's pretty
Well, I
close.
just got called out, so I got the next one. I got the next one.
Okay, the next one is Streichholzschächtelchen.
You messed up, buddy.
I heard tiger in there. Is that right?
No, it's
Oh.
basically just the matchbox.
Oh, okay. I didn't need you to say that again.
Streichholzschächtelchen.
I feel like there's a spot in my mouth that's not there.
Not used.
It doesn't do that.
Okay, I'm gonna need that one more time.
Streichholzschächtelchen.
Nope, no, I messed it up already. Oh God,
That's
that's
tough. That's
okay.
tough.
That is a really tough one.
Okay, you want to do the next one?
I don't know.
He did. He did a good job. Maybe.
Okay, the next one.
No, it's your turn.
Your turn.
It's Rührei.
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 Rührei. Yeah, that's
Rührei.
pretty good. That's pretty. It's basically just scrambled eggs.
Oh.
Rührei.
You want some
That's close
Rührei
enough
for
to
breakfast?
Rührei.
Yeah, I think a German would understand you when you say Rührei.
Perfect.
That's
Well,
what I'm going for.
looks like we're good to go to Germany now. So pretty much speak
We
German.
can say scrambled eggs.
Yes.
You can say I want
Oh
eggs
God,
and
this one
mashed
doesn't look
boxes.
good at all. I'm not a fan of this next one.
Okay, so the next one's gonna be very long.
Oh God.
It's Aufmerksamkeitsdefizit Hyperaktivitätsstörung.
And what does that mean exactly?
That's one
It's
word.
ADHD.
I thought,
So
I
it's
thought
the
you were
long
still saying
word
sentence.
for ADHD.
Oh, like the unabbreviated?
Yes, the unabbreviated.
Okay, well, we're gonna need you to say that again. Maybe about 4 times.
Aufmerksamkeitsdefizit Hyperaktivitätsstörung.
Yeah, not a chance.
Let's
Can we do like
Okay,
one
we
word
can
try
do
to do
like-
each syllable.
Yeah.
One word at a
Okay,
time.
so Aufmerksamkeits.
Aufmerksamkeits.
Ja, ja. Defizit.
Defizit.
Hyper.
Hyper.
Aktivitäts.
Aktivitätsstörung.
Störung.
I thought that was pretty good. I thought that was pretty good.
Not bad, not bad.
All right.
Not bad.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Is that all we got? All right, perfect.
Did our best.
Yes. If you guys want to come try to pronounce some, you don't want to. It's very hard. Well, so that's all for today. And if you see the German exchange students around, say hello to them. They're
Be
friendly.
friendly. Yeah. They don't bite.
Beautiful.
Don't bite.
Thank you.
Hey, Emily.
All right, so 7 o'clock. I will do it. We can call the meeting to order. Do we have, before we get started, just for the camera and also for our two new board members, is it, how do you, it's Trey, right? It is. It was longer on the name tag, and I apologize for not even remembering.
Trey.
Trainer?
Yes.
You go by Trey?
Yeah.
Okay, and Trey Krieger and Abby Hazelton are our student board members, and we'll talk a little bit about how they got here under, new business probably, or old business. That's an addition and correction, which we'll get to. But let's just introduce ourselves. Go ahead, Leanne, start, and we'll go around the room here for the public and the camera, and the new board members.
Leanne Gilson, I'm from Brookline.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member.
Clausen, Townsend.
Trish Scott, at-large member.
Bill Antone, superintendent.
Joe Winrick from Townsend.
Emily Long, Newfane. Lindsay Bertram, Newfane.
Drew Hazelton, Jamaica.
Craig Rigo, Newfane.
Bob Tito, London Grade Principal.
Lori Garland, Central Office.
Craig Roach, Townsend Elementary Principal.
Scotty Zbochnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal.
All right, thank you. So do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda?
No, maybe during correspondence, I'll add something for the next meeting.
Okay.
Under old business, you wanted to say.
Yeah, I want to add student process under old business, just 2 minutes, so that Bob can talk about how this all happened. I mean,
Oh, no, I just wanted to add something.
Yeah.
To the committee assignments, I just wanted to talk about potentially a budget committee, and then also I have a document I just wanted to talk about with budget development and execution.
do you want the budget development and execution under the committee piece, or under like new business as we talk about how we're going to do the budget?
Sure, there.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Al?
Winter activities. Like to discuss winter activities?
In what context?
Just kind of heard through the grapevine that we may have a shortfall. Just wanted to explore options.
Okay, so we probably need to task somebody with something there and get a report back. It's not a big discussion. Let's put that under administration assignments for the next meeting. Okay, anything else? All righty. So the first, we agreed at our retreat to go through, to create board norms and just go through them at the beginning of the meeting. So these are the norms that we agreed at the retreat that we would conduct our meetings on. We're going to maintain our focus, which means we're going to try and stick to the agenda and stay on time. We're going to also, we have at the bottom of the agenda our vision statement, and also at the top of the norms. That's our focus, folks. We need to communicate respectfully, listen, and cultivate opportunity for everyone to participate. We need to be present, and we're doing a good job. We're almost all here, and hopefully prepared. To keep the board productive and effective, once we've made a decision, we agreed to move forward as a board on that decision. And we're going to respect the agenda. We'll try and stay on topic, start and end on time, which I will really try to do. And we'll also be flexible to allow, especially members of the public who want to be on the agenda, time. So that's it. We'll do this at the beginning of every meeting just to keep them fresh. And I think, Leanne, you're the only one who, and they're on the back of your name tag. So they're in front of you at the whole meeting. And if for some reason you feel like those norms aren't being observed, it's the responsibility of everybody here on the board to budget on the norm. I mean, if I'm not, say something. If somebody's not, say something. That's how we're going to get ourselves to ingrain these things. Okay? All right. Members of the public, if you're here for a specific item on the agenda, we'd ask you to wait until then. If there's something else that's on your mind, like you, Rick, now's your time.
Yeah. Two very simple related questions. First one is how many tuition-free students are currently enrolled? And the second one was, now that the school year has begun, will somebody be able to just pick up and change their mind in the middle of the school year and say, I want to move to another school? Will you have to take them tuition-free? Those are my questions.
Okay, so the first question is for 3 sixth graders and 1 kindergartner.
Let me just double check that. Did that other 6th grade student come?
The other one. There were, I believe we have 1 from Putney and a couple from Wyndham.
So we have 5 total.
Okay, so we have 4 sixth grade students and 1 kindergartner.
Yes.
Okay, that's changed since I got my answer yesterday.
That is correct.
And the second question, the answer is the choice process has run its course. So any new choice, this choice into our district or even within the district would be subject to the review of the superintendent and at his discretion.
The language that we have in the procedure is school changes mid-year will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Parents apply through the WCSU central office. Final decision made by superintendent.
But this would apply to students from outside.
Yes.
Wishing to come tuition free.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Anybody else with a question not on the agenda? Okay. Any correspondence at all, folks?
Emily said she was.
Oh yeah, you guys.
Well, I did. I didn't want to add anything to the agenda, but there was a member of the town of Newfane who got a hold of Ken and I, and he unfortunately didn't get to see his email before, so because it happened just late today, with a person who was interested in coming to the meeting tonight because there was an item on the agenda that wasn't on the agenda that she thought was going to be discussed. I checked in with Joe, found out it wasn't going to be discussed tonight, so that was fine. But the second part of her request was, will there be childcare? And I would like to formally ask, this, I'm speaking, paraphrasing what she asked me, us, Ken and I would like to see it at every meeting. So I think that's a great question. I think it's a great request. We have had it before. I think given the fact that we don't always have heavily attended meetings, I don't know how we're going to go about it, but I'd love to ask for it to be on the agenda for the future and see what we can do to make it easier for our residents in these 5 towns to come to our meetings.
Okay.
So if you want to put that under number 8, we can make that into a task.
I was going to say we can put that on a future agenda for sure. Okay. I have a bunch of correspondence, but it's actually down under new business. It's just letters. I have the resignation letter. I have some letters of interest for the position that's being vacated by Christina, but we can handle that under new business. Okay, so old business. You should have the board values, right? You sent those. Okay, there's a stapled packet in front of you. There's copies in front of everybody. The top sheet is some additional work that I had asked Jen to do after looking at the board values that we had written down and revised and gone through with, pre-K to 5, middle school, and high school. I said there's a lot, like every one of them starts with high quality instruction. Can we take a look at what would happen if we pulled that out and had just board values and then put the separate things that applied only to certain areas? Like, we probably don't, we may not have some things in middle school that we have in high school or high school and middle school. They may not all translate, but there were a lot of them such as, high quality instruction, effective communication, listening and responding to stakeholders, safe environments, access to healthy local food. Those were in every single place. So that top sheet is additional work. That's not necessarily, there's no change in there's just a change in the organization, and it's really just for you to think about, and we could discuss maybe moving in that direction at some point. The other 3 sheets are the values that we actually came up with and wrote down the revised values, and if those look okay to folks, we'll get these kind of posters that we have behind us revised so that we have those values available to us at all times when we're doing this kind of work. Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's the question. So do these replace these, or are these in addition to these?
These replace those.
Replace those. Okay.
Yeah.
So things that were on this list but are not on this list.
Such as?
Well, there's some specifics at the high school level, AP, Journey East,
yeah,
things like that. Those are not on the, unless you interpret it through another way. New and different experiences. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where those things stand as far as the value goes.
We didn't take anything off of that list. We just sort of consolidated it down. AP fits in sort of the AP fits in a bunch of them. It kind of crosses a bunch of it to, I mean, individual growth academically. Some students are ready for AP earlier, later, whatever. Let them go as far as they can possibly go. The opportunities that provide options as well as new and different experiences. That's all the travel, not just Journey East, but any.
So we haven't devalued any of those things.
No.
We just rephrased it and categorized it into broader.
We were trying to rephrase it and make slightly broader buckets, but we're not losing sight of any of the things that we liked up there.
Thank
yes.
you.
Sort of following up on that comment, I don't know when we're looking to read through this and give our thumbs up that yes, we're ready to put that on there, but I haven't had time to go through this, and I'm hoping we'll have time. Plus,
go through
these lists, and that just prompted me to think, because I wasn't thinking about, the eliminating the other values and readopting these. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be fine with doing that. I just want to take the time to make sure that we are reflecting what our values are as a board. And I don't know how to do that if we approve these tonight without.
We don't.
And I'll just say one more thing. Yep. You all are going to get tired of hearing me say it because I've been saying it forever, but play-based and outdoor education. My first focus on that has always been early childhood or pre-K. And it's not listed there, but it is listed on the other ones, or at least on elementary and middle. If we're going to list it there, it should be listed here.
Agreed. Yeah, good.
And there may be others like that, so I just want to take the time to review.
Yeah, well, that top sheet, no one's seen until now. The bottom sheet is just our work again, but you make a good point. There may be things that we want to miss. The other thing that I can do is have these values sent to everyone again so that you can do that comparison work between what we had, what we started with and where we ended up. And I believe we actually even have images of the sheets that we wrote on and all that work that we did. So I can get that all to you. And we don't have to take action tonight and adopt these values. We did this work at the retreat and we want to continue with this work so that we can actually publish them. So if we send out the handwritten images as well as the old values and put it on next month's agenda to take a look at it again, does that give the board the time it needs?
Can I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
The process for changing, if I don't know whether the board's going to agree with that or not, but if the board wants to adopt these tonight, which is fine, what's the process for adding or taking away from values down the road if we feel like we've left something out? Did we have that? I don't remember whether we talked about that.
No.
So I think it's a good idea for us to wait.
We set these and we never talked about changing them until the retreat again, where we said, let's look at them. We've worked with them for a year and we tried to update, consolidate. So I think we definitely have time to look at the work that we did previously and make sure that this is exactly what we want to say are our values. Ken, was that?
No, I'm just referring back up there.
Okay. So, does anybody want anything other than the original values that we developed at our first retreat and our handwritten work to take a look at before the next meeting?
I got one more. Sorry, but if these things are gonna keep coming up to me, I'm gonna keep bringing them up. I'm gonna go back to play-based outdoor education. It's become one term, and outdoor isn't just play-based, or play-based isn't just outdoor. It should be slash. That was always my intention. Play-based / outdoor education as much as we possibly can, especially in pre-K.
Okay.
They're not one thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
We're editing the term. Okay. Anybody else? If you think of something else, let me know. I'll get that material. I'll get those other materials for you quickly, and we'll put it on the. We'll put another discussion on the agenda next month, and we maybe can come up with what we actually publish. Question?
Yeah, I think you just answered my question. We're going to get the information, then we can go back and edit some of these?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We were going to talk a little bit about the process that got the student board members on.
Yeah, so
Take it away.
I think it was the August meeting. I think it was the August meeting where you guys agreed for us to continue exploring this and getting this up and running. So we started the school year. Joe and Bill came to our opening assembly and talked a little bit about the importance of having students on the board, as well as welcoming our students back. We had put together a process, as I described in the proposal to you guys, an application process, and we collected some applications. I reviewed them, and I had these two students sitting next to me here who both really shone quite brightly as far as not only their interest, but their aptitude for this kind of work. I think we haven't talked formally, but I think they're both interested in working with me outside of the scope of the board meetings to put together a credit experience that they will have on their transcript as well, to talk about you guys behind your back. No, just kidding. To debrief the meetings after and to prepare them for the meetings in advance, talk about school governance, budget process. Maybe we'll have some guest speakers. Who knows? But that's the idea. So these guys both applied, and we talked about the idea there'd be a 2-year term for each person, but obviously we're just starting out. So Trey, as a senior, only has a 1-year term, and Abby is a junior, so she will have a 2-year term, so she'll be with us next year as well. But I want to thank them for their interest in doing this. I want to thank you guys for this possibility for them to be here. And I'll be here to kind of keep bugging folks, but I want to emphasize that we want them to be a legitimate part of the board process to the extent that they can be. When we know that there's statutory stuff around voting and executive sessions, things like that. But I would encourage you guys all to engage them in conversations that are going to be germane to them. I think like a values statement around what the middle school and high school should be. I think it'd be great to hear from these guys at some point about that. We can talk about it behind the scenes, and then they can come back and talk a little bit about it next time. But really encourage their voice to be heard, and really listen. So I think the kids have a lot to say, and these two in particular are very bright and very articulate. So looking forward to having them here.
Thank you. I think we're all looking forward to having them here. The student voice is important, and it's hard to make decisions in a vacuum. So it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that input, and don't be afraid to speak up.
So one of the things that we've already talked about was the idea of what do you want from them. I was sharing with them the agenda and the administrative reports, and so they said, well, should we be writing a report, and what should be in it? I said, well, we should ask the board what they want before we just make any assumptions. So I don't know if this is the right time to do so, but I think it would be good for you guys to talk about what you are hoping for from them. Were they looking for something in writing in advance, or just presence and then dialogue, or some hybrid?
Anybody? I mean, personally, I don't necessarily think they have to come with a written report. Presence and dialogue. If there's something that, you know, they want to have on the agenda, I would expect them to reach out to me just like any other board member and say, you know, could we put this on the agenda? Is this appropriate? You know, and work through the process. But, you know, if there's something that, you know, if there's some piece that needs to be brought to the board's attention or that you feel like you want to bring to the board's attention, you certainly can, but I don't think you need to submit a written report. You know, it's hard enough to come spend 2 hours here and speak up. Well, why make you write too, right? But anyway, what do you guys say? I mean, in the past we've had students write reports. We've also not had students write reports. You know, and I'm not sure. You know, I think it's just as good if they don't, as long as you come and participate in the dialogue, speak to the issues if you need to. Okay. Do that. All right.
What do you guys think?
I'll honestly do anything the board needs me to. If I need to report, like my mom and I were talking about this before, if I need to report like some of the sports scores and things like that from the week, I can do that. Whatever you guys need me to do, I can do it without much trouble.
Yeah,
At least I'm not.
Go ahead.
Well, maybe we could sort of play this out. And if you guys want to come with a written report, great. And if you don't, because I go exam weeks and stuff like that, you're probably not going to have the time for doing that. So if you want to do it, great. Or if we decide that we need a report from you, we should ask for it, but maybe not expect it for it. Because I agree with Joe. It's a lot.
Yeah, and I think the assignment piece too, the way you guys are doing this with assignments for next time, if there's things that you want to hear specifically from the kids on,
Yeah.
they will have a month to maybe talk to other students and collect some data and then to share some stuff out. If you have a specific thing in mind you'd like them to share, I think that would be a good too. So
You already touched on one. I mean, we're gonna go back into values a little bit and publish those. You have that packet. You've got a month or so to take a look at those. You're on the email. I will get you the old as well as the work that we did. And you know, we'd like your input on those.
Definitely. Great.
All right, thank you. New business. Okay, so I actually have the letter of resignation from Christina Robinson explaining that as a boys JV soccer coach, she's required to resign because it's a conflict of interest. We'll get that posted as correspondence. And then I have 3 letters of interest for the seat that she's vacating, which I'll also post. One is from Jennifer Dorta-Duque, who you may know from the Jamaica board. One is from Marianne Bouchard, who's a Jamaica resident who's interested in this, and I'll post this. And the third one is from Keegan Eaker. I apologize. Again, expressing interest in the position. I answered all 3 of the letters of interest, basically saying that you know, the procedure going forward for appointing a new board member was that once the resignation was official, we would accept these letters of interest, and that then this board appoints the new board member to serve until March 2020, when Jamaica would elect them for the remainder of the term, in consultation with the Jamaica Select Board. Looking at the timetable, Jamaica Select Board meets October 14th, and I can go meet with them and we'll try and get them all the letters of interest. They can give us their thoughts on the members, and then we'll have all the letters of interest at our board, and we could make the decision then October 21st, which is our next meeting. So, you know, that's sort of the time. I didn't go into that much detail with them about timetable, but I said we would try and be making the decision in our October meeting, barring some change. And then I don't know if we'll get more letters of interest or not, but we have the 3 now. We do need a motion to accept Christina's resignation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Other than thank you and we'll miss you? And the boys JV should go undefeated?
No pressure, no pressure.
No pressure, no pressure.
I can promise that they will. I guarantee it.
Really?
I'm playing with them in some of the games, so I promise we'll be undefeated.
All right, remember, these minutes are recorded and there's a way to hold your feet to the fire on that. Okay.
I want to report on that too.
Uh-oh, now you're gonna be writing. Okay, anything else on that one? All right, all in favor of accepting the letter of resignation, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it.
We will not let you go ever.
I wonder if we refuse to accept her resignation, would it become not official?
I tried that once, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The board member doesn't come back.
I know. Okay, so that's sort of item A and item B, the process for appointing a new board member. I reached out to Jamaica today by email asking them if I could meet with the select board about this on the 12th. I was hoping to have a response so that I could let you guys know that was what was going on, make sure that was what you'd like me to do, board, and see if anybody felt like they wanted to come with me. A Jamaica representative, but they didn't get back to me in time, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. I can email you and let you know what's going on if you want to bless that mission. And if anybody wants to come, as long as it's not 5 of us, we don't have to warn them at the meeting. 6, sorry. Thank you. Thoughts, folks?
Have at it.
Thank you.
Being we have a vacant seat, it would be 5 now.
No, it's still 6.
No, it's still total of the board.
But if there's a vacant seat,
No, it's still 6.
That's why it's hard when you have
the board
vacant
has to
seats.
fill it.
Yes.
Because it's 10. Still 6.
Okay, so that's the plan. I'll let you know that it's going forward or not, depending on what Jamaica says to me. I'll just shoot you an email and let you know what's going on, but that's the plan. And so I would get you all the letters of interest prior to the October 21st meeting, and hopefully we can have a discussion and make an appointment that night. Oh, I did in the response to the folks that expressed interest, tell them that they were always welcome at any board meeting, but I actually was inviting them to come to the 21st meeting because I figure we're going to be appointing one of them.
Yes. Question about that meeting that night.
Yes.
What's the process that night? Formal interviews? I mean, we have more than one person. We are very fortunate to have more than one person. It's fairly unusual that we have more than one person applying for a vacancy. So I'm just curious about what the plan is for that night, and if there's going to be, I'll just go on to say, if there's going to be dialogue between people who are asking to be appointed and the board, we might want to schedule a little time ahead of time to allow that instead of taking up time in our meeting, like say meet at 6:30 or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to allow extra time.
Yep, good thought. We have appointed one other board member, and there was one applicant, so the process was, she'll do it. Thank you. And
Gotcha.
so we don't have, and to tell you the truth, I hadn't really thought about the process for that, whether there would be a little interview, a little allow them to speak, maybe just read their letters and say, okay, this is the one we.
Or even a subcommittee?
Yeah, or even a subcommittee.
I mean, I'm just questioning what I should do.
I am too. I hadn't thought of that.
I would think that, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would think that the select board's opinion should count for an awful lot because it is their town being represented.
I agree.
I agree.
Right.
Well,
that's true.
It should and it shouldn't. I mean, we're trustees of public education. It's ultimately our decision as to what happens on the board. And, yes, they elect them, but it's not the select board has input. They don't have if they say this is the one we want, we're not obligated to take it. We're not obligated to take that person. It's just a consultation and they have input. But you're right. I mean, if they have a candidate that they feel strongly about, obviously I would report that and No. Any thoughts on process? Do we, meet them do we ask them to come a half hour early, convene the board member meeting a little early and talk to each one for 10 minutes or so and see what happens? Do we develop a little interview like we would if we were hiring a position and ask them the same 4 questions? Yes.
Have we asked other boards who've had more than one person? I know this is fairly unusual, I will admit.
No.
So I'm just wondering how other boards have handled it.
It could be a task. It could be a task.
Could just have a special election from that town.
No.
Yes, you could.
Well, yes, you could, but they would have to warn it that much in advance. Plus, is it statute that defines the procedure now? Yes. For us, it's already statute that defines our procedure where we appoint in consultation with the select board, and it's only until the next election. So we're going to get a board member in October our way. If we hold a special election, it'll be November or December. They'll get a 3-month term, and they won't be here for budget season. So it's there's a reason why it is the way it is, I guess. But all right, yes.
I would like to suggest that we task Bill with looking into what other boards have done if they have been in similar situations, and if he can't come up with something, to wing it really awesomely.
Like that strategy.
Yeah, with a process.
Okay. Is that enough direction for you, Will?
Well, we're going to do it at number 8.
Number 8? All right.
We'll do it at 8.
All right.
Good suggestion.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, so we good with that? Moving right along. Signing contracts. Bill has a file folder of contracts here that he wants to talk about.
These are all the West River contracts that was found that I signed and the person signed, but I had them in a pile to bring to you guys in July, and I did not bring it to you in July, so I still need you guys to sign these contracts. So it is all the employees of West River Modified Unified Union School District. You guys can look at them all, but I need a motion for the board chair to sign on behalf. All these people are currently employed. They are all currently being paid. I just need you to complete the deal by signing them.
I move the chair sign the employee contracts for the West River District.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Discussion?
Sure.
There's been a question about transparency of signing contracts and making sure that we specify for whose contracts we're approving. Should we in fact go through every named individual so that the record knows who we're employing?
Absolutely the board's decision to make, absolutely.
Could you provide us a list rather than have us read what's probably 75 contracts? We can just stick them in the minutes? Is this on a spreadsheet somewhere? We could just...
Yes, I agree with Drew and the transparency, so I am fine, either taking the time to just read them aloud now and then provide them for the minutes to be included. I think that might be the most efficient and the most transparent.
Do we do that, please?
Sure. You just want names, right? Bethany Barton.
Do you want to be totally transparent?
Chris Barton.
Say how much you're paying them to?
Rennie Bernard. Patricia Branley. Michelle Bostrom. Elizabeth Brown. Kevin Burke. Bryn Casamassa. Thank you. Chen Tong. Sarah Sipat. Matthew Clark. Tammy Clausen. Jenna Colasino. Phoebe Connolly. Katie Costa. Mary Davis. Teresa Davidson Berger. Monica Deuce. Dan DeWalt. Rachel Doty. Kathleen Gatto Gurney. Sarah Grasso. Jason Gregan. Priscilla Halvey. Susan Haskins, Patricia Hines, Gerald Julian Sese, Chris Jers, Susan Jones, Mary Lindsley, Johanna Laskowski-Dope, Mary Martin, Addison Mash.
No.
Ashley Madison.
Matson.
Matson. Barbara Marchand. Barbara Marchand. Karen Meyer. Ed McGrath. Carrie Noble. Rory O'Donnell. Chris Parker. Suzanne Paw. Thank you. James
Pexock.
Ellen Peters. Jessica Riemenschneider. Craig Roach. Megan Richardson. Jessica Rowan. Heidi Russ. Caitlin Saunders. Anne Marie Scott. Lauren Shockley. Heather Sperling. Scott Kabachnik. Marty Testo again. Robert Tebow. Joseph Toll. Paul Weber. Joyce Van Hamelin. And Bruce Whitman. There they are. All right, so there's a motion to direct me to sign these things. It's been seconded. It's been discussed. Further discussion?
That's not all the employees.
These are all the unsigned contracts.
That's all the unsigned contracts for the West River District. They're not signed.
It's good clarification.
To date.
To date. I mean, we might find
To
some
date.
more.
To date.
Thank you, Lori.
Those aren't signed.
I know.
Okay. I thought you were taking them, like, I gotta sign them.
Maybe more coming.
Okay, so, all in favor of having me sign those contracts, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, we're good. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
In, speaking of transparency, are there other names we should be reading? For other contracts that are previously signed, or we haven't done this process for everybody else, should we?
Yeah, when we bring contracts to you, you guys will go through that exact process.
Okay.
Okay. So, Lori, budget development, it's you.
Yes, I have a document that I handed out to you in draft form here.
I just only have one set of
I've-
signatures, right?
Just my guess.
Budget development and execution, guiding principles, procedures, and timelines. So I put together this document to go through the budget process. I've shared it with the leaders, and I've also shared it with other boards. So I wasn't able to come to your retreat, so that's why I'm sharing it tonight. I would love for you guys to read through it. The guiding principles were basically pulled from your values on a high level. So, and then the budget timeline is attached, and it's, well, it's not attached, I'm sorry, it's a separate sheet here. This is just the first draft of the budget timeline, so things may shift around, but as you can see, West River's first draft will be presented on December 9th. That's all I wanted to share with you.
So the.
So that you have this as we head into budget season.
Okay, so it's a timeline.
So, could I?
Yes, sir.
So at the bottom of your agenda, and also on the sheet that Lori gave you, the WRED, if you can just, those first 4 dates, December 9th, 6th, the 13th, 27th, those are not your regular meeting time. So we wanted to give you 3 months advance notice for that. But working with 6 different budgets, we have to time them all out.
Is this something that you might be able to email, Laura? Thank you. Both, yeah. Never know where I'm going to be when I have a minute to really dig in.
Great.
Okay. We'll get that emailed out.
Quick question.
Sure.
Will this timeline give us enough time to get our annual report out? With the budget in it?
We should have enough time because the usual end date is the end of January. That's why the 27th is our go time for.
And our goal is to have the budget in the annual report.
Within that beautiful little document.
What? Yes?
So following up on what Drew's question was, these 4 meeting dates are dates that we are meeting specifically to talk about the budget, it says.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it's very possible we'll wrap up budget on the 13th. Is that
It is,
possible?
and then it would be necessary.
So, right, so I just wanted to say, it doesn't necessarily, we have to be thoughtful about this because we want people to know that, you know, these are tentative budget meetings, we may not need all 4. If we get one done on the 13th, I would hate to have anybody come on the 27th to say. I just think we have to be very transparent about that, what the timeline is for the budget.
So we're going to start on December 9th
Ninth.
with a draft of the budget and keep pushing forward. We must be done by January 27th. The hope is that we will finish earlier with a budget we all love.
Great.
So would now be the time to say, Lori, can you try to keep that down as low as possible?
Put it under the task list there.
Wishful thinking. We're still preparing 2 separate budgets.
We can talk about that under the administration assignment.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lori. Okay. The next piece is the administration's reports. We have the reports from each principal. If anyone has any questions about any of the material covered in any of the principals' reports, we have 3 principals here, and I'm sure they would be happy to answer any questions you would have. Anybody have any questions for anybody? I just had one. Scotty, I noticed in yours, your Principals Advisory Committee is interested in pre-K in the building, and you're working with the Director of Operations to see if that's going to work for you. So at some point, do you anticipate then coming back to the board you'll put it in your budget and you'll put it in your request for budget, and we'll get that as a budgetary item for next year?
For you all to make a choice.
Mm-hmm. So that's the plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill, is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I just pointed you in the direction of Chris Medina, so.
Yeah.
So it's out there, you're working on it, and we'll see it in budget season as a request to us to put it in the budget, right? Or before. But at some point, you'll actually say, okay, we're doing it, this is how, and we're moving forward with it, or we'd like to move forward with it.
Yes, and then I'll be looking for funding.
Okay. Just checking, because I saw it in there, I saw the mention of it, and I knew there was already correspondence about pre-K. Should have come tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So when it does come, I think we'll have some discussion.
That was my question.
That was my only question after reading all the reports. Thank you. They were very thorough. I like the format, so they all kind of match.
You can tell there's a mastermind behind it all.
Yeah. Anybody else? Alan?
I just had a comment on, I love the report that came out about climate and culture. It's a fantastic report. Only one question. So there were 2 administrators that are on behavior referrals? Is that what?
They're both for me.
Oh, okay.
So there's 2 layers of referrals. There's one that's sort of a teacher handled one, and then there's administrative ones. So that's what that is.
Okay.
So we don't have misbehaving administrators, we just have administrators referring students versus teachers.
Not as far as this board knows.
Those are handled in a whole different. That was a significant decline over last year.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
Yep, first month is looking good. And I think if you open the slideshow earlier, she did add some stuff to it, including that data later in the day. So if you didn't look at it recently, go back and look at it again. Because the data for the number of referrals, the comp from last year, this year, so far, very favorable this year.
Yeah, that's great. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
I have a question.
Sure.
Regarding that. Trey, would you and Abby, do you guys feel a difference in the building?
I mean, I don't, well, define difference.
Just the number of behavioral referrals. I feel that same thing, Bob, in my building. I feel like we've started off really positively, and I wonder whether that's just translating to me and Bob, or whether or not it feels different to be a student in the building.
Compared to last year.
Compared to last year, for me, no. I mean, other than the teachers I have, I still see them. So, and the ones that I don't get along with so well, I typically avoid. So for me, I don't feel that much of a difference. And amongst my friends, there's no one's gotten too much trouble.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, I haven't
Give
seen
it
much
time.
of a difference either.
It'll be important to follow up on though. It's a good question.
That is a good question.
Thank you. All right, so that covers principals reports. Cabinet report. Questions for this one? Bill or Lori, a couple cabinet members. Any questions? I didn't have any. What? You have questions on the superintendent's report? Oh,
Passing the report down.
did you guys got these, right? Abby and Trey? These documents?
I got a very big email from me.
Okay. Trey left.
They'll be back.
Okay, so no questions for you either. Or Lori.
That's good.
Kate.
Keeping you well informed.
Yeah, very well informed. It's amazing, there's this much going on in the first, week and a half of school. It's like, no wonder it's going so smoothly. There's a lot going on. Okay, so we've put a lot of things down under item 8 here at tasks for the administration for the next meeting. One we had put on the agenda as a reminder there was the proficiency-based graduation requirements as a task. That was, we were talking about it before we were planning the agenda, and it was really just sort of a, do we want to task the administration with sort of starting that work? I know the teachers have been working on it for quite a while and have the idea, but we at some point actually have to develop the proficiency-based graduation requirement policy.
So the policy committee provided the model policy for you all that you have adopted, but it needs to be updated to added specificity. So the task, there's a couple tasks. One is the task of taking the current policy, which was adopted right at the very beginning, and making it specific to what is happening at Leland and Gray. And then the second one is just the board being informed about what does proficiency look like at the high school, so you understand the flesh of the policy itself. So, those are the two things that I believe need to be taken care of for the board to actively be involved in that. So that's what I would see as the two tasks. And I would be happy to, and Bob and I, provide some feedback to the policy committee about updating that policy. And then I feel comfortable, Bob and his team, if they received a task from the board, and we could do the date and the time, to flesh out how proficiency-based looks at the high school. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Does that sound like work we need to have done? Make it. You have a task?
All right, so this is new. So the task right, is to provide recommendations to the policy committee. Task 1, fair enough?
And before we get to that, our policy committee is standing and still exists as it was previous?
It currently is in existence as right now, but you guys will get to number 9 and confirm that.
Well, actually, one person left.
We have 3 standing
We still
members
have
of the
3,
policy
right.
committee, right? Mike,
That's
Lindsay, Ken.
Correct.
Right, under 9, we're going to talk about what committees exist, what committees we may need to form and give a charge to, and if there's duties for the standing committees now. And, you know, obviously policy is going to get some. Yes, sir.
I might just make a suggestion that one of your 2 student reps might be interested in being on policy. I spent a lot of time on policy years and years ago, and there's an awful lot that helps you understand how and why schools are run as you sit and you talk about these policies. So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah. It is. We'll see if there's any interest.
But we're not making you do reports.
So
that's great.
So the task is to.
So task is twofold. It's around proficiency-based graduation requirements. One is a policy recommendation to the policy committee from Bob and his team and myself. And the other one is, and we can do that by October 21st. Due date, October 21st. And the other one is an update on how proficiency is being rolled out in the high school. And I would defer to Bob on what good timing would be for something like that.
It could be October as well.
On the 21st?
Yeah. Are you looking for, I mean, there's some of the members here who are on the Leland and Gray Board have already had a presentation from me before about sort of the nuts and bolts of what it is. But I'm happy to do that part again as well. So sort of a tutorial around what it means and then where we are in that journey. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what we need, yeah.
October 21st is fine for that, if you guys want to put that all in one meeting.
All right.
So if you're gonna have that ready for that meeting, then we're gonna have to warn a policy meeting for a half hour before.
You are on number 9. Good man.
Okay.
Good thinking.
So there's
Chair.
There's the admin tasks. We had talked about something.
Winter sports.
Winter sports. Yep.
So
we want to have you.
Well, we got to hear from Al.
Yeah.
Right?
Do something with that. Yeah, Al. I was going to say we want to have you do something with that. So Al, what do we need? What do we need?
So I heard through the grapevine that there's a shortfall in winter activities.
Define shortfall in winter activities, please.
As in a budgetary shortfall in winter activities, or a need for funding.
Funding to
support winter activities. Approximately, Bob could help me out, but probably around $3,000, give or take.
Give or take.
So, just wanted to see if there's anything we could do to explore ways to help that. I mean, this winter activities has been around for, I don't know, 40 or 50 years.
Is this across the district or just at the high school level?
I think it's just as far as I know at the high school level, but it could be more pervasive. I'm not.
Part of one district, so.
Yeah.
I was just curious how widespread the problem was.
I'm not sure what the problem is.
I'm not sure what the
money.
problem is besides
Not
we're short
enough
on money.
So.
So the task is for our administration to figure out the problem is and give us a solution.
Should I tell you the problem?
Yeah.
Sure, that would help us out.
I know the problem.
Do
now.
I can do it now. So, Al, referenced that this has been a long-standing thing in here in the valley. Someone says it's been going on Leland and Gray for 40 or 50 years. At some point in recent past, the GISP program changed and it stopped going into the high school. So what that meant was, in the old days, what still happens through 5th grade, is that kids can buy these GISP passes.
Junior instruction to ski program or something.
You got it. And they could ski on winter activity days very cheaply. And then some other days they can go up as well. And the mountain as part of that program, we used to provide, and probably does, I don't know, at the elementary schools, still some passes for chaperones to go up and do these ski groups. And sometimes they are staff, sometimes they're family members, parents, whoever. But that's how, you know, when you're sending that many kids to the mountain, that's how you ran the system. So when JISP changed, I don't know if it coincided with the new ownership at Stratton or not, but I've been told that it did. That we were faced with trying to figure out how to get kids passes and then how to simultaneously get chaperones up there. The pass problem has been solved by the collaborative and refuse to use program. So if kids attend these sessions that they and make a pledge to not use substances, they get a pass for a very cheap amount, similar to what the JISP amount was. And so that covered that. And then initially with the refuse to use program, they provided instructors, if you will, passes. And so we had a bunch of adults who were involved with that, and they would take their passes and go to the mountain on Wednesdays, and then it would be the chaperones. Recently, and I assume again it's related to cost, the refuse to use program has reduced the number of adult passes to 4. And not all the 4 people who run the programming for those evenings are employees or even ski with the kids. I think we have maybe 2 that are. So basically the shortfall, other than the usual shortfall in transportation costs, which always runs higher than we expect it to, the shortfall is the amount it cost us to get the chaperones to the mountain. So last year we worked a lot with Build Up, who some of you know was up at Stratton. I think he's the CFO. CEO,
yeah.
But has had kids come through here and been part of the program himself and was a big supporter. To try to figure out how to close that gap, he was unable to get that to work. When we had a shortfall last year, and it was an anonymous donation that covered a chunk of that, and I think we used some other gate receipts or some other kind of thing from basketball to help make up the difference. So this year I told my staff that, you know, we can't rely on an anonymous donor every year, and we have the shortfall to figure out how to make that work. We found a loophole, if you will, to purchasing passes for those chaperones. Some sort of like afternoon friend pack, I forget what the name of it is at Stratton, but it's a discounted deal if you bring a bunch of people. So we're going to use those bunch of people to be the chaperones, and so it's a little bit cheaper than it was last year, but even still, as Alice pointed out, we're probably about $3,000 short of being able to make that happen. Without the Stratton program, we have 9 or 10 other winter activities that happen as well, but Stratton has historically been at least half, if not more. Historically, it was probably even higher of the kids that go and do that. So without that, it kind of puts our winter activity program in jeopardy. So we had a big powwow recently to find out who wanted to be involved with thinking up solutions. We looked at other mountains, we talked about other deals, and we had a couple of staff members who volunteered to lead some fundraising efforts to try to get that money. But that's where we're at right now, so that's what I was talking about. That's the problem, is the cost of chaperones to go to accompany kids who refuse to use passes. Is that clear as mud?
No, it's very
It's very clear.
So is the task that you would like the administration to report back as to the progress on what has just been explained to you about the Winter Activities Challenge?
I'd say both the progress, and then is there anything else that we can do as a board or the administration? I mean, can we tap into the Stratton Foundation or some other kind of grant money to cover the gap?
So progress on what is going on and possible recommendations.
What is the timeline on purchasing the tickets, the discounted tickets that you're needing to?
I think you can do them the day of, but the ticket sales for those passes open up November maybe. We can purchase them in advance. We wouldn't do that because we would, if we have a cancellation, we wouldn't want to spend the money if we didn't use it. Yeah. I guess one of the things that I'm unclear about in the new district is, I mean, I don't believe historically Leland Gray has had any local money go into the program. I don't know what other districts did prior to the merger. And so I would just ask, do you guys considering all of this together as an equity thing, if there's local money going into this in any way, if that's what people are thinking about, or if you're really just talking about grants and other types of donations. So I don't know. I just want to put that out there because I know
I think
it's
the equity is a great point.
something,
Yeah.
something to think about, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we can deliver that to you. 21st?
Yeah, what am I doing? I'm just reporting where that committee stands at that point.
And I'll collect something together to have.
Anybody else besides me getting tasks this meeting, or is it just?
Laura, you and I just got one.
All right.
Yeah, we should task Bob to figure that out.
How to get out of tasks, that's my next task.
Well, don't you just go back and delegate these down anyway?
All right, next one, childcare. Emily, what is the task you would like?
It was just a request, and I didn't want to have a big discussion about it tonight because it wasn't on the agenda, so I just was hoping that we could have that conversation at a future board meeting. I said to this person who asked that again, it's not like our meetings have been always, sometimes we have a room full, but often we don't. And we have provided, have we not provided?
Yeah. Periodically.
Yeah, but it's usually on an as-needed basis, basically, because we know there's a big topic. And there's gonna be a lot of people, but we don't always know that ahead of time. And the request was to provide it, have it available at every meeting. I don't know how to do that, so.
So you.
The feasibility of that.
You can task
Yeah.
us with the feasibility
That's what I'm
of what the,
hoping.
okay, and we'll report back on October 21st?
Yep, because I wasn't even sure how we did it in the past.
I think that in the past when we've done it, it's been, I'm sorry?
I think it was high school.
I was gonna say,
Community
it was
service.
done as a community service
Sure.
thing. Phoebe took it, Phoebe was the staff member who was usually involved, and then it was some high school students doing some community service kind of stuff. I was gonna say, can we make this explore it, no-cost, low-cost options? I mean, is it fair to say, yes, we'll provide childcare, but it's gonna cost you $5 so that, or something? I mean, it's $10 an hour to get a babysitter.
If it's
When I had
service,
kids
you
that
would need
needed
to, right.
Well, but can we get it for community service?
Yeah, but who are we gonna task to do that?
Bill,
Explore the options.
exploring the option, and I'll report back on the 21st, the options that. And this is where Trey and Abby might be very helpful.
There might be a
Assisting
student club
me.
that wants to, do the service. Maybe there's a fundraiser, there's a little fundraiser in here, I don't know,
I mean, my biggest concern was about how do we know when we need it?
So in the past, we've done it like during budget season, we've done 2 or 3 when we have a big pre-meeting before Act 46 things, we've done that.
Right.
But we have never done it on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean that can't be investigated and report back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we have to remember that if we do start something where we have somebody here available and nobody shows up for the first couple of meetings, doesn't mean it's a failure. It just means that word hasn't caught on yet.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right.
Or
values
nobody really
comparison.
cares.
That's nothing for you.
I know, that's why I'm excited about it.
Values comparison work is entirely work by the board.
Okay.
And I have a deliverable of getting the stuff from the old and the handwritten, but I'll take care of that.
Okay, great.
You want to write that down?
No, that's
So you
on,
can
that's
bug
an
me on the
agenda
board?
item, not a admin assignment.
That's a Joe assignment.
All right, applicant process, right? That was the other one for me?
Oh, yeah, that was the other one for you.
Okay. So the deliverable on this, again, on October 20, it's gonna have to be before the 21st, right?
Well, it could be,
Can I
the day-
communicate with the officers?
I was going to say, do you want board input on that? We can have you and the officers develop this.
If you do, that's what you should do. We
That's-
just need to know
that's what
ahead of
I-
time if we have to meet ahead. That's all.
And we should let the applicants know the process is ahead.
Yes.
Right, when we develop it, we'll let the applicants know, and then we'll say, we're going to interview you.
All right, so I'm going to make the due date on this October 1st, okay? And I will do the research on different processes, run it through the officers, and the board is going to allow the officers to decide on that process. Everybody cool with that?
Good with that, board?
So process, board, October 1st.
All right, and then so once we have the process in place, we'll have some idea of how many applicants,
And we'll
we'll communicate how much early on the 21st. We'll have to meet to give them a chance to talk to us, to go through the process. Okay? Any more?
Yep, one more.
Oh, the 2 budget question.
Yes.
I just had to look at my notes.
So I can give you I can answer Drew's question in a short answer. I might be able to deliver the deliverable tonight. So right now, we are set up by our Articles of Agreement. We are bound to have 2 votes, a K through 6 vote and a 7 through 12 vote. Unless the Articles of Agreement are amended, that is the way that your budget has to be presented. The only way to do that is to build a pre-K through 12 budget and then to artificially separate them by equalized pupil. So we either have to replicate what we did last year, which some voters found very confusing, or you can amend your Articles of Agreement, which would be the process of warning a special meeting, having a special meeting, having an information meeting before the special meeting, and then having a vote, and then waiting 30 days for reconsideration, and then the Articles of Agreement. The specific article that you are amending could be amended in that manner. And the recommendation from the attorney is that if you are going to do that, you would simply make it in a very simple fashion where it would just be all members of the West River Education District get to vote on the pre-K through 12 budget. Right now, it is very specific to if you are operating your own pre-K through 6 school, you can only vote on the 7 through 12 portion of the budget instead of being able to vote on the pre-K through 12 budget. So I'm happy to do more work and give you guys more information, but essentially that's the decision the board has to make, to decide if you want to amend the Articles of Agreement to allow the citizens of Wyndham to vote on a pre-K through 12 budget, or you want to stay with what you've got and we will artificially split the budget into 2 votes.
Yes.
Lori?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's easier for you?
Well, we all know the answer.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, that's easy.
We knew that last
One budget, let everybody vote, right?
So that's question 1. What's easier? We all know that, right?
Yeah.
And what's easier for the public to understand? I think those are 2 pretty important questions to weigh.
Yeah. You have thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just follow Al's with my own thoughts. I have absolutely no problem with having this one budget and having Wyndham voters vote on the whole thing. My biggest concern actually right now is actually around our voters and the burden that they've been feeling, having to get out and make so many changes so quickly, so many times to the ballot box, so many challenges that they've been facing. And it just feels like one more burden. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't do it because of that. I just want us to be mindful of what we've been asking of the major changes that we've been going through in the West River District. And we have done our absolute best to make sure that we have minimized that, and it still has been really challenging. So I just lay it out there for everybody to think about when we make the decision. But personally, I'm fine with one budget.
In line with what Emily has just said, if I remember correctly, you had a whole 160 people vote for the bond.
Perfect.
Out of
Right on.
4,000 or so
Yes.
registered voters.
Yes.
So I think you really have to remember the voter burnout is real at the moment. Just putting it out there.
Agreed.
Well, we're just going to have to burn them out one more time. The one budget's simpler for the office to do, it's less time consuming, right? Than splitting up two budgets, right?
Yeah,
So
and also-
that's saving money there. We gotta look where we can save money, people.
It was also complicated when it went up to the state, actually. It was interesting. I had spent a great deal of time with Brad James on the phone because of the way you have to report up to the state to make sure that you all got the tax rates that we thought you were going to get. And you did. So it worked. But it was more complicated all the way around. But I'll do what I need to do.
Go ahead. Emily, go ahead. Well, you were saying, look at the timing on that. No question that it's easier to prepare one pre-K-12 budget and let everybody vote on it. But to address what is very real, voter fatigue, for lack of a better term, can we do the artificial split one more time? We've explained it, we'll explain it again, and we'll also, in the same context, explain that as part of this budget vote, we're proposing this amendment and we'll never have to do this again, and going forward it'll be one budget, and now you're only going to the polls once, and it's going to end this problem, and it's sort of do it all at once and fix the problem, rather than try and rush ahead and fix it now prior to the budget vote in March, the end of March again. That's just thinking about it, can we deal with it as a timing issue thing? So I saw hands everywhere when I said that. Emily first, then Lindsay, then Drew, then I.
My question's for Lori. Lori, you mentioned that about Brad James and spending all the time. Is there anyone else in the state who has a split vote? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think there might be one other.
Isn't Huntington? Yeah,
Huntington,
you're right.
Where there was the same issue.
But there are several other districts that are set up like this, but they do vote with one
That
budget.
is correct,
It's
yes.
very important to know that it's not just, we're not doing an outlier by going to one budget. Most of the modified districts actually do vote
That
with
is
one
correct.
budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lindsay.
I just wanted to say that we've been accused plenty in the past of not really listening to our constituents, and that we've sort of snowballed over things. And I think that it's unfair to say that by us having a vote, it's snowballing over people, because they can come out and vote. But realistically, the voter fatigue is very real, and we understand that. And it's a little like not hearing everyone's opinion about not getting everyone's opinion in the vote, because we know that not everybody that normally would vote is going to get out at this point. Right. I mean, even people that would normally get out and vote, the few that do, those numbers are significantly reduced. I just feel like it's not necessarily getting a real fair cross-section of the population.
You had your hand up, and there's a plan.
If we vote a single budget, does the Wyndham tax rate get set? How do you determine the per pupil spending for 7-12 if we don't split the budget?
Yeah, I mean, you have to do a back calculation, because there still needs to be a certain portion of the 7 through 12 budget that they're paying on, right?
So in some ways, you have to split it regardless.
In some ways, yeah. Right. It's a little bit different than, basically going through line item type of thing, but yes.
So it is easier, just to follow up on that, it is easier to do it one budget and do that back split to do the tax rate than it is to all the way
split it, but
Gotcha.
yeah, I think the only other comment I would make about splitting the budget is the confusion when it goes to the voters. But they have had one round of it, so, and I think that we need to be careful, or I need to be better equipped to explain the split this year.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, it's definitely, I agree, one budget, much simpler, much less confusing to the voters. I have heard so many comments regarding the voter fatigue at this point that I honestly don't know that we could get away with another one without a revolt at this point. It would make more sense to see if maybe we could somehow more effectively explain the split budget one last year and warn it for the annual meeting as a vote to the change to the Articles of Agreement.
Yeah.
When would we need an answer by?
I mean, you warn it, you wait 30 days, you have it. I mean, you need, on a tight timeline, you need 70 days. I mean, you don't have to have an answer on the 21st. I mean, you could have the vote in January and have 30 days to pass. Just to follow up on what Leanne said, voter fatigue is obviously extremely real, but we probably wouldn't want to have the vote at the annual meeting because they're going to be voting on the budget at the actual annual meeting. But we do have an election next year.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
oh, I forgot those were separate, yes, the way it works now.
That could be, if the board was to decide to respect the voter fatigue and know that you wanted to split it again for a year, you might want to consider, if you did want to have a vote on the Articles of Agreement at a time when you'd have high voter turnout to a foundational document of this board. So,
That makes sense. Oh, yes, Rick.
Did we not change things so that the representatives are voted on at the same time as the budget?
Yeah, on the at-large.
Right, okay, that, I didn't hear that.
Sorry.
Come out that way, okay.
Yeah, we have one at-large vote on the 27th, 25th. Last year's 27th. This year's 27th. Sorry.
Any more thoughts? Yes.
So my question on the voter fatigue piece and the bond, the second bond vote was mentioned as a low turnout. That is that do we think that's a function of voter fatigue or a function of
last minute?
Well, or just the perceived, like, that wasn't controversial. People supported it widely the first time. People didn't think they had to go out because it might not be controversial. And I would also add to that, the split vote initially, that you may recall, there was some level of controversy floating around that had nothing, well, some people believe it had nothing to do with the budget itself, but other things that were happening, board decisions. So I'm just asking, I guess, from a clarifying question, when people are hearing from folks about voter fatigue, is there a root cause of that that we can really analyze, or is it really just people don't want to come out and vote? You know what I mean? Like, what do we think that's really about, or is it really about the actual act of going out and voting? Not only that, I mean, maybe it's a more rhetorical question, but I just wondered if that could help inform. If we knew the answer to that, it might help inform which direction you go with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just
go ahead.
From my perspective, the low turnout isn't the reason why I talked about voter fatigue, from my perspective alone. And I do agree, I think some of the reason why that was low is because I had people say, oh, I didn't vote because I was sure that, we were saving money. Why wouldn't people just get out and vote yes? And, I think there was some of that timing as well, the time of year. I was saying it because I hear feedback a lot, and I think it has a lot less to do with the details of what we're doing or what we're voting on or how we're doing it than it is overall. This has been a significant change for the 5 towns. And there have been multiple times when folks have been asked to go out over multiple different reasons for whatever, whether it's voting or whether it's having to come to meetings, reading articles in the paper. There's just a lot of change. And let's face it, Act 46 has been pretty controversial, especially in our area. And I think that from my perspective, that feels a lot more about what voter fatigue is. And I can't say it without saying that when it comes to voting and voting Australian ballot, our town offices, our town clerks, and the folks who work the polls are really burdened when we have these types of votes. So to say that there's a lot of hours spent, and it's tough when there's only 160 people who vote in 5 towns.
Yeah.
When I went in, I had in the town meeting, one person came in while I was in there, and I was in there a while, and thank gosh the people who work at the polls had books with them to read. That was a long day.
Ken?
while I agree that there's been a lot of votes this year, this is a whole new process, this whole new merger, and I think that the one budget is more important than worrying about if everybody's getting fatigued on voting, because it'll answer a lot of questions before the vote. In other words, well, we had this article, this article, this article. It'll be, this is the budget, this is it. It's not split. There's not going to be 100 other articles on with just the budget vote. Hopefully it should just be the budget vote this year. And it'll be one simple vote. People can get out, vote, and understand what they're voting on, and there won't be any confusion. So I say, right now, I just say call the question, and, or not call the question, but I'd like to make a motion that we set a date for a vote to amend the Articles of Agreement.
If he's not suggesting a date, I have no problem with the motion as long as it is, you know, the right. Oh, I'll wait till somebody seconds.
Does somebody want to second that?
I'll second it so we can discuss it. How about that?
There you go.
Could I make a suggestion? Sure. What if it wasn't a motion, but it was a task that I came back on the 21st with a proposed layout, a whole plan layout. I could have the warning prepped, I could have the date that it could happen, and then you guys could have a discussion about whether that made sense at that time while gathering input from your constituents over the next 4 weeks.
Well, if something like that were to happen, I might just withdraw my motion.
You and then you, or you and then you, I don't know. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that if that were to happen, it would make a lot of sense to encourage some community input on such a big decision.
And your thought?
My thought was not day, but dates, potential dates, because, you know, I'm still not convinced that this is the time. I'm not convinced of what's the right timing yet. And so coming to us with a recommendation of one date is pretty limited, I think. So it would be great to have options for dates.
Okay. So Bill's making another task on his list.
No, this is good. All right. So a
can
process.
So can I withdraw my motion?
Yeah.
Yes,
Could-
yes, you
Yeah.
can.
Would you withdraw your second?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, one moment.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Bill has another task to
Come
come
up
back with a recommendation.
process, warning, and dates for amending the articles for discussion and possible action for the board.
Wonderful.
Sounds good. Sorry, Bill, I'll help you.
That's fine.
And can we do this in a timeline before Lori starts on the budget? Or budgets?
Yeah, there'll be a little concurrence.
Yeah, there'll probably be some concurrence.
I will start building the budget as a pre-K through 12 budget, and then it will be.
We would separate it out at the end.
At the end,
All right, that's 5.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, so
Let's
anything else?
get to you guys.
Yeah, anything else for the, administration? All right, they're never coming to the meeting again. Okay, so now, to committees, item 9. We had talked, we have a standing policy committee. Ken is the chair, Mike and Lindsay.
Hey, that one.
Your name flew out of my head when you gave me the eyebrows.
I saw it go.
Who are you? Are members of that committee, and we also have a building committee that is Al, Drew, and myself. Yeah.
Well, before, I will have something.
Okay, I gotcha. So the question is, you know, the building committee has an existing charge. We've been working with the director of operations. We're going through, you know, what the facilities look like, and we're on we're scheduled to actually come back to the whole board prior to budget season and give a recommendation as to what we need to do with the physical plants before the budget gets built. The policy committee got the proficiency-based graduation policy update as an assignment tonight, and I believe there are still outstanding some of the recommended policies that have not been gone through and adopted by us, right?
Mhm.
We've got all the requireds, but we haven't done all the recommendeds.
And they apparently, according to the VSBA, that all just changed.
I know.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, so.
I think I would just do the
Oh, of
PVGR
course.
one.
Oh, my goodness.
So there is work for that
I actually
committee.
printed it out.
We had discussed at the retreat, Lori had asked about a budget committee, and one of the things we'll get from her is the actual sort of what you're looking for out of that committee in terms of work and charge and everything. And then we had also talked about having a committee to engage in some communications things. And, you know, do we need that committee? Do we have a specific charge for that committee? We had discussed again at the retreat, these committees were not necessarily standing committees, but were, you know, ad hoc, formed with a task and then would go away, with the exception of policy, which, you know, there's always going to be policy. So I guess, you know, we can confirm the membership on those committees. You know, it was suggested that one of the students might want to be on the policy committee. We can have up to 5 members on a committee without it being a quorum of the board.
So that was what I wanted to comment on. I think that we're going to have standing committees, and I agree policy should be, and I think we did talk about maybe building for the time being is a standing committee because there is quite a bit of task.
Mm-hmm.
So we could take that one on as a standing. We know budget is annual, but not necessarily standing. And I think we had a conversation during our retreat that it might be good to cycle different board members from year to year because, you know, it's a learning process as well. And I think that would be helpful for Lori and her office. If we're going to have standing committees, though, I think we should be trying to appoint 5 people for those standing committees. I think it would be useful and helpful. It doesn't mean we'll always have 5, but I just think it would be more useful and helpful and a better representation of the full board when you have the 5 on the committee. If you can't get 5, that's fine, but I think it would be a good idea for standing committees.
Okay.
And I love the idea of the student.
Okay. So, given that policy is a standing committee, we've got 3 members. Assuming they're all willing to continue, do we have anyone else with interest in serving on the policy committee? Student?
What would that committee be doing, so I can understand a bit more, please?
So we have, there are policies that sort of govern how things work. There are required policies that, you know, you have to have a hazing policy, a bullying policy. And it's written for you, and basically we go through it, make sure it makes sense for the, there's very little editing work in there, and then we adopt that as our policy. There are also some recommended policies, and I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head that would be recommended. Ken, can you help me?
You're on your own.
You're the chair of the policy committee. You answer this question.
Well, we did the school choice policy.
Yeah, we did the school choice policy. Don't have to have it because you don't have to have school choice, but the policy committee did the research. They looked at some other districts that have school choice, figured out what made sense for us, talked about you know, limits that they might want to put on, and how do we deal with this situation, and what happens here, and you know, how does it work if you live in Townsend, you have the automatic right to go to Townsend, or, you know, and once you go to Newfane, you have the automatic right to come back, and, you know, they sort of talked all that through, composed the policy, made the recommendation to the board. The board asked a couple of questions and said, yeah, thank you. They end up doing some of the deeper work that the whole board doesn't necessarily have the time to do in a warned meeting. So the policy committee, or the committee warns its meeting, does that work, reports it back to the board, and the board, might ask some questions or something, but we trust the committees to do that deeper look at something and then, look for a recommendation and take action on it typically. More questions? I'm not sure I did a great job of explaining that.
You did a great job, Joe.
Thank you. That from the chair of the policy committee. Al?
So standing versus non-standing committee, what exactly, to me, policy is a standing committee, right? But they don't meet every month. They may meet periodically. If there's like a whole bunch of new policies that we have to adopt, they might have a stretch of heavy work. And then, so I guess what would that be that definition, right? So budget is a non-standing committee. Is that just defined by the fact that it's strictly during that 4 or 5 months period that you're working on the budget?
Go ahead, Ann.
From my view, policy is how we operate. And we have a lot of policies, and they need to be reviewed on a regular basis. And whether they meet once a month or once every other month or whatever, they're not a committee that would go away. Because we always need to update and revise and create and eliminate policies, because that's how we operate here. We operate by policy. We're a policy board. So that's why I think that a policy committee should be a standing committee, because while it can have change in appointment, and it probably should have change in appointment, it's not a committee that would go away, because that's exactly that's how we live in this realm.
Totally agree with you, but I mean, I think budget would be also a standing committee then,
Yeah,
because we're never not going to have a budget committee.
Standing committee with a really long time frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm fine with that too. Just it's all about scope.
Yeah, right.
And what we charge the committee with. So maybe they should all have power. That amounts to- I mean, frankly, that's how we always operated. Everybody got assigned a committee. The Leland Air Board, everybody had two assignments.
Yeah, they did. And like there's history here. We talked about it a little bit. Leland and Gray got rid of most of its committees because the committee would do the work and then the board would want to redo the same work. So as long as we agree that we're charging the committee with a task and we're not going to then rehash it entirely, we're saving ourselves time and energy, and we're trusting the committees to do that deep look. The difference between standing and ad hoc for me is basically, we're always going to have policy, right? And I guess we're always going to have a budget, but the budget committee is going to have a pretty specific charge of working with Lori just to have a deeper understanding, and especially if we're rotating members through every year. I mean, maybe we always have a budget committee, but the membership changes. So I don't know if that would be a standing committee or not. Policy committee, we can have the same people on policy committee because they like policy. For a long, long time. If they like policy, I mean, so we're back to sort of, membership on the policy committee. Ken, Mike, Lindsay, anyone else? Did you twist an arm?
If you want to try it out, you can try it out.
Abby's in. Thank you, Abby. Anybody else?
We usually meet a half an hour before a scheduled meeting, so just so you know. We try not to split up everybody's, more meetings different nights.
Anybody else interested in serving on the policy committee?
All right, so now we need a charge of the policy committee.
So the charge for the policy committee would just be, review and update policies as recommended, as required.
So this has got to be a specific direction from the board to the committee. What is the charge of the policy committee?
Policy review is usually done every 3 to 5 years. I would recommend doing it every 3 years versus 3 to 5.
So review and recommend policies to the board?
That's part of it. There will be a specific charge now too. Well, and that, create as necessary or whatever, because we want a proficiency-based graduation policy updated.
Would you like the policy committee to make a recommendation for their charge? To present to the board on October 21st.
Ooh. For the board's consideration.
For the board's consideration.
How about that?
Sure.
I like, that's their task.
All right, you hear that,
There's your
Ken?
first task, guys.
You have
Run
two
that by me.
tasks.
Run that by me again?
My task is to figure out my charge.
Your task is to figure out how to word your charge. I mean, you know what you're doing. You know what you're supposed to do. It's not going to change from what
For
you've
the
been-
board's
This
consideration.
is official, I got it in writing.
Just write it. Good, right?
All right. Go to
All right, so the building committee.
Yes.
We have 3 people on the building committee. Do we have other interest in the building committee? Trish?
I'm not on for 2 because I don't think I can do budget. Because of timeline.
Well, that's 5. We can do that.
I just feel like everybody should step up on some committee, so I feel like I have to step up first.
Okay.
It's hard enough.
Okay, so we've got 5 on the building committee.
Okay, so the building committee's task
Is to write their
is
charge.
to write a charge for the consideration of the board by October 21st.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. You, me,
The others, oh.
Al,
Alan.
Drew.
Trying to get some
Trish.
Drew in charge who's chair. Isn't it Drew?
Drew is the chair. He's
Not
gonna be
in the room?
really thrilled.
That's what I was trying to get at. Drew's not in the room, so we might have to get him to do that.
Okay. Yep.
The charge of the budget committee.
Lori,
Yes.
in order to actually form this budget committee for you, could you help with the charge on that a little bit? So people know what they're signing up for? I mean, we'll form it. Like, when do you want it, what do you want them to actually do for you? Is it a year-long standing thing that you're gonna be working with them all the time, or is it just a 4 or 5 month shot? What are you looking for?
So
Yes.
how I would envision a budget committee would be actually fairly short term. I think that it really is leading up to the budget. I was thinking somewhere in the vicinity of 4 meetings. And the first meeting would be to just review, when we first do the budget, we're bringing in, information from all different areas, and it's just a basic review of the budget. And then the first draft is presented. But in that first review, it would be great to have the budget committee really understand where those numbers came from, right? We talk about equity, and your values, and do you see those as board members in the budget, right? I mean, that's an important thing for you to be able to identify. And then the second meeting, I would think, would be after we get some more information from the state, so after that December 15th timeline, when we have equalized pupils and we start getting real with tax rates, right? So we put together this great budget, an expense budget, and then reality hits and we get equalized pupils, we get revenues from the state, and now we have to make decisions. So, that type of pre-work with a budget committee would be invaluable to understand, where those numbers come in from, what they do to the tax rate, and then be able to help explain it to everyone else. And then, probably a third meeting after the second meeting, when we come back with a second draft that has some more realistic numbers and some revenue assumptions and that type of thing. So meet again and make changes if necessary. And then meet prior to the budget information meeting to just really help understand, so that when the public has questions, we're able to answer them. So that was my vision of a budget committee. And then it could be, longer term as far as, reviewing quarterly reports. Next meeting, I guess, on the 21st, I'll be coming with a quarterly report of how the first quarter is is shaking out for West River. And we'll take a look at an expenditure status report. So, you know, maybe the budget committee would have some insight into that and a preview of that.
Okay.
Does that give you an idea of
It does.
what I was thinking anyway?
It
I'm not
does.
sure what you all were thinking, and
We weren't sure.
Okay.
It's like, we'll let Lori tell us what she thinks. You know, with respect to the quarterly report, if you want input ahead of time, officers could do that too. I'll volunteer then.
Okay.
So.
You volunteered for the budget?
No, I volunteered for the officers
Yes.
to review the quarterly report. I'm looking for volunteers for the budget committee. Al, Leanne, Trey.
All right, I'll do it.
Mike.
Trey, nice. Leanne, nice.
I will as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go in there too.
Nope.
That's too many, isn't it?
I think that's too many, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's 4 board members, four voting board members and a student, so you could if you wanted.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's, okay.
Who do we have then? Al, Leanne, Mike, Trey.
Me and
1, 2, 3,
Jeff.
4.
So that's 5, right? Doing.
It's 5 and a student.
Okay.
Since there's not a vote there, it doesn't.
I'm gonna
Well,
let
they-
you.
Doesn't
Mike,
go
to
quorum.
it.
Okay, yes, I will do that.
You are tasked with.
Yes, tasked with inviting to the first meeting and develop a charge that you will bring back for the board's consideration.
Okay, and lastly, is there a community engagement, communications sort of, you know, we had talked about that fourth possible committee. Is that committee, do we have a charge for that committee, if it were to exist?
And this came out of a conversation that almost every bit of feedback we shared at our retreat was we need to improve communications with our communities.
Right.
So this
Schools need to
board
communicate
that-
better, board needs to communicate
Just trying
better.
to do it for the public,
Right.
so that
Right.
we all.
I
You
think
know-
Drew would sign up for this one.
I know Drew would
I'm
not
pretty
sign
sure
up.
before, he said he was, right before he left, I think
Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
he said.
community.
No, this one,
Make sure
he
you
said
sign
he
me
would
up for
not be on. Well, and we said as a board, we needed to do a better job of this, and we need to encourage this. My question isn't, does it need to happen? It's, if we form a committee and, you know, whatever we call it, what's the charge for the committee? What are we tasking them with doing? That we're not gonna all do as a board, you know? I mean, we all know that we need to communicate, you know, we need to try and communicate effectively with our constituents. The schools need to communicate effectively with their parents. I mean, we heard communication struggles, you know, across the board at every level. So, you know, it's not necessarily, it's just what do we tell them, what do we have them working on if we form them? Not necessarily we don't need to do the work, it's just, you know, and maybe we don't know exactly what that work is yet. I don't know.
Or do we just need to refine the procedures we do now with the public? In other words, basically, we're warning everything where we should be warning it, correct? All 4 schools, the town offices, and, right?
3 places in each town.
Right. So we're warning correctly, so we're posting correctly. Are we putting up all the school Facebook pages and websites? Right, they're all up.
Very good at that.
Right, because so that communication is already up. We just need to make, I want to say, we need to make it more apparent to the public that this stuff is out here. This is where you need to look. Does that make any sense? We already have places for them to look. We just need to let them know where to look.
So is that somehow a job for a committee?
That's what I'm saying. Do we really need a committee for that?
say that I think it's probably more than that. It's not a matter of a lack, I don't think that our lack of communication has to do with the lack of the required community postings and all of that we need to do, or Facebook or whatever. I think it's actually outreach. I'm not volunteering, but I am saying that I think a committee could come up with a plan to improve communications with our communities around not just changes or issues that we have, but with the good things that are happening in our schools in the West River District. And I don't know when the timeline of this needs to take place or whether we even need to do it now, but I think given the conversation we had, I think a plan for increasing transparency and figuring out better ways for outreach into our communities to allow them to feel more comfortable and connected to our schools and the work we're doing is a good idea. That's all.
So maybe something like going to a festival, like a heritage festival, having a table there, and being able to communicate with the people.
Yeah, I mean, so I was
Just
going,
as an
I was
idea.
going higher than that and saying just, this is the kind of thing we would ask a committee to come up with. Ideas like that. I think that's a great idea. And there should be others.
I think we just found our chair.
That would make 3, no way.
I only got 2.
So is that something we want to task a committee with then, is to sort of do that level of thinking? Like, we need to think of more creative, different ways. I mean, maybe we need to increase awareness about ways we're already communicating, along with trying to think of new ways to communicate. You know, it never occurred to me to go have a booth at a festival, you know, but maybe there is. You know.
Or maybe a quarterly newsletter to the communities from the board, or, you know, maybe, I mean, there's a million ideas that could come out of the committee.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
what I'm saying, and I would just really like for us to consider at some point having a committee. I don't know what time it's.
Okay.
I don't know, this sounds right up Emily and Al.
I think,
yes.
as
Alley
a
here.
thought, since it doesn't seem like maybe anyone's ready to jump on board with this at the moment, that maybe we can make it a task for the next meeting. Everybody can come with a couple ideas, or we can also task Bill with.
No.
I don't know what. Let's task Joe with it. We're gonna task Joe.
I like your first idea a lot.
Everybody come with
where,
an idea.
you know, this is something that the whole board needs to do better. And, you know, we could have the committee do the work, but before we have a committee do it, you know, can we, everybody come up with something, everybody think a little bit, and then, you know, maybe there'll be an idea there, or a person who becomes willing to take that and run with it. It's a good idea. You had something to
I
add,
was
too?
also going to just add that at some point, because didn't Al say that would be 3 committees for me, and I can't handle that many, which is an absolutely accurate statement. If we're going to actually operate by committees, and I think you've all heard that for me, committees are, I've seen the good side and I've seen the bad side, so I want to see how it works out. But I think that if we're going to do it, we all have to take part of the burden. It's part of our be present norms that we agreed to. And I think that it might make sense to consider having either the chair or the officers appoint committees as opposed to people volunteering. It's great if people volunteer, but if we're going to have committees, we all need to participate in one way.
Do we have a new Jamaica rep?
So I'm not suggesting you do that now.
No.
I'm just saying that you ought to continue to think about how we're going to operate, because when we do this, sometimes it's the few who end up taking on all the burden, and we don't always do that.
No,
We
that-
don't have everybody here.
That is the way the
Yeah.
WCSU board operates. Committees are formed, and then the chair appoints. So,
Just putting it out there.
no, it's not a bad idea. If we were getting to a place where we weren't getting volunteers, there could be, you know, appointments.
And also rotate so everybody learns.
Right. So if we actually go out as a whole board task and come back with, you know, tasks for community outreach, expanding our communications, whether that's, a way to focus current channels of communication or make them more available, or an entirely new way. If you can come up with one or two, we'll discuss committee assignments, but that's a whole board assignment. So we've made it through. Are there any other possible committees? That was what we wrote, that was what we had discussed at our retreat, but I mean, if something jumped up and down at someone, I wouldn't want to go past. All right, so the last piece is the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to
Um,
approve the consent agenda.
The pay orders got their 2 reviews, right?
Which
Okay.
includes the minutes of 8/19, 9/3, and 9/4, and the pay orders.
Second.
All right, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we do not need an executive session, correct?
We do need an executive session.
We do?
Well, we don't need an executive session. We do need to talk to the board about availability.
Do you have dates? Times possible?
Ish.
Ish, do you want to not do it now then?
Well, next Monday.
The executive session that we talked about having
Tonight.
ahead of time couldn't happen, so now we need to reschedule it. Next Monday is tentative from you and the parties, or?
So we need to do it,
We'd like to schedule it at 5 o'clock.
we need to do it by the Friday the 27th. Needs to be completed
Right, with
by
the month.
Friday the
Right,
27th.
we have to do it before Friday the 27th.
Okay, so you want to do it at 5 o'clock next Monday?
Yes. And I know 5 is very difficult.
And 6,
There's some,
Oh, you need the quorum.
Joe?
right, I need 6.
Tomorrow after
I can do
11,
5.
6 will work.
5?
I can do 5. I'll do 5.
Leanne, Al, no, you can't.
At either 5 or 6?
Well, there's a time
I'll
part
know
of
more
this.
tomorrow about the timing of it.
Yeah. We just needed to know if 6 people could be available at 5.
All right, so
We might be.
you're saying for 5 o'clock?
Initially, I think that's
You
the
can do 5?
wise
You
move
can
to
do
say
5?
initially.
Okay. Can you see a show of hands who can be available for 5 o'clock next Monday?
We've got,
Do we have?
yeah, we've got a quorum for 5 o'clock, just going this way.
So we'll communicate out if it's going to be 5 or 6.
Okay.
Okay? We just
Okay.
needed to know. Can you guys do 5? Oh,
What?
you will not be able to.
No, they can't
attend.
come to executive session. No.
Drew's calendar looks okay.
Oh, thank you.
It's nice to have all those things in
Nice.
sync.
Aries refused to use at 6 p.m. next Monday.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right, so that, we didn't need one
Is this the
tonight.
one that the parents have to go with?
Yes.
All right, so is there any other business tonight?
Motion to adjourn.
Then thank you. Is there a second?
Not bad, guys.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Good job with the norms, and we are out on time.
it is 7 o'clock, and it is the 23rd of September. This is the Jamaica Select Board meeting. First order of business, do we have any requests for late additions to the agenda?
I just want to make a couple of quick announcements at the end, but that can be.
You want to make it at the end or at the beginning?
It can be at the end.
Okay.
It's not an agenda item, no decision required.
Okay, so I'll put a little note here.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Announcements. Okay. Both of you, right? Hearing none, we'll move on to approve the minutes of the September 9th Select Board meeting. Do you have any corrections, deletions, questions, gripes, or complaints?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from the September 9th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Do you have any further discussion? Yes?
You do?
I do.
I'm always.
One thing, you will forgive me for being persnickety, but item number 11, it reads, I move to find that the premature general public knowledge of a personnel issue would clearly place said personnel at a substantial disadvantage because the select board feels if it discusses said personal issue in public. What? There's a piece missing.
Because the select board.
And the truth of the matter is, that's probably directly out of the statement that we got years ago, that we've been fighting for years.
Yeah, I was surprised
Yeah.
to even see that in the minutes.
Well,
That whole thing.
that's what we have to do to get into an executive session.
Well, I know we have to do that, but I don't think I've ever seen it written before.
Oh, you have seen it before.
Well, what do you want it to say?
So that's the question. I think
Say
if we find that the premature general public knowledge of a personnel issue would clearly place said personnel at a substantial disadvantage because the select board feels that it discusses said personal issue in the public, I don't think we need.
If select board said the personal issue in public, I think that works. Select board feels if it
discusses
that person would be at a disadvantage because the select board feels if it discusses said personnel issue in public.
Okay, we scratch said or put in the word the.
Sure, either said works too though.
Let's see.
Either one. It
Let's
works
see.
as a statement. I move to find that premature general public knowledge of a personnel issue would clearly place said personnel at a substantial disadvantage because select board feels if it discusses the personnel issue in public. So take out the feels because the select board discusses the personnel issue in public. Or something to that effect. Make it a. He said if, yeah.
So if we say if, then we have to say if then. If, what happens if?
So pull out the if. Because the select board feels.
It.
Wait, what if is the substantial disadvantage.
You can just
If
put,
we discuss it, the person's getting a substantial disadvantage.
you can just put period after disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Call that a period, scratch everything after disadvantage.
Okay.
Does that work for you guys?
Sure.
Yep, because it's already a public, all right, let's do it.
So get rid of because and on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I know this thing is awkward. I've hated it since the day we got it. We got to rewrite it someday, but it's got to do with the lawyers.
Isn't it what we read, the legal thing that we're supposed to
Yeah, well, that's the
read?
thing. The way it's written, it's a long story. We should fix it, but we got it.
Okay.
But if we have it nice and we have this as an example, then later on we'll be able to do it. Thank you. Any other?
Well, we're obviously going to need it tonight.
Well, we now know how to say it.
There we go.
I need a motion to accept the amendment.
So already, the
I'll
amendment,
make a motion to accept the amendment.
Does that have a second?
Second.
Okay, so the original motion, the amendment has been passed. All in favor of the original motion, say aye. I mean, the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We will pass the amended motion. Thank you much. Next order of business is we have errors and omissions from the lister. We have a lister who has attended us. Thanks, sir. I think everybody's got a copy of it.
Oh, do you have a copy?
Maybe.
I don't think so, no.
How would we have a copy?
Make sure Sheriff gets at least one.
I got one.
Okay.
All right, there are two errors and omissions.
The first one,
Two?
yeah. I gave you a new one last week, but I ignored it in the office and I didn't tell you that.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay?
Okay.
The first one is a couple who bought a piece of land last year, and it happened to have been contiguous to the property that they already owned. I guess they bought a little lot of vacant land that never got recorded as a contiguous property. So therefore, when they got their tax bill, they got two tax bills when they should have only gotten one. So that's the first one.
And there's no loss or anything, it's all the same?
Well, there actually is a loss in that contiguous property means that this excess lot is taxed at a much lower rate than it would be if it was a lot on its own.
Okay, because it doesn't have a house site and all that.
Correct, exactly. So therefore, you'll see that the parcel B5 and B6, if added together, is approximately 343,000 or so. But when it's taken on its own, it's 299,700. So the total taxes to be collected would be less, or the total value is less. And I'm also noting that the house site value is 168,500, and that's because a house site you only get your first 2 acres as part of your house site. You don't get any acreage beyond the 2 acres. And the total acres was more than 2. So the new revised value is 299,700. The revised house site value is 168,500. The house site value, by the way, is what's used to calculate your prebate or your state payment.
Okay. Any other questions? And this, you haven't mentioned, but I assume this is the Gage Booth property on West Hill North?
Yes, that's the Gage property. So what the effect of that is that we inactivate the second property and we add the acreage from the second property to the first property. That's the effect. So that's what the bottom paragraph is stating.
All right, thank you. And the next one?
We have to vote on, I would think you vote on each one individually.
We just voted them together before, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess technically you could
vote them together.
You could reject one or the other.
If we were going to reject them, but
no, they're just technical issues.
Yep.
The second one, it's a property owned by Stephanie Aniot and Michael Longo up on Adams Road. And they have 2 homes on that property. One they use as their personal home, the other they use as a rental home. And what happened is during the reappraisal, the appraisal company didn't know which one was the primary home, so they put the wrong one as the primary home. And so what happened is the state payment of the prebate was calculated on the lower value home when it should have been calculated on the higher value home. It does affect the total taxes just a little bit in that the rental property is taxed at the non-residential rate and the primary home is taxed at the residential rate. So by flipping those, it actually increases their taxes just slightly, but it also increases the prebate much more significantly. So. So as you see, the total value is the same, because both homes are worth the same amount. But the homestead value is based off of just a single property, and the house site is the same.
All right. Any other questions? I'll take
I will make a motion to accept the lister's request to change parcel 000B-6 to inactive and change the value of parcel 000B-5 from $294,800 to $299,700 with a house site value of $168,500. And also to grant the lister's request to change the primary house on parcel 00R-6.1 to be the one property owners live in, resulting in a change in the homestead value from 165,400 to 314,400, and the house site value from 122,500 to 171,500.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Did you get a copy of this, Sarah? You have a copy of it? Yeah. All right, very good. Thank you, sir. Anything else for us on that?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, number 6.
How about that one?
What? No, I'm gonna stay around for the rest of the meeting.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have a good TV signal up there, so this is his advantage.
No,
Monday entertainment. Number 6 is discuss the local hazard mitigation plan. Next Monday, which is the 7th of October.
Not next month.
Not-
No, not this one.
2 weeks from today.
Yes.
Date.
The 7th is correct.
7th of October, and the 4th of November.
So it's the 7th of October.
So this October 15th is incorrect?
No, that's something different.
Okay.
Yeah, this has got to do with the local hazard mitigation plan. There will be a public meeting prior to the planning commission meeting on the night of October the 7th. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Good. So these months that have like 5 Mondays completely. Anyway. And there's an action tracker form. And the reason that's important, we'd like to have as much feedback as we can get from the public on this hazard mitigation plan. Hazard mitigation, these are the things that the town can do with money from the state if we're able, or the feds, to mitigate or prevent or minimize hazards. And this is very busy. We got very busy with this right after Irene. We did a lot of stuff. And it's time to do it again because they have to do it every so often. They've changed the procedures the state has a little bit so that now we have to work in concert with the Wyndham Regional Commission differently than we did in the past. Anyway, there is, all you guys have in hand, a tool that has been provided us that's the mitigation action tracker. I think you all got it in your thing. And what this list is, it's a list of mitigations that we discussed and what progress we made towards them. Some of them completed, some of them we looked at and said, we're not too sure that still makes sense, but they need to be addressed next Monday. And this is an opportunity for the public who may have an idea, excuse me, about something that we could do to prevent or minimize future damage in cases of floods or other kinds of hazards, to come in and give us their input. And that is at 5:30 on the 7th and the 7th of October, 4th of November, here in the town office.
5:30 is the.
Yes, it says 5:30 on this. Okay.
I won't be ready for that.
Fine, that's okay, we understand.
Is there a time for November or no?
Yeah, she says the time for both dates is 5:30 and 7:30.
Okay.
I'll do my best to be on.
Yep.
And are both of those meetings are the same? It's just given another opportunity for people to...
I believe so, but also it may give us opportunity to research some of the suggestions before we get into the final meeting on the 4th of November.
Yeah.
Okay.
This has been posted around town, the flyer for any information. It's available in the usual spots, which are here in the post office and D&Ks and at the transfer station. If anybody has any questions. And the tracker tool is available. If anybody's interested, we can send it to them, or they can get copies of it here.
Why don't you send me a copy and I'll put it online?
Do you have a copy?
Oh, I guess I could scan this one.
In fact, you should have a copy automatically.
Just email me a PDF and I'll put it on the website tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Because I think she sent it out to all of us with I don't know if she
did send it all. I do have it. I guess I do have it.
Okay.
If I need
So, we can get it to you. So this is important in that we have to get some grant money to make these changes. And if there's something that chronically floods or something that chronically falls down or something, we can head that off. This is important stuff. Alrighty. The next order of business is, we formed a cemetery committee, and I understand that you're in the process of getting.
I'm still trying to get people together. I've talked to Karen and Bruce. I have not been able, Bruce Chapin, Karen Amadon. I have not talked to Nelson Coleman yet. I've had some calls into him. We've kind of played phone tag. So my goal is to get everyone together probably next week, and then I'm going to start calling around some other towns and inquiring. So I'll have information to bring to that meeting. I know Karen has asked the town clerk to do some things as well.
I think I talked to somebody at the, when we had the Old Home Days, that somebody was interested, and I pointed them in
Yeah,
that
so
direction.
no one came to me, so I have, most, it's pretty much the cemetery sextons are the people who are on the committee and myself, so.
Okay.
That's
a start.
That's a good start. So I hope to be able to report back to you, because we don't have that meeting then on the 7th. I will report back on the 14th if we decide to have a meeting.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Next order of business is on the 15th of October, we're going to have the vote, information meeting and vote on the same night, 15th of October, for the water project. Now, this is going to be conducted like a town meeting. It will, in fact, be in the town hall. We will run it like a town meeting, with the exception that we're going to have a couple of experts to talk and answer questions about the water supply. The HB, the company that made the $203,000 bid to go look for water, will be there. And several other people who've been involved with the engineering portions. And we're also going to have Chris Campany from Wyndham Regional Commission, who has some experience with some of the other towns. So we'll be able to answer questions. And hopefully, at the end of that meeting, we'll be able to vote on whether to go forward. The vote is not, the vote is only to find out if the town wants us to continue to spend the money to look for water. Right now, the bid is $203,000, but that does not include the access of the property. If we need to buy property, that'll be separate. But that's just the engineering portion.
That's a maximum. I mean, that's their bid.
That's their bid plus other kinds of things.
Right, but it also could be less than that.
It could be, because it includes 3 drillings.
Right.
If they hit water in the first drilling and it's okay, then we don't have to have the other 2 drills. Yes, sir.
Now, is that...
Identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Rob Willis. I was curious, that number that you just put out, isn't there a smaller portion that we spend first to discover where we would actually drill a well?
This is the money to discover where we're actually going to drill a well. This is money to go find a place to drill.
So here's how I understand it. There are 2 phases to the project, but that's not divided up. The town will approve the bid that we received. If we go, and the first phase 1 is finding the area, so they do a hydrogeological study and try to find a place that there's water. If they can't find anywhere there's water, then at that time we can pull the plug and say we're not going to do this because there's no water in Jamaica, which we know that that's probably not the case. So it's not, we're not voting on one and then voting on phase 1 and phase 2. It's all voted as one thing. That's how we structured it.
Okay, and so what is the...
So you're authorizing, basically the vote that day will be authorizing the select board to spend $200,000, $203,000, whatever. If we spend 30 of it or whatever, 28,000 of it, and then realize it's a bust, then the rest of the money won't be spent. But if we do find water, then we would have the authorization to continue through and figure out what, and
Does that
do the wells.
money include permits like Act 250 or whatever we need?
It does.
In order.
It does include the permitting for them to do the test wells.
Okay.
It doesn't include any permitting for the future of the project after that.
Okay, but it just clears them to be able to drill wells if they find them. If they find them.
So do the study, they'll drill the test wells, and then we'll have another vote. Because then we have to decide, okay, now we have wells, how are we going to bring the water to town? And that's a totally different thing that's not included in this vote at all.
There's one little caveat in there. If they decide in the first section that, hey, this is a place we want to go drill some wells to see if there's water, that property belongs to somebody. We may have to pay for access to that property. And that's the part that's unknown. So it's $203,000 plus cost of access. So if someone says, it's going to cost you $100,000 to drill on my land, that is I don't think anybody would, but that would be part of it. That's unknown right now, because we have no idea where that's gonna be.
And you could do negotiations with someone.
Of course, sure.
And say, well, we're gonna drill a well and have water, we'll just give you water. As,
Or something.
yeah,
Whatever. That's a bridge we should look carefully at before we cross it.
Yes.
When we get to it.
And so if they do a test well and they drill down and they find water, does that now become a well?
That would, if it had the capacity, I mean, they're not just gonna find water and like, ooh, there's a drop of water.
But why?
So once they discover the water, they can kind of hit the hydrodynamics of how much water is actually in the well.
They could hydrofrack it too to see if they get more volume.
Yeah, and then
There's all kinds of-
that would be a well for the system.
Correct. And the bid was up to digging up to 3 wells. They could dig 1 well and then say, this has volume, this has good quality water, everything's good. We don't have to drill the other 2. So that would also save the town some money. So there's a lot of variables.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variables.
Will it be known how much this will increase our taxes?
Not yet.
Well, that was some of the hope. I mean, we don't know that.
We've had some numbers. One of the things we've had is a member of our planning commission has crunched some imaginary numbers to see what it would be like. And we have people looking now to try to find something in the towns around us to try to find. I had a conversation with Chris Campion this morning about that and trying to find another town of our similar size who's done a similar project. And at this point, he's drawn a blank. But he's still checking on other people who might have some ideas that may be similar enough to give us some information. I think we'll have that.
It's fairly, I mean, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but to say, okay, it's $200,000, it's fairly straightforward to figure out what that would mean to the tax rate. But I think what we also want to do, and that's part of the reason why we're having this discussion, so we don't just go blindly into the meeting and answer questions, we actually prepare to present something.
Well,
we then also want to say what's it going to mean on the backside, and that's going to be a lot of assumptions and things like that. So the cost part of it, we can easily say how much is it going to cost.
Yeah, because to me, that's going to be the major question.
Right.
That's asked at that meeting, if we're not prepared to give a number or some sense of what the number would be. I think it's ridiculous.
The issue too, though, is we don't know. We could dig, we could find water, we could get the well, great quality, enough volume. And then we go back and get the system designed, and they come back and say it's $3 million to get the water to town and get to all the homes, and the town says we don't want to spend the $3 million, so we took $200,000 and we spent to get the well, and we're not going to do anything.
Which is and this will be another piece of it next for the hearing. That $200,000, we're going to have to decide how we're going to get it. Are we going to do a bond? How are we going to get the money?
Yeah.
What are we going to talk at that night? At that night with the input from the public, we need to talk about whether we have to do how we're going to divide the cost up. Is there going to be a water district / fire district?
Well, that doesn't have to be discussed now. I don't think that complicates.
But I'm sure that question is going to come up.
That's going to come up.
So we have to have some ideas.
Right, we're gonna have those ideas. And there's actually, this would fit into a state planning grant, so there's no bond required. I mean, we don't need to have a bond, but we still need to talk, and that's one of the persons that I can't again recall her name. Having the person from the state in the water division who could talk about some of these sources of funding. And again, not the answers, but just some options, and to be able to lay out these options to the public, to the town, and say, do I want to go there, or do I not want to go there?
And so what I'd like to do tonight, and one of the things I put on here is, what questions, and I put this to the citizens of Jamaica, write down the questions that you have and bring them to us. We've been talking about this for a long time. We've got a lot of the questions, but there may be some questions that we haven't thought of yet. So we'd like to have the input from the people who are going to be out there paying for it that night. So write some questions down, bring them in that night. Brings up another question we've been talking about around the office. Do we want to send out a mailer to remind people of this meeting on the 15th?
I think we could.
I think so.
We all agree to that. So our choices become like a sheet of paper folded up or a card. Sarah and I were discussing this afternoon. It would seem like cards, we think if we send a flyer out, with folded up address, it's about $200 to print it. Is that what we decided?
I said lower, but.
Between $200 and $300 in that neighborhood for postage and getting it printed. Or design a 3x5 card or a 5x8 card. Yeah, a standard thing. And get that printed up, and the printing outfit has the bulk rate. We don't have a bulk rate license number. They can send it out, and they can send it out.
They can also do pre-sorted first class, which is still gonna save some money, and I think we probably wanna prioritize it to be first class.
Yes.
But because of their automation of barcoding and all that kind of stuff, they can probably save enough money on the postage to cover
Right.
the printing. That's been my experience from doing direct mail at Stratton.
Okay.
Right, when we had the Pastoral Counseling Center, we had a permit, and we paid X number of dollars for the permit, and we just sent things out, and it was more minimal in terms of what the cost of each mailing was, as long as you have a permit, and that's.
Yeah, I think that seemed like the direction we're talking about it. So we're in agreement that we should send out a mailing. And so,
Do we want to add, and do we want to try to answer any questions? I met with a resident in town, and we discussed about, it'd be nice to have, again, I talked about like a sheet with some very basic facts on it. That people could potentially pick up at Karen's or the post office, or we could mail it. That would be coming up with an answer to a number of questions, kind of the baseline questions. What is the project? Talk about the basis, kind of the questions that Rob was asking. Very basic things that we could answer so that maybe people have a little bit better understanding coming into the meeting.
Or even to lay out the questions so that people have an understanding what the meeting's all about and what we're gonna attempt to address. Maybe it gets too cumbersome to have all the answers and everything all in little postcards.
But we can give a postcard probably, or we could put it on the website and say, go to this website. I mean, we obviously need to get this mailed out quickly, so we have to come up with this document. Greg and I have talked a little bit about it.
Yeah, and I think our whole main thing, as the town, whether somebody's gonna approve it or not, we wanna make sure that they all have as much information as possible. And that we just don't walk into the meeting and wait for people to throw questions. We have prepared for anticipated questions, and Tom had kind of outlined a few of those, and I've got a few, and I'm sure everybody else has got a few.
we hadn't talked about the idea of putting questions on the sheet. That sounds like a really good idea, rather than putting down the answers.
Okay.
Just put down, here's the questions, and the big question. We say, how much is it gonna cost? Who's gonna pay for it? What does this really buy us? It just buys us locating the water. Those kinds of questions.
Those are good things, and again, you could answer the question, you could have an FAQ sitting on the website then, say,
Okay.
if you want some answers to the questions and you can't make it to the meeting for whatever reason, you can go to the website, and we hope to see you at the meeting, because maybe the answers will bring out more questions from people. So, I'm more than willing to work something up and get it to you and Greg, if you want to work something up with me.
And I would highly suggest doing a postcard. I think it's more readable. Whichever way we go, I would volunteer to help with the mailing.
When would you like to have this from us?
Well, we have to have the people here by the 15th.
I get that, so do we need to get it mailed out by the 1st?
By the 1st of October, the week of the 1st.
I would make it even sooner if you could.
Can't make it too much later.
The first is a week from tomorrow.
So sooner is kind of like.
So, if Greg and I talked about questions and kind of threw them together, we might get something later this week to you, and then I could work on an FAQ to answer the questions. Or if you want to write the questions, I'll answer them.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to have the answers, but we will have, that's what we have the meeting for, to have our experts out there answer some questions.
But if there's an FAQ too, and I think it just prefaces people get to know.
Right. Because the drilling company will be there, and Chris Camping will be there, and a few other, the engineering side of things that you had mentioned, so.
All right, I think that'd be a good idea. The question is how much we can fit on a 5x8 card versus trying to do a longer sheet. I think we could, there's no way we could produce enough to get all the questions. So I think that we'd just be real, parsimonious and keep it in the 5x8 framework.
Pique people's curiosity. It's like, oh, that's what this is about.
If we do it ourselves, it's gonna go out quicker because we're just gonna take it right to the post office and she's just gonna put it in everybody's boxes. If we hire someone to do it, it might take longer and it might not
be
Oh,
quick
for the
enough
printing
before. That's, you know, because if you send it out, you don't know how long it's gonna take. It's usually a few weeks.
Well, that's
So-
why I meant first class.
Yeah.
But not everybody has a resident box in Jamaica here.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we have to go up first class, I agree with that, but you're right about the length of time it takes for the agency to produce it. And I don't know, have you had an experience with how long it takes them to get out of the car?
I mean, it can be a couple of days on it. I mean,
Oh, a couple of days?
Yeah. I mean, I'll call, I mean.
All right.
And find out, get some message. Express copy out of Manchester, because I mean.
Yeah, we've had the same day turnaround.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So let's explore that. Do you want to try to see what you can get on a 5x8 between the two of you and decide if it
Yes,
piques the interest?
we'll work it out, or you can work it out so tomorrow, I can figure
Okay.
some stuff tomorrow.
And then,
And again, I'll put an FAQ on the website too, just if people want to go out there.
that's a good idea. And that could be on the.
Some of the questions that we'll have on the card, we'll have some very brief answers, but of course, we recommend, you know, if you're really interested in having a discussion, come to the meeting on the 15th.
Or if you have questions about our answers.
Right, exactly, get people thinking.
Yes.
Yep, I'm Lou Brusso. Just a quick question. Are you going to be voting to authorize the possible expenditure of $200,000 that night?
Yes.
Be very sure that on this card, that it's known to be a vote that night, not just information. Because people who want to go to an informational meeting may just blow it off.
One night, we decided to do this on one night, vote, information and vote same night.
We can put the warning onto the card too.
Well, the warning is a lot more formal. We've got the warning scattered in all the appropriate
Right.
places, but we can certainly warn it as a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Right,
good
that
point.
there's a vote. Right, yeah.
Yeah, very good point.
People may in fact not be willing to vote that night. They're gonna think about it.
They gotta think about it between now and the 15th, because we're gonna vote on the
Yeah,
15th.
but they won't have any of the information that will be coming out during that meeting time.
We're doing the best
To
we
go
can.
ahead and to make, because one of the questions that comes to my mind, do I want to be a part of spending 200 and some $1,000 for something that will be not something that I'm going to be paying for, or just something just for the public buildings?
And I think that that's a question that will be discussed heavily on the 15th.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
because I represent, like Lou and like you, we're not community people, we don't live in the
Oh,
village.
you're part of our community.
Well.
But that's part of the discussion.
That's gonna be the biggest issue.
And it's gonna be part of the discussion, and we'll have the pros there to help answer those questions. Including, and I apologize, I cannot think of the name of the woman who came and told us about the funding opportunities. I can't remember, I don't wanna use the wrong name, because then I'd even look dumber. Anyhow, we will have an appropriate expert.
Is, Rob Williston, is that appropriate to have a meeting, an informational meeting, and then a vote on the same day?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what's
Well,
concerning
that's
me.
what a regular town meeting is basically.
Exactly, it's no different.
That's what a town.
You know, when we have a town meeting, we do the same thing. And the idea behind that, honestly, we thought about this, if we have an information meeting and then 2 weeks later have the vote, we may not get the same people. It's asking an awful lot of everybody to scrape off 2 nights out of their month. This way, it's one meeting, we've been talking about this forever, it's not like this is a complete surprise to anybody. And this now just kind of coalesces around the 15th and try to move forward. Because we've been talking and talking, we need to get
Yeah,
some
we
direction.
have, but not a whole lot of the town has.
Some of the town has and some has not, you're right.
I just think, when we mentioned that Judy's right, there could be a vote to table a motion too.
Yes,
It doesn't necessarily have to be voted that night. It could be voted to table.
right.
We'll have to explore
We
that.
discussed all that too.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at it.
Yes, I think it's a 75% possibility. At least that's my sense.
At any rate, it will be an interesting evening.
Yes, it will.
Come with your notes. And any questions you have that you want to put to any of us before, then we'll be glad to help. We're going to have I think Tom's offered to put frequently asked questions, that's the FAQ. Frequently asked questions on the website is a really good idea.
I'll work that up tomorrow and get that.
That's a really good idea. Thank you very much, sir. Alrighty then. So we agree we're going to do a mailer and we're going to put it together. I think that's a great idea. One last commercial before we move on to have a couple of announcements and public concerns. Taxes are due the 1st of October. Just throw that out. Little commercial from Terry. 1st of October, taxes are due. Next item I have is there's some announcements. Greg has a couple of announcements he wants to make.
Sure, thank you. Just the first is a big thank you to everybody who pulled off Old Home Day last weekend. It was phenomenal. I mean, there's a ton of people, a lot of activities. Just, there was something going on up and down both sides of the street. It was all day long. It was awesome, and I know that's a lot of work to get that to kind of work seamlessly. The other one is not quite so exciting, but wanted to announce that every 6 months, Wyndham Solid Waste, the group that we're a member of, holds a hazardous waste collection. We had one here in Jamaica 6 months ago, or 5 months ago, so upcoming on Saturday, October 19th, and this is germane because town of Jamaica residents are able to bring their hazardous waste to either one of these collection sites. One of them is at the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District transfer station in Brattleboro. And the other one is at the town of Stratton's transfer station. So they're both from 8 to 12 on Saturday the 19th. There'll be some flyers at our transfer station here, and also Sarah's going to have a few in the office here if you have any questions on what to bring and what not to bring, what's that, et cetera. There.
Okay, thank you very much. And Judy had a couple.
Yes, a little more information about the painting of the ceiling. I have been in touch with the painter, and he is planning to do it in the month of November.
Oh.
Which I think is a better time, because I don't think we use it that much during November.
Isn't that Rusty Dewey show in November? I talked about that.
Oh, is that coming in?
It is in November, but I don't
know what day it is. We do have a show.
What do you have? You have a show in November?
Yeah, a comedy show. Rusty Dewey's is coming back.
And
Let me find out the date.
you need to tell me, okay?
Okay. I don't know that because I'll have to
And then the other, the outside piece should be finished the end of September.
Oh, good. Thank you for being on top of that. Excellent. Time for public concern. Do we have any concern, public? Yes, sir.
My concern, Rob Williskin, is our illustrious Southville Road.
Yes.
I just came to find out if you have any information from the highway department as to, are they going to do any work on Southville Road? I.e. the paved part versus the part that they graded.
The last time he and I talked, they were, but part of the difficulty is, and that sounds strange to me, because it's a class 3 road instead of a class 2 road, we don't get any money from the state for that road, and it's set that way because the town of Wardsboro didn't want to have their portion of it become a class 2. So we're sort of stuck with it being a class 3, so we don't get any money for it. So it's a combination of funding, and they worked on some culverts, they replaced some culverts, they filled some potholes, and now they're working on another project that the state requires them up on Warden Road. That was a couple weeks ago. And I'm not exactly sure, I don't have the answer for that, but I can talk to him tomorrow.
Okay. It's I mean,
it's, I was on it 2 weeks ago when my sister was in hospital. I was up and down that thing a couple of times. Clearly, it's a mess.
It's
awful. Yeah.
I want to bring my bill for my tie rod ends and ball joints into the town because it's devastating my truck.
I found myself slowing to a practical stop on my camp one.
Yeah, and there's a spot this is going on 10 years now where there's a dip halfway up the asphalt part where the culvert, there's something wrong with it. It hasn't been addressed.
On this side or the other side?
This side.
The Jamaica side?
Yeah, just before Polly's.
I don't know.
If you go up it's a serious, if you go too fast, you're going to hurt your car.
I go too fast.
Yeah.
There's a thought.
And then they graded the road probably last month, and within 2 days it was washboarded out again, and it they didn't do a good job on it. And I think that I've seen them do a much better job. I don't know if they need to put more gravel down or what they need to do to make it work, but there's a few spots where it's just almost undrivable.
I agree that, like I said, the other section, but I'll talk to Keith in the morning. Okay, I'll take that. I'll talk to Lex and see her first, and then, because she's the road commissioner. And then if I don't see her, I see Keith first, I'll talk.
Well, thank you.
Alrighty then.
I have one thing I forgot to mention. I heard from Sheriff Anderson about the data from the radar gun that we had shooting down Depot Street, and unfortunately they couldn't get the data out. So we have no data. He has offered if we want to put it back, they'll put the new one. There's an old unit and a new unit. The old unit apparently is legacy and they couldn't get the data out of it. So he said he would be willing to put the new unit up here at some point. I know there was one out on 30 here and collect data if we want to ask him to do that. I've also done some more looking into radar boxes if we want to buy our own. It's about $3,000. I found some that you don't have to buy any sort of service for. It's right around $3,000. So decision we would make is where we want to put one or two, and that's, you know, $2,000 to $6,000. It's a lot of money. So, but we just to kind of keep that out there. That that's I've been looking at that stuff. So I haven't been able to get anything better than that.
Okay. On that same note, they have them in Chester.
Just like that. That's we would have something similar to that. When you come in too fast, it'll flash.
And then you could always, if you put it on a pole, you could always rotate it so that it could, one unit could do both directions.
Yeah. The question would be more, do we put it on Depot? There's a lot of complaints on going down the hill right when you get off Route 30. We've got complaints as well from coming down South Hill when they go around the corner there. We have to make a decision if we want to do that, and if we felt it was necessary. So, just saying I was doing that.
Thank you, sir. I think one of the factors too is that I'm not sure this weekend or next weekend, given the fact that the weather looks pretty good, sooner or later, very sooner or later, the park is going to close. So that traffic is going to go down dramatically.
Usually around 10 it closes.
Yeah,
right after Columbus Day.
Yeah, right after Columbus Day. And we've got such a small population at the school, that might mitigate a little bit of the volume anyway. But it's a legitimate question, so I'm glad you're looking at it.
It's out there, so if you guys want me to move forward or do anything, let me know. You want to discuss it further? If the public wants to discuss it further, come on in.
I think the one we've got on there right now, that's exactly, come to our meetings, that has the radar pointing upstream, just the radar gets people's attention when you come down there, because you hear the radar before you see the sign. So that's always a good thing. All righty then. Anything else for anybody? I would then entertain a motion for an executive session.
Well, I'm going to do this right this time. I move to find that premature general public knowledge of a personnel issue would clearly place said personnel at a substantial disadvantage because the select board would potentially give information if it discusses such issue in public.
Sure.
Something like that. Make it a sentence.
We should form a committee to rewrite that.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The next one.
Thus, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss said personnel issue under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A, 1A of the Vermont statutes.
And we'll call that 7:44.
Got a vote?
Oh, sorry. Good.
A second.
Any further discussion? No. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. 7:44 and a half now. All right. So we'll call it 22? So we're out of executive at 22 and back to the regular meeting.
So I'm going to put forth a motion to give the listers a 2% cost of living increase to their salaries.
I'll second that.
I have a second. I have 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's got two.
All in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 3 ayes. The motion carries. We will give a 2% cost of living adjustment to the listers. And for background, we've been discussing the possibility of reassessing how we hire / appoint / elect the listers. We're going to have to take a look at that to make some suggestions for the town for next town meeting day. So there'll be some more of that. And the last thing on tonight's agenda is, are we going to meet on October what's the holiday?
It's the
Columbus Day.
Columbus Day.
The 14th.
Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Indigenous Peoples' Day.
It is the,
No, I think it's very late this
the
year.
14th.
Yeah, I think it's the 14th. It's the day before the town meeting.
So, I defer, I don't either one.
I would suggest we keep the meeting scheduled.
Yeah.
And I mean, that there may be some preparation for the following night, and it's also then a month before our next meeting, so that.
Yeah, that's my concern.
There's another month?
I mean, meaning like from tonight to our next,
Because we have
if
the 5
we
weeks.
skip that meeting, we're gonna be a month out, so.
It's already 3 weeks at that meeting.
Right.
And then another 2 weeks after, that's another 5 weeks till our next meeting, so I would say it's probably, even if it's a short meeting with a bridge,
We could have an abridged agenda.
bridge agenda.
All right, and an agenda that looks like a bridge. So I guess we all in favor of continuing to meet on the, what did we said, that was Columbus Day on that Monday, at a pointed hour. All in favor say, oh, I have a motion?
Well,
Do we need a motion? There's no decision to be made. We're
We're
not.
deciding to meet.
We're already having.
It's a regular standard.
We're deciding, not
So I'm
deciding.
gonna make a motion to adjourn, how about that?
There's a motion we can all
second.
All in favor say aye. We stand adjourned at 25 after.
minutes late, we were all kind of rolling in here. On behalf of the Wyndham County delegation, we will all introduce ourselves. Thank you very much for coming out tonight. We hope to leave here with actionable next steps on broadband and connectivity. So we thought it was important to gather all of you, bring down the department to talk about the bill that was passed and how that can be leveraged this year, and then see what next steps are. So Laura Sebelian, for those of you that don't know me, want to start down here?
So hi, I'm Sarah Coffey, I'm the rep for Guilford and Vernon. I just want to welcome you all and thank you all for making the time to be here tonight.
I echo that. Emily Long. I'm the rep from Newfane, and I represent Newfane, Marlborough, and Townsend.
Hello, I'm Emily Kornheiser, representative from Brattleboro, District 1, which is mostly West Brattleboro.
Kelly Bayala, I represent Londonderry, Weston, Stratton, Winhall, and Jamaica.
Rebecca Ballant, one of two senators from Wyndham County. I live in Brattleboro and I represent all of Wyndham County.
John Gannon, I'm from right here in Wilmington, and I also represent Halifax and Whitingham, most of Whitingham.
So Laura asked me if I wanted to say a few words. The only words that I want to say are words that will embarrass her, but I want you all to know that this woman was like a dog on a bone in this session. She came in with a plan, making sure that we could get a broadband connectivity bill through the House. She and Tim Briglin, the chair of that committee, worked incredibly hard to get it to us in finance on the Senate side, which I serve on, and was very diligent and persistent in making sure that we could get something to the governor's office. So I just really want to take this opportunity to thank her for this leadership that she showed.
How we can leverage the new tools.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. It was a nice introduction, and happy to be here. I am Clay Purvis. I am the Director for Telecommunications at the Department of Public Service. My department, by and large, utility regulator. We are the ratepayer advocate in proceedings before the Public Utility Commission. So in cases like electric power rate cases, we represent the public interest. In gas cases, water cases, and the telephone service cases. So right now, we're litigating with the telephone company, your telephone company, over their service quality. But when it comes to broadband, we don't do anything at the Public Utility Commission because we can't regulate it. Federal law prohibits us from doing that. We wouldn't be here if we could because we would just make them sell everyone broadband service. And that would be the end of it. But we're not allowed to do that, so we are left with kind of economic development tools, throwing money at the problem, finding new ways to leverage new technologies, to get broadband capable networks deeper into rural areas. The connectivity issue is a rural issue and an urban issue, but very different in that in urban areas they have the services there. It's a matter of affordability. Out here, it's a matter of being able to finance the construction of capital investment to build those facilities and bring them to people. And that's the problem we're trying to resolve here today. So just a quick overview. I think if you're in the room, you probably know that you don't have broadband, and you probably know why. I touched on this already. Light touch regulation, we can't regulate them. Competition is a competitive market, unlike electricity or gas or water. There are telecom companies out there fighting for business in the urban markets where there's revenue and profit to be had. And private investment is geared towards building networks where they think they can make money. And then geography, our geography is really challenging in Vermont. We're dispersed, we have small towns We have farming communities, so the distance between service locations is far, and so the cost of deploying broadband is more expensive per location. And you've heard this before. The same goes for wireless for hilly areas, for hilly states. So hills are the enemy of wireless technology. And it requires a lot more towers, for instance, to bring cell coverage to the same number of people. This is just a list of things that go into building a broadband network. This is a really high-level list of costs. This is just to let you know that it's an expensive and complicated thing to do. Same with this list. Things to think about. So this is the bill that passed this past year is really geared toward getting communities motivated around broadband. And communities are not broadband companies. Most of the folks in your community probably don't have a background in telecommunications and may not be aware of what you need to think about. And so this is a list of some of the things at a very high level that folks think about when they're thinking about starting a broadband company. Thankfully, there are programs available. This past year with Act 79, the legislature gave us many new resources that we can utilize to tackle this problem. And there are already resources out there, both at the state and federal level. This first one, the Communication Union District, is very important. This is a law that was passed in 2015. It allows towns to band together to create a regional organization that can do telecommunication services. It works a lot like trash districts. So like the town I lived in, Randolph, Brookfield, and Braintree shared trash services, about water districts, things like that. This is the same thing. Towns can come together for a common cause, that being broadband. And we have one of these in Vermont already. It's EC Fiber, the East Vermont Telecommunications Communication Union District. And that is an organization of 26 towns that have come together. They have built a network together. They started with private donations, private investments from residents, and they slowly built a network. They started in Barnard, Royalton, and they have over 3,000 customers now. They're building out entire towns in the Upper Valley, towns like Granville and Hancock and Tunbridge, Brookfield, places that private investment has never gone before. And they've been successful over the past 10 years, but they had a slow start. It took them 10 years to get where they are today. And so this law, the Communication Union District, and all of the other tools that are provided in Act 79 are intended to speed up that process. So rather than taking 10 years, can you do it in 3 years? And that's what we're looking at. So communication union districts provide a legal entity for municipalities to start doing a telecom project. It provides structure and governance. So you have a board, you have members from each town. You're putting the beginning or the formation of that organization to town vote. So it's something that would go on your ballot, say at town meeting day, and you would vote to join. An important aspect of municipal broadband in Vermont is that you can't pledge tax dollars to build a broadband network. Sorry, is my tie off or something? No.
You got our attention.
What's that?
You got our attention.
Well, they were laughing at me with that.
where was I? So you can't use your tax dollars. So you can't pledge, the grand list to build a telecom network. There are good things about that. You don't want to bankrupt a town trying to build a telecom network. So that's actually helpful to communication union districts because it allows towns to join them free of the risk of floating tax bonds and losing that revenue. However, it does make it more difficult because it makes it more difficult to finance the construction of the network. So, Communication Union District is a very important first step. We have two in the state. We have EC Fiber. They're started. They're on their way. And then we have the Central Vermont Fiber, which is a group of towns around the Montpelier area that have come together. They came together 2 years ago, and they are slowly making their way towards building a starting project. So a very important and powerful tool gives you legal, it makes you a legal thing that other financing groups like banks and other private investment can recognize. We have the Connectivity Initiative. This was our grant program that began in 2014. It is funded through the Universal Service Fund. We have funded over 1,000 broadband connections with this program. It's run out of my shop at the Department of Public Service. And it funds the last mile. So this is money for actual construction of broadband facilities that are aimed at serving actual customers. This isn't trickle-down broadband. We're not building middle-mile fiber. We're not putting conduit in the ground. So maybe broadband will come someday. Stuff has to go up on the poles. Connections have to be made to people's homes and businesses. We utilize broadband mapping data, so we collect broadband mapping data from the providers and from what we know based on maps we have at the cable plant, for instance, that allow us to target this funding where there's no broadband today. So we're not funding places, we're not overbuilding Comcast with fiber, we're not overbuilding good DSL with Comcast. Cable, we are building broadband networks to places that have nothing today. We're technology agnostic, so if it's wireless, doesn't matter if it's fiber, if it's cable, as long as it meets a certain threshold for bandwidth, and that's 25 megabits per second down, free up, we'll fund it. And it's scalable. If the legislature gives us money, we'll spend it, and we'll serve people with broadband. Anyone can, anyone that runs a broadband company, any ISP can apply for it, so it's there. And this past year, the legislature approved a 0.4% increase to the Universal Service Fund charge, which will go to fund this program. So we're expecting to have between $600,000 and $700,000 a year to give out in broadband money. And so we just need folks to take it. And right now, EC Fiber is a big taker, Comcast is a big taker, Consolidated Communications is a big taker, but some of the communities around Vermont, especially down here, we don't get applications for money because there's no one that wants to serve those towns. So another important program that would provide funding for actual construction, but we need people to take it. The Vermont High Cost Fund, I'm going to skip that actually. That's probably not that helpful here. Broadband is getting lots of attention and lots of money. There's money everywhere. So money's not really an issue. The issue is getting the money. This past month, or last month rather, the FCC announced the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. We've been calling it RDOF in my office, which I wish they would change the name of it, but they're going to give away $20 billion over the next 10 years. So that's a lot of money. This replaces the Connect America Fund program, which you may have heard about. The Connect America Fund gave incumbent telephone companies money to build broadband networks. In Vermont, Consolidated Communications got $50 million to build out to 24,000 locations. They've completed that project, so that money has come and gone. So this is round 2, or I should say round 3. It's really the third broadband program that the FCC's funded. This is going to be different, and so it's very important to think about this one. They're going to give away the money in a reverse auction. So rather than giving the money to the incumbent telephone company in a lump sum, they're going to auction off money in census blocks. That means that we could have different carriers in different areas of the state bidding on the money. You can have multiple carriers bidding for the same area, and it'll go to the carrier that will serve that location for the lowest cost. This is very important for non-incumbent telecom providers, companies like EC Fiber, which were foreclosed. They were foreclosed from CAF2. They didn't win other FCC grant opportunities. So this is now a recognition that the government can probably serve locations cheaper by auctioning off the money. They know this works because CAF2, our telephone company took CAF2. In other states, the telephone company refused the money. So when they had a company refuse the money, they would auction off that money. So in Massachusetts, for instance, Verizon said, we don't want the money, we're not taking it. So in Massachusetts, they auctioned the money off. In Iowa, they auctioned the money off. Electric co-ops took the money, wireless companies took the money, satellite companies took the money. You had all kinds of different companies taking the money and doing different kinds of projects. So they thought that that was very successful, and that is driving their decision to do a reverse auction in RDOF. It's not set in stone yet. RDOF, the rules haven't been written, they're writing the rules now. And the devil's always in the details at the FCC. So stay tuned for that. And if you want to comment on that proceeding, the comments are now open. Mobility Fund Phase 2, this is at a standstill. This is $4.5 billion for wireless. To the extent that there's a company out there in Vermont that wants to do wireless, that might be an opportunity. The USDA right now has the most broadband money ready to give away. They have a few programs. The Reconnect program, they have $600 million to give away. This is a great opportunity, but for the fact that there are very few areas in Vermont that are eligible for Reconnect funding. And that's because there's another grantee who has a project in repayment. So they have loans and repayments for the same census blocks that they haven't really served yet. So we are, we're stuck in that program until I think next year, at which point the USDA is going to reevaluate those census blocks and determine whether they should be reopened. We're hopeful that that will happen. My sense is in this program across the nation, no one's really taking the money, so the money's still there. The National Broadband Map, I'll skip, that's not helpful. E-Rate is a very helpful program, one you should consider. E-Rate provides, is a federal program that provides money to schools and libraries. And most schools and libraries already participate in E-Rate, The Agency of Education has staff that help communities apply for E-rate. E-rate can be used for lots of things. A lot of schools are doing Wi-Fi networks in their schools. They're buying equipment, but you can build fiber with E-rate, and that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Fiber can be built with E-rate. And lastly, you have the Economic Development Administration. Well, we have a group of different federal agencies that can do stuff here. The EDA has money available. They'll do telecom. Northern Borders Regional Commission has given away a lot of money for broadband in Vermont. Craftsbury is a community that took advantage of a Northern Borders grant. They built a fiber network in their town. It's operating. There's 50 customers online right now. So that's a great resource. And then I want to really highlight this next one up here. The USDA have non-broadband grant programs that can be used for broadband. They have programs. There are lots of USDA programs that can be used for all kinds of different things, and one of them is broadband, and you ought to really investigate what programs they have available. The best way to do that is to call up your local USDA office and tell them exactly what you want to do, and they will find the program for you. Rather than look for the program yourself, they will help you pinpoint the right program. They have lots of different things that they can make something work. So now we get to H513. This passed last year. It's now law, and we're implementing that law as fast as we can. We had $205,000 for the connectivity initiative. We're going to get ongoing support of about $600,000 to $700,000. That's great. We're ready to give it away to you. The Broadband Innovation Grant Program, I'm going to talk about that in some detail in just a minute. It's a wonderful thing. The Vermont Economic Development Authority has a loan program. This is also very important. It's open to CUDs. It's open to nonprofit organizations. It's also open to for-profit companies that want to build broadband networks. They will loan up to $4 million per project, which seems like a lot. It's not, but it can get a project started, and it's going to launch this year. So this fiscal year, we're going to see that launch. We're going to have technical assistance at the Department of Public Service. So we are hiring for that position right now. That means in a month or two, you won't have to look at me anymore. You'll have hopefully a more knowledgeable person who can come down and really spend good quality time with your town working through the options. That means not just this kind of presentation on an introduction, but the whole process will be there for us.
Will you please make sure and let the communities know when that position is filled?
Absolutely. We'll work with the League of Cities and Towns and the Regional Planning Commissions to make sure word is out. We have several meetings already scheduled with towns, so if you're interested in having us come down to your planning commission or your select board, we're happy to meet with you. So give us a call. But that person is going to be a resource. They will know inside and out the federal grant programs, our state grant programs. They will be able to give you advice on who to talk to and reading your grant applications. And they'll be able to give you this kind of overview as well. So not just in the beginning, but the whole process. Lastly, we have $100,000 for municipal technical assistance with wireless coverage. This is an artifact of the Coverage Co project, but we have $100,000 that we can spend on a consultant that will come talk to your town about wireless coverage and what your town can do to improve wireless coverage. We have an RFP out right now for that consultant, so we will hopefully have that person ready to go in the next couple of months. All right, so this is, so I talked about the Rural Broadband Technical Assistance Specialist. We do broadband mapping. So the first step, when you sit down and say, let's do something about broadband, you want to know what you already have and where you have it. We can help you with that. We do a lot with broadband mapping, both wireless and wireline. So happy to provide maps of your town, where you have service. We own a middle mile fiber network. We don't have much middle mile fiber down here. We have some in Putney. So if you're in Putney, we can help you. But if you're not in Putney, I'm sorry. Lastly, we do work with wireless licensing of state-owned properties. This is not something we've been talking about that much, but we actually work with other state agencies to get them to lease or license land and buildings to wireless companies. So if a wireless company is looking to site a facility in your town, state government property, if such property exists in your town, it might be a good place to look. State forests, for instance, state buildings, you know, I'm thinking in Barry, for instance, or Montpelier, we have lots of state buildings, many of which have wireless facilities on top of them. But we've worked with AOT, public safety has many towers around, forest parks and recreation. So if it's a wireless project, think about siting on state-owned property. We may be able to do something. All right, so the Broadband Innovation Grant, or BIG, as we've been calling it, is $700,000 of grant funding. This funding is going to go to anyone who wants to do broadband planning. So this doesn't build stuff, this is to plan a broadband network. We're going to issue this money in 3 rounds. Round 1 is already out. So if you want to apply, applications need to be in by August 26th.
August
25th. There we go. It's on my PowerPoint.
August?
I mean October. Excuse me, October. We've issued round 1 because we know there are folks ready to go. We have several organizations. I mentioned Central Vermont Fiber. There's folks in Newberry. There's all kinds of folks all over the state that have been thinking about broadband for a while. They're organized. They have a group of citizens that have come together and they have some kind of structure. They're ready to do something, and this money's available now for them to do something. But if you're not ready, don't worry, because we're going to have 2 other rounds. Our second round will be for electric utilities only. We're allowed to give grants to up to 2 electric utilities after we do another study. It's in section 11 of the law. So we'll do that in February. After the studies come out, we'll issue that. We're going to wait until after town hall meeting day to give out the majority of the money. So that is the perfect opportunity to organize, get a communication union district on your town meeting ballots, and organize something, have your first meeting. Then we'll issue the planning grant, and you can apply for it. We're going to give at least 2 months to get applications in. We understand select boards meetings or planning commission meetings. You got to get someone to write the application. That takes time, and we understand. We work in government, so we know how slow government can be. So we'll give you plenty of time to get that together. The grants are for up to $60,000 per grantee. It's not, it may not be enough, but it's a substantial amount of money for this kind of activity. So we're hopeful that you'll be able to make the most of it. We totally expect towns to hire consultants to do this kind of planning. The grants are going to be
given out in two parts. We want you to first do a feasibility study. Answer this question: is it possible? The thing we want to do. We want to do fiber to the premises in downtown Wilmington. Is it possible? Then the second question is, or not question, but task, is to put together a business plan that is bankable. You can take it to, say, VITA, which has now $12 million in loans to give out. Could you take it to VITA and get a loan? So, two parts. One is feasibility. We want you to do a survey looking for what your subscriber take rate is going to be. Who would sign up? How much would it cost? Your new vertical, inventory of vertical assets. Take a high-level look at the pole plan if you want to do a fiber to the premises project. Kind of figure out ballpark what make ready is going to cost. Look at what's already out there as far as competitive broadband providers. How much of your town is cable? How much of your town is DSL? Are you going to be overbuilding existing networks? How much? And who are they? It's an important question. If your town is 95% served with cable, I wish you the best of luck, but it's going to be a very difficult task to win that fight. If you're looking at overbuilding DSL with a substantial number of locations that are unserved, you might have a better chance. And that's what the other communication union districts are looking at. How can we avoid cable? How can we avoid other fiber-based providers and really target the areas that need broadband the most? We want you to look at the anchor institutions, the manufacturing, the large companies. How am I doing with time?
Sure, fine.
Okay, great. Schools are served. So they're an anchor institution, but they're served. Are they going to buy your service? We don't know. Colleges, hospitals, anyone who might want your service, look at that. Your bandwidth needs. What do your residents want? What are they willing to pay for? Raise your hand if you would like fiber to your house. Put your hands up. Yeah, everyone puts their hand up. Who wants to pay $50 a month for fiber to the premises? Yeah. Who wants to pay $100 a month? Big spenders here. $200. I mean, the people are price sensitive, and we've looked at this, we've surveyed this, and everyone says they want fiber to the home, and then you say, well, you pay $10 more for that service, then the take rate goes down. $20, it goes down even more. So price is important. So you're looking at competitors. Who else is there? You're looking at how much can you sell this service for. And what most broadband customers do is they churn. They go back and forth between who's giving them the best deal. So you want to look at, what are my competitors doing? What kind of service are they providing? And can I do it at, a price point that my people buy?
Hey, Clyde,
yeah.
Chris Campbell with them, Regional Commission. Back in 2011, we along with the other RDCs developed a broadband adoption plan because under the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act, there's fiber coming to Vermont, right, and other telecom coming through that process. And so Clay's point is really important because the big question was, okay, so if we have fiber coming into towns, will people actually use it? And how will they use it? Now this is kind of before high-definition television, so now kind of demand has become a bit more ubiquitous in ways that used to be. Then the conversation was people might maybe Skyping with grandchildren. Now it's streaming Netflix as fast as you can and make it uninterrupted. But that's important. It may sound silly that question is asking about what you're willing to pay, because there was an assumption like, yes, I want fiber to my home. Oh, I have to pay for it. And you wouldn't ask that same question about telephone or cable, but that's kind of one of the issues that kept coming up. So as we have these conversations, that survey, the development of a business plan, is going to be critical. Because like I have Vermont cable now, my phone and cable monthly bill is $123. I would expect fiber to my house would cost at least that much, right? And so, but of course, other people don't have access, so they may not understand exactly how much this is gonna cost. So that may sound silly, because most everybody in this room that wants fiber to their home, but the big question is, will people pay for it? And so it's not, so that's one of them. That as towns, if you have conversation with your community, that's an important piece that you need to ask, what will you pay for it?
Yeah, it's what the other companies are thinking about, and it's why they're not going to the end of your town. You know, they're not going to the end of that dirt road because they don't think they can sell it to the folks down there, or they can't make money selling it to the folks down there. So that's what we want you to do. Is this possible? Is this even possible? It's okay. It's okay if the answer is no. We have to spend a little bit of money to look at this, and it has to be okay if the answer is no. You don't want to start with your conclusion, yeah, wait, this absolutely can work, and then force fit the facts to meet that conclusion. That's not being honest. And it's certainly valuable, even if the answer is no, because it can tell you you have to look somewhere else. You have to look at some other model for bringing broadband service. Maybe it will work. It works in a lot of places where people thought it wouldn't work. You know, the Upper Valley, Craftsbury. You know, it would be crazy to do fiber to premises in Craftsbury because it's so out there. But the people organized around it. They wanted it. So far, it's working, and let's hope that it keeps working. But it might not work, and that's an important question to answer honestly and truthfully, because the risk is you go out of business. You have all these stranded assets out there. Maybe you bankrupt your town in the process. We don't want any of that to happen. If the answer is yes, the business plan is in order. It's time to get out sharpen the pencils and do some math. Take a closer look at your poles. Do some high-level engineering. Where are you going to start this project? Maybe go from a survey, would you buy fiber, to getting people to pre-subscribe to the service or commit to it. Do a more in-depth market analysis. Look at financing models. How are you going to cobble this together? We talked about a slew of different federal programs, loans, grants. There's not going to be one program that takes care of everything. You're going to have to cobble stuff together. You're going to have to come up with estimated construction costs. I see we have a gentleman from Matrix. I'm sure I'd love to talk to you if you get to that stage. And then ideal operational models. Is your town going to run an ISP? Are you going to have employees doing billing and marketing and operations and management? Are you going to farm that out to a contractor? Are you just going to build an open access fiber ring around your town and hope that someone leases it and starts providing service? That last one was the Craftsbury model, hiring contractors, the EC fiber model. Burlington Telecom was the full-on retail, let's do this, we're all in, just run it like a municipal utility. So we have examples of all three of those in our state: Burlington Telecom, Craftsbury, EC Fiber. So that's what you get for $60,000. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Clay, very much. And if you would stay up here.
Talk a little bit about why we thought it was important to gather all of you and what the possible next steps are, as well as give you time for some questions. So first of all, can everybody raise their hand if you are employed in a town to connect fiber throughout your town? Is there anybody here that will be paid to build fiber or build out connectivity in your town? out here looking to build out a really critical infrastructure in terms of connectivity. And so this program, with the staff that Clay has coming in, with these grants, they're supposed to help our volunteer communities get their arms around it. I know this feels a little bit like going through a fire hose. One, drinking from a fire hose, right? Yes, right? Does it? Exactly. So, one of the first things that I think would be really important for all of you in the district, and actually Representative Kornheiser was just suggesting this, is to make sure we leave room for individual towns to talk that may want to work together. That's number one. The formation of a communications union district, figuring out how to do that, is probably the first thing that we should do. I think it's going to be difficult. I know in Vermont we love to work by ourselves, but these are big, hard projects. And so working together, I think, is going to be really important. So figuring out if we can put together a communications union district. I shared with Clay, I shared with Senator Ballant. On the way down here, I actually heard from EC Fiber. They've recently received significant federal grant, which provides them with the ability to offer technical assistance. And so they're hoping to provide technical assistance in southern Vermont for the formation of a CUD. And they're actually thinking that they're in line for the October grant round, which I was surprised to hear. So were you. So, lots of surprises. In order to work with them, we would need 2 towns. That's all we would need. We need 2 towns to say, yes, I want to work with this other town to look at this. That is how a communications union district forms. Other towns are added by a vote of the town. So you heard Clay say they're looking at this 3rd round of grants after town meeting and have votes at town meeting, right? If we're able to move that quickly and have towns say they want to come on board. So what else am I missing? Besides, we want these grants to come in to the district so we can understand the plans that are needed, what it's going to take, what the technology is, what the dollars are, what the obstacles are, so that we can help with those. And I think the important thing too is to remember we do have models for success. And we need to use those as resources for our potential CUDs. And so I think, and I appreciate Clay coming and being very clear-eyed and sober in his assessment that it isn't necessarily a guarantee that it's going to work, and I appreciate that. But I also don't want us to remain paralyzed. Because that's where we've been. Because no one's coming. We have remained paralyzed and we need to do something different. And so I know Laura and I feel very strongly about this. We have to start communicating better across town lines and come together as these larger union districts to make this happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. So with that, any other points, delegation, that you think we should bring up before we take questions from folks? Representative Coffey.
So, I mean, I think getting this presentation into the hands of people will be important.
Chris, are you willing to?
Yeah, we'll post it to our website.
And also, I'm just imagining, I know there's some folks from smaller municipalities who are here from select boards. It's almost like we need to walk away or follow up on this meeting with kind of a little FAQ sheet about what it means. Because I can imagine there are all sorts of questions that are going to come up from our select boards and our towns about, how do we get started? Like how do we do this? And so that we can, guide, learn from the great lessons that we have, the models that are working. I know that those folks probably have some things that would be helpful to all of us.
Questions? Peter?
Yeah.
And if you could announce for the rest of the room what town you're from, I think that would be helpful for all of our neighbors.
Peter Sebastian, I'm on the Wardsboro Select Board. I think the point that you make about among the first things that towns should do is get together with other towns. Is there a way that this grant money can be used, say, for Wyndham Regional Commission as a central sort of hub that things spread out to here? Just going town by town seems awful difficult in that, imagine what the electric grid would look like if each town kind of put it together back in the 30s. And I kind of feel that we're sort of doing the same thing. We need some type of organization that will bring us together to form that union.
So question being, can the regional commission be a convener?
Yeah, we can absolutely be a convener, but I think the piece that you just mentioned about EC Fiber, having resources to provide technical assistance, like actually knowing the technical side of this, the accounting side of it, the whole thing, that's a big deal, because that would make our job a lot easier. Because then we can play more of a supporting role of like helping with the convenings and that kind of thing, but you actually have somebody, an entity in the room who knows what they're talking about, actually frankly knows what questions need to be asked of everyone. So we can figure out whether or not we need to apply for grant. I'm not right now, but right now I think the main thing is we can certainly help communicate, get word out to the towns. We can certainly help with the convenings. I think the bigger question is seeing what happens with this EC Fiber bid and kind of getting more of an idea about what their capacity is to do, what their intent is to do. Because then we could actually convene a meeting like of all towns with them, for them to explain like what scale union district are we talking about? Are we talking within the Wyndham region? Is it 27 towns? Is it 2 districts of 1 of 14 and 1 of 13? Is it 3? I mean, because those are the kinds of questions I don't think anybody in the room knows yet. But I think if we could get together with them to start asking, understand even what questions we need to ask Peter, that'll help us know better what our role is. Because our biggest barrier has just been, we're really good at convening towns, we're good at facilitating conversations, but when it gets to the economics of broadband, the technical aspects, we're at a bit of a loss. And so the other thing that we'd like to potentially do is provide office space, and that could even help contribute to a local match. Hopefully, I would imagine they too are really good at figuring out how do you leverage like $60,000 of state money against federal money, which typically is going to require a 50% match, right? So how do you take this state money and leverage that into like the 60? How do you leverage that into 120,000 or more? So we can definitely play a role. I would say collaboration with BDCC. We'll figure it out, but I don't know that we know what the structure looks like right this minute. Does that make sense?
And so Sarah is here from BDCC, and in the past she has helped to convene a number of towns around broadband. I think really what we're looking at is first getting organized, and then a plan, and then financing. So the organized, we can have some assistance from EC Fiber and the department when we bring on that person. The planning, again, some assistance from the department, and then financing will come from that. Yes, sir.
My name is Munson Hicks. I'm the former chairman of the Fiber Optics Subcommittee of the Vernon Planning Commission. One thing that we did, and it took us 2 years to get through, was to get the Planning Commission to include fiber optics or broadband internet as an essential service, recognized as an essential service, at the same level as roads and electricity and so forth. It took a long time just to get that. We are in Vernon. We did have a number of talks individually and then specifically with Guilford, as it seemed like a perfect match. The problem with Vernon is that we are well served, so that we aren't going to be eligible for any money. Well served, of course, is the 25-4 requirement, which is not in any way prepared for the future.
Not at all well served.
Not at all well served, no. You seriously have to think about a 1 VA network if you are going to be available, have anything available in the next 5 years, after 5 years. If we build out now for 3 years, we're 6 years behind. But I'm very interested in reconnecting with Guilford. It seems to be a perfect fit. We did a lot of work to begin with. We found out it would cost, Vernon is very compact, and so we could build a fiber optic network for $2 million. We also worked with Guilford and figured it would probably be $5 million because they have 2.5 times the roads that we do. My question is, because we are well served and because Guilford isn't well served, by combining our maps, is Vernon able to essentially borrow Guilford's needs to get money?
If we form a CUD.
If we form a CUD.
I would just add on the CUD point that town boundaries are pretty meaningless when it comes to building a broadband network.
How about state boundaries?
State boundaries are also fairly meaningless. It actually took Verizon, when they sold to Fairpoint, it was a big fiasco getting them to try to cut at the town line. The companies don't think in terms of political boundaries. They're looking at the pole plant, they're looking at where their customers are, and that's where they're going. As towns or government would think about political boundaries, but really, you form a communication union district, you're going to be looking at the kind of town boundaries go away, and you're looking at this greater kind of blob of land that you're going to want to serve, going a little bit over here, a little bit over there. They didn't do EC Fiber didn't do whole towns. Central Vermont Fiber is not looking at whole towns. They're looking at neighborhoods of need and their proximity to other assets that would help them serve.
Just one quick follow-up, because I'm confused about it. If the towns are not allowed to have municipal bonds, but only revenue bonds, how do we bridge the gap of if you're going to build something out and it's going to take you a year and a half, 2 years, you have no revenue, or it's going to be even 4 years before you set it up. How do you deal with revenue bonds when there is no revenue?
So first of all, the governor put forward the VIA loans this year, which helps with that first bit. Those allow for risk. We also included in the bill, he also asked for regular bonding, which we said, it feels a little risky. We want to go back to bond bank, treasurer, and get a recommendation. So that may be coming. That's available in some other states. But VITA is, I think, the answer.
And I mentioned the state thing just real quick, because there may be cases, and I don't know the answer to this, but to me it's a question we need to ask. Like, for instance, for Vernon and Guilford, does it also make sense to look, is there opportunity to pair with the Massachusetts towns to your south and collaborate with what's already been organized down there? It may or may not make sense. But that's what and then same thing potentially like with Dummerston, Brattleboro, is there a pairing potentially like with Chesterfield going up the river? Because in some cases in New Hampshire, you've got the development close to the riverside and then not much. So maybe opportunities to cross the river too. There may not be also, but to the extent that the goal is to make it work though, right? So that's.
Ma'am.
Edgar Waterman, Reedsboro, Vermont resident. Do you have business cards passed out? I'd like one, please.
Sure. Omar?
Omar Smith, Reedsboro, Vermont, Broadband Committee. Just curious on the CDs, so you form, 3 towns, 5 towns, whatever it is, and like he was talking about the disparity. How would that work with grant dispersion if you've got one little project here, another project there, and you're applying for grant as a group, as a CUD?
Well, I mean, that certainly could be a complicated question. And I think it's one that the other CDs are grappling with.
EC Fiber, I believe, has been building out town by town.
They're
right?
doing town by town now because they have been applying for or issuing revenue bonds and getting millions of dollars. But when they started out and what they had was, less than $100,000 to work with, they were really looking at take rates and they were looking at where can they go where they can avoid their competition. And I think among the members, I don't want to speak for them, but I could see where that kind of strategy would make other towns upset. You have a wealthy town that's going to have 100% take rate, and that's where they decide to start. It leaves kind of a less wealthy town, in the dark. That would be an issue. I think that the communication union districts would have to think about amongst themselves, amongst the members, how are we going to deal with questions of equity and fairness. There is an argument to be made that the communication union district actually helps towns who wouldn't be able to do it on their own. You take a very wealthy town, could do a broadband project on their own. Burlington did it on their own, right? Winooski did not. But if there was a communication union district, could they have thought about a system that was planned on a more regional basis that would have taken into account the fact that a neighboring town wouldn't be able to do this on their own. And so I think there's a lot of value in that.
Just to clarify, I think the rule is actually that you don't have to be contiguous to be part of a communication district. So you can connect with somebody who isn't your neighbor, but for an advantage if it works.
In the corner there.
Thank you. Hi, Tristan Roberts. I live in Halifax. I need to actually get home soon, but I just wanted to say I've got 100 questions, and I wanted to sort of put our, as a town, our name in the hat as far as wanting to collaborate with other towns. So any sort of next steps or connecting with folks, want to do that.
And so I just want to make sure that everyone also has hopefully signed the sign-in sheet with email so that we can continue to be in touch with you and connect towns.
Yeah, Michael Bosworth from Brattleboro. I'm not sure how well served Brattleboro is, probably better than some other towns, but several questions. The Brattleboro would have to figure out what are the advantages of banding together with other towns. Are the $60,000 grants just available to union districts, or? No?
They're available to a wide variety of different organizations. Pretty much anyone that's a something can apply. For-profit companies, non-profit organizations, communication union districts, municipalities are all included. So it doesn't have to be just a communication union district.
And the second question is, earlier you offered your office can do a broadband. Where is broadband in your town already? And that's even without getting a grant. You could just do that today if a town asked for that. Is that what you said? Or not?
Yep, and I actually believe we corresponded with someone in the Brattleboro municipal offices using planning. You? Okay. So you have those maps, and if you need them updated, we're happy to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jim Scoggin, Shasbury Select Board. I think I'm piecing together the answer here that what towns can do, what select boards can do. A town can apply for the $60,000 feasibility grant, but a town cannot build anything until they make a CUD, correct?
No, I mean a town, so theoretically, a town could get the grant, could come up with a plan, working with the department, could figure out how they're going to operate, on their own, or could partner with an existing provider. You could do that. We think that with the number of volunteers that are in this room, that are staffing this effort in Southern Vermont, it's probably more efficient to go with a CUD. You don't have to.
But you said towns can't borrow money to build.
They can't pledge taxpayer resources, whether they're in a CUD or not. You can't pledge the grand list to build a broadband network.
I remember the $60,000 is to conduct the feasibility study and the business plan. You're not building anything with the $60,000.
You're right.
Yeah,
but I mean, we're going to be looking at how can we build something, but we have to figure out a way to do it that doesn't pledge tax money.
So, for instance, in Chesterfield is working, Chesterfield, New Hampshire is working with Consolidated. They came up with a whole town plan. They worked with Consolidated on a means of financing that. That's one thing. In Massachusetts, Comcast has come in and worked with towns. I don't know how that financing. So you could work with an existing provider. You could work with, we've got Matrix here who is looking at, models to potentially build and get connected and operating. So, I mean, I think the first piece is, do you want to go by yourself? Or do you have neighbors that it would be, you know, maybe advantageous to work on? And then do the plan. The plan does not cost you money, and the plan helps us and you understand, you know, what's possible and what's not. Wendy.
Hi, Wendy Harrison, Rockingham and Bellows Falls. Is there a logical, either geographic size, either like maximum size for these districts, or is there a rational population minimum that you'd want? So you want to get a town with some density with some low density areas?
Clay's dealing with all of these, but EC, so he can answer in more depth. EC Fiber is 27 towns.
26, I think.
26 towns, that's pretty big.
Central Vermont, East 24. They're kind of coalescing around the Montpelier area. Montpelier's in the Central Vermont. They'll probably be the last to serve because they're 100% served with cable. But you know, towns like Plainfield and Worcester, they're gonna, we call it the donut problem because you have a town center that's well served. I bet Wilmington's probably fairly well served. But the towns around it or the areas around it are not. That's the donut ring, and that's the problem you're solving for.
Right.
And so a lot of these communication union districts kind of form around, or they're thinking about forming around kind of a municipal center, but they're really looking at the ring. Brattleboro, I would think, would be where your hole in the donut, and you'd be looking at the towns around it. Or Bennington, you know, if it's so the space between Brattleboro and Bennington would probably be, a natural fit. But you know, down here, there are some towns where you can't get there from here, and maybe it doesn't make sense because there aren't roads that go to that town, or the pole plant doesn't go that way. So, you know, it's something to think about, but I think for some towns, it's just a natural fit. Like, this is our community. We're the Upper Valley. We're doing it in the Upper Valley. We're Central Vermont. We're doing it in Central Vermont.
And that's again why I suggested, like, again, the state line question, because for some of our more southern tier towns, it may make more sense to look south as opposed to north, just because of geography.
Right, or east instead of west.
Exactly, yeah.
I would think mountain.
So, and that's where it'd be helpful with the EC Fiber or what the technical service person, once you get them hired, to help us answer those kinds of questions, like help us know what kind of questions to ask.
I do think it would be possible to do a county CUD.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be practical, but.
If I could just say, just Wendy, to your question too, I just want you to know that all the conversations that happened in the House and the Senate, we wanted to make it as flexible and as malleable as it could be, because towns have been struggling with this for years and entities have been really wrestling with this, and we didn't want it to be a very narrow lens of what you need to fit into. And so I know it feels a little amorphous. It was intentional because we felt like we didn't know the conditions on the ground in each of our senatorial districts, and we wanted to give you that flexibility.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Can we
Yep.
Hi, I'm Vicki Capitani. I'm from the Dover Select Board. We have already done DSL within the town, and we've also gone out for a couple of different bids, with one over the telephone lines and one not over telephone lines. Something that we have learned is we are a former Vermont Electric, former Halifax Electric. Our electric lines do not run on the roads. Huge problem. Lots and lots of new poles if we want to go that way and not use our telephone lines, which Consolidated has now. So I would encourage other towns, I know there are other towns here that have the same problem where your electrical lines run through fields, woods, they're not accessible by roads. That maybe that we're a group that should work together because we have that same problem. So.
And I think, you know, an excellent example of what we can find out from doing these planning processes. You know, what are the pieces? You know, there's probably going to be commonalities that, you know, maybe there'll be additional solutions. Joel?
Yeah, I'm just wondering on the technology that allows towns to not be contiguous. I'm not clear on that. I'll be asked that question.
Well, it's a complicated
answer, I guess. I could see two towns that are apart. They have, let's say they build a fiber network and they have a common contractor run kind of both distribution networks, and they're tied together with the same backhaul provider. A backhaul provider is a kind of an internet company's internet company. They provide the connection between your retail internet company and the public internet. So you can reach that server in Mountain View, California. So I don't think that that would be a problem necessarily. Telephone companies do this. Cable companies do this. They don't necessarily serve contiguous towns, and it's just a matter of buying backhaul service.
Can I add just a little detail to that? I think
Yeah.
it's more a question of sharing, they're sharing a market base or a micro market base, rather than they're sharing a technology solution that's connected. And so you're making the available market for this provider a little bigger by creating more customers that might be in separate places, but have the same communication pathways and billing pathways.
Or if you're doing fiber optic, they have to connect someplace.
That backhaul providers would connect them. Sovereign, or now their First Light is an example of a backhaul provider. Consolidated provides backhaul, AT&T. There's a half dozen in the state that do it. There's actually fiber all over the place here, but it's all middle mile backhaul fiber.
So I want to be just a check-in with everybody. We have about 15 more minutes. We asked Clay to stay till 7:30. And we want to give you time for questions. I'm happy to stay afterwards and talk with folks. I do want to make sure that we reemphasize making sure that Chris has your email address and contact information so we can reach back out to you with other questions.
Yeah, it's just again, it's just a comment, because we ran across it in the beginnings of this. You have to be very careful about the words. Wireless means different things to different people. People are talking about, I have no wireless service on my phone. That's an entirely different problem than internet service or wired service or even wired internet service. So just be careful to be clear about what kind of communications you're talking about, because you'll just confuse people.
I have a potentially different take on the CUD that some people might get clarification from it, assuming it's correct. But one of the reasons for a CUD is the number of people who are technically knowledgeable in this internet stuff. I'm one of them. But I think I'm the only one within 100 miles of here. If you can't, one person can't serve many different towns, but if many different towns have formed a CUD, then those particular people can provide information and cooperate with the CUD, even though, to find out what you can build and how it works, even though the two towns are not directly connected, because I knew immediately when we were asked that question the answer about the backhaul providers, because that's the kind of thing I do all the time, every day. But, you know, if Whitingham, Halifax, and Reedsboro all needed to have somebody advising their own thing, that would be more than I could help. But if they got together and formed a CUD, then I could help them do the technical part of it as a group, and then the towns can figure out what's available for individual towns if we need to separate it out, or if there's something where we can benefit from you know, hiring one contractor. So it's a slightly different way to look at the way the CUD is. It's a way to group together so that you can use the more scarce resources.
And I'm sorry, what was the town that you're from?
My name is Michael Patton, and I'm from Whitingham.
Jen?
To that point, I just wanted to, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think one of the advantages of the CUD is the ability to sort of aggregate the volunteer capacity, talent, so it's less about the on the ground, but it's also to provide service, and that it's good to share that service area, even if it's scattered, but also, especially back to that list of the resources, you know, to your question, Tim, about like how do you get the money then to build it, it takes some capacity, and those are all wonderful but difficult funders to work with, and so it requires a certain amount of expertise. True. But then when you get to, right, but as soon as you get to the next thing, you know, the USDA, it takes some capacity, some skills, some compliance ability, and so being able to share that to go after those, because you don't have the bonding as an option to finance this, you're gonna have to use these more complex tools. Like the CUD, it makes a much more realistic organizational structure for towns to sort of get it financed, so.
Yeah, David Jones, Halifax. So I have a similar question to this other gentleman who is from Halifax and who I just met today. But it's a similar question. What would be the process for people to network to understand like what their options are? I'm not a member of town government. I have some experience in this field, although more on the business side and on the technical side. But it's the same thing. How would capable volunteers sort of learn about the existence of the others, and how could they form reasonable, like well thought out districts? What would be the process for figuring that out? Like, do we just make it up as we go along?
I'll tell you some follow-up that we're going to do.
Yeah.
And you can ignore all of it and do what you want, but here's some follow-up that we're going to do. Okay, we have the list. We will make sure that we reach out to that list. We arrange a meeting with EC Fiber folks around the formation of a CUD, so folks could come for that. If you are interested in, you know, I want to talk with my neighbors, you know, this town, that town, this town, that town, reach out to Chris, reach out to me, reach out to your representative.
To help convene.
Yeah, to help convene you. So, I mean, I think the first step is showing up. You're here. Yes. You know, and you've got your name on the list. Second step. So just keep showing up.
And to your point, are we all making this up as we go along? Yes, we are.
Sort of,
yes, we are.
sort of. But
there are
well,
exactly, that's what I'm saying. But those of us here, and we have people who have more expertise, but in terms of us trying to finally wrestle with last mile connectivity, yes, we're down to the people who have been trying to get connected for years and years. And yes, it's the time when we take it back and we figure it out ourselves, because it hasn't worked out the other way. Right. So,
and grab a cup of coffee with the person you just met tonight from your town. That's the next step before all this other stuff. Yes.
And it's going to require, as we kind of reiterated, I think everybody probably knows this, but I'll say it's going to require some time and patience. Just figuring out even the questions to ask, right? Because like, we know we want to fly, we understand the concept of the airplane. We've been on an airplane, we've accessed the airplane, but we're not necessarily aeronautics experts. So we should probably, you know, consult with somebody who's actually built an airplane before we embark upon that, because we'll save some time and effort, and frankly, just better understand the questions we should be asking. So you're asking absolutely the right questions, and Wendy and everybody else, but we're not going to know the answers until really we have somebody who kind of begins to advise who's done this before, and hopefully that's where, you know, the state is going to have resources if the CC Fiber thing works out. I mean, it sounds like we've got other volunteers here who are going to have some answers, so, but yeah, the key is you're here tonight and we get this process started. And the story of EC Fiber, I think that's going to be part of it too, is again telling that story in Central Vermont, just about how it is somewhat incremental.
Can I ask let's go out on a limb here. Would people be willing to stand up if they are interested in meeting with other folks that are interested in the CUD? Would you be willing to stand up?
What we have as legislators is we have the ability to bring a lot of people together. And so what you may not understand is that the Windham County delegation, and including folks who straddle both Bennington and Windham County, we meet regularly as a House and senatorial team. And we can help convene, and we are in constant communication with each other about how to get information to all of you. So that's a resource. We will help. We will help.
So, I'm Zahn Eastis from Guilford. It seems to me as we go forward, one of the issues would need to be to start divvying people up, as it were, into those who have technical expertise and those who have policy decision-making capacity and those who are just interested in moving this process forward from a funding point of view, the different aspects of really making it happen. The quicker it can be, that kind of thing can be delineated, I think the more efficient it would be, rather than us all just continually meeting about issues that we don't know the answers
So
to.
we'll put together a quick survey and send it out to the list. And it'll just be real basic, right? But we'll ask you to share, you know, even, it's not just fill in the blank, it's not going to be a doodle poll. But we'll ask you to kind of tell us a little bit more about what you think you can bring to it.
And we will put together a meeting with EC Fiber. It's probably going to be quick. It's probably going to be in the next month or so. So, sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Other questions? Yeah, Ann.
I'm Ann Van Ryan, I'm an Old Select Board, and I would just like to tell anybody here who lives in the Deerfield Valley area, we have our kind of an economic arena here that is a little different than the valley towns down along the Connecticut River. And personally, in my opinion, we would be a really great group of towns to get together. And so if there's anybody here who would like to be part of a conversation that you guys can lead, Dover, Whitingham, Halifax, Wardsboro would all be, Marlborough, even Searsburg, that would be a great collection of towns. And I'm here to tell you that I, as one member anyway of the Wilmington Select Board, am very interested in seeing that happen.
Don't forget Reedsboro.
Yes. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all for coming out. We will be back in touch. We can do this. We can do this. So, thank you.
It is 1 minute after 7, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm Maya Hasagawa, and I'm going to chair the meeting. And first, you'll have to listen to me read the chair's remarks. Okay? You've probably heard these before.
Many times.
At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence relating to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearing, but will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and the decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly encourage both of you to speak up at this hearing. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm your testimony will be truthful. So if you raise your right hand, and I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. Just said I do. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That is 4 votes out of 7. We only have 6 people here, so you'll need 4 of us. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next public meeting. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. So can I have a motion to approve the minutes of, what was it, August 21st?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, Michael, are you voting yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So 6-0. Oh, I forgot, I should have appointed Ian Goodrow to hear the case. Okay. Was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, it was.
Are there any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications? No? Okay, so we will hear case 2019-119, and if you guys will go sit at the table. What we'll do is we'll have you talk about the project and what you want to do, and we'll ask you any questions we have. And then if we think we need to, we'll go into deliberative session. And if not, we'll just vote. Okay, so can you
Sorry.
introduce yourselves for the camera?
My name is William Hodgman. I'm the park manager for Tri-Park Cooperative Housing Corporation.
I'm Rick Fleming. I'm the general manager for Dead River Company here in Brattleboro.
Okay.
We are here on behalf of the applicant, Richard and Sandra Matson. They are looking to replace an above-ground oil tank at their residence at 11 Village Drive in Mountain Home Trailer Park. The area is subject to flood hazard regulations. They live within regulatory floodway. They're essentially without oil, and the oil companies, it's been flagged for replacement, so they are not able to receive an oil delivery again until a new tank is installed. Mr. Fleming can talk a little bit about that. It's essentially a tank for a tank. Because of the flood hazard area, there's going to be tie down requirements, anchoring to a concrete pad. But again, without a tank replacement, they won't be able to receive a heating oil delivery. We've looked at a few different options. This is the most affordable. They have applied through the state of Vermont for a grant to help with the cost of the replacement. Some other alternatives were considered, but were impracticable because they were cost prohibitive. So, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about the actual tank replacement.
Sure. 2 years ago, the state of Vermont instituted the above ground storage tank inspection program, where fuel dealers throughout the state are required to make inspections of all above ground storage tanks. And during that process, the property at 11 Village Drive, that tank, the existing tank, did not pass the state of Vermont requirements. We flagged that tank as we're supposed to do under state regulation, and provided the applicant with a bid to replace that tank. Because it is in the floodway, Brian asked for us to look at a couple of different options. One would be to replace the tank, the existing tank. There is a concrete pad at the location, and basically what we would do would be to remove the old tank. We would then reinstall a new tank, and we would then be anchoring that tank per the state requirements to that concrete pad so that it would be stable in the event of a catastrophic flood, so the tank just didn't wash down in the flood. As part of that requirement, we're also required to make sure that the fill port on the tank is above the requirement in the floodway, which is I think 4 feet.
It's base flood elevation.
Base flood elevation, which we will be doing, as well as the vent pipe that's installed on the tank at the time of the installation. The other option that Brian asked us to consider was to put the tank underground, and basically I put together for Brian a bid and costs associated with putting the tank underground. That's approximately $10,000 versus replacing the tank above the ground with the tie-down straps at $2,600. So we're here, I guess, looking for a variance or approval. Conditional use approval to replace the existing tank with another above-ground storage tank for 11 Village Drive.
I had a question, which is, if you look at the diagram we were given of the property, where exactly is the tank, is the pad located? No, is it
Near the porch in
near
front.
the porch
Yeah.
or around the other side, or?
It's on the, I guess the brook side of the home, the brook end of the home. Furthest away from the opposite the driveway.
As close to the stream as
As
it can.
close to the stream as they can get,
Okay.
yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yep.
I go to Leader Home Center a lot, okay? So last year, there was an ice jam there, and they were backhoeing, and it's like lickety-quick right across the, behind Leader where they were pulling the ice out. So what insurance, I really don't care about flood. I think it would be totally fine, but what about ice? Is it safe, or can you shield it from ice?
So the weight of an ice floe isn't really substantially different from water, except that it might pile up behind it?
It has the ability to puncture the tank, that's what I mean. That's where only question I have, and then I'm done.
It's a good question.
I know, that's the only thing I have.
To be quite honest, I don't know the answer to that. I suppose that you could put concrete barriers around the tank. I guess the question I might ask, and I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't up there when that happened, was this particular home impacted by the ice?
So that ice jam actually started right almost in the backyard of this particular home, and astonishingly, this home was not impacted.
Okay.
I really couldn't explain it other than maybe years ago the site was plateaued because of the proximity to the brook. This was the at least third event that I'm aware of where there was flooding in or around the area, and somehow waters parted around this particular site. I will say we, as a co-op, we do monitor ice jams. In fact, we were prepared to move on the one that happened this past January, but there were some other concerns involved with that, why we weren't in there. But to answer your question, I'm not sure either as far as puncturing a tank.
The only thing I think of is like something upstream, just that could thwart the ice ever from like diverting it around the barrel, the tanks, that's all.
Sometimes if you look at the FEMA requirements, sometimes they like you to put some piers that are anchored down in, not specifically as far as ice goes, but piers that are anchored down below where it might get eroded for higher erosion areas.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue there.
Well, it is in the high velocity
Yeah. Okay,
area.
there you go.
That's my concern, I guess.
So I have a question. Can you talk about how the other mobile homes in that park are heated? Are they all oil?
You probably know better than
I would
me.
say most of them are oil or kerosene with outdoor storage tanks. We have seen, I'd say, a slight increase in some homes that have gone to propane for heating or natural gas, but they are predominantly oil or kerosene heated.
And that,
We do have some propane customers up at Tri-Park. Again, with propane, you'd have to put a tank in. You'd have to anchor it down. And in the case of a home that wasn't originally built with a propane operating heating system, you'd have to replace that system.
Which would probably bring you into a substantial improvement.
Right.
Issue.
Yeah, 50%.
Yeah.
Can you talk about, have any of the other oil tanks or propane tanks been replaced? Is this going to happen with other residents?
I imagine it will probably happen with some other residents. A lot of the homes in those areas are aging, older, probably all original oil tanks. I've seen some newer propane tanks down in those areas, so some may have been replaced, 10 or 15 years ago. But I imagine we may see some more similar applications to this.
I think there was one home that needed a replacement and they couldn't afford it, so they went to portable space heaters instead, which is probably the alternative here and is probably more immediate risky than
I would agree.
hazard.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question, Madam Chair. In our packet, we have a letter from John Broker Campbell, I guess the Regional Floodplain Manager. This is at Department of Environmental Conservation. And it's just this part, I encourage the town to request the anchoring details from the fuel installer prior to installation and complete a visual inspection post-construction to ensure the tank is anchored as planned and no additional fill material is placed. I guess I would think that our requirements is we usually trust the insight of our zoning administrator to sort of follow up on things. But I would like to follow his recommendation, just sort of ask a little bit in the detail how a tank, an oil tank gets anchored down. What's the,
Sure.
I don't know the materials involved, or if you could just maybe explain the details a little bit.
There is an existing pad that's there right now. And basically what we will be doing is we will be drilling anchors into that pad.
Okay.
And then we'll be using strapping material
Okay.
to then go up and wrap over the tank
Okay.
from one side to the other in a couple of spots to hold it in place.
And I guess what would be sort of the best, the idea of ideally, I think, was it durability and reliability for strapping material? What have you found is best for these tanks in situations like this?
We've used metal and we've also used just a regular canvas strapping.
Okay.
We try to use metal.
Okay. Would I be under the impression that the state regulations requiring you as a fuel dealer to inspect tanks?
That's correct.
Would the the strapping and sort of securability of the tank be monitored over
Whenever
its
we
lifetime?
The state of Vermont, with their new requirements, require every 3 years
Okay.
That every above ground storage tank
Okay.
be inspected.
Okay.
We provide that service to our customers. The first 3-year cycle is going to be ending next July.
Okay.
So all above ground storage tanks, whether they're outside or inside, have to be inspected. And part of that inspection process would be to look at the strapping to make sure that everything is secure.
Okay, that would just be, the concern is just as a fuel tank may age and become a danger.
Sure.
The strapping ideally, also could age.
Mhm.
And then I just wanted to just, in the application, on a couple of things I just underlined them. This is the tank will reduce the risk of leaks and spills. The project will reduce the risk of pollution. And then there will be no increased impact over conditions. These are just things that I highlighted. Does that sound like accurate statement? I mean, it's in the application.
Yeah.
Okay. That was.
I didn't fill the application out.
Oh, okay.
But
Sorry,
those comments make.
But they make sense.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
That actually helped filling out the application
Okay.
after reviewing the applicants.
Okay.
I've got a question. Is this flood zone that this is in the high velocity flood zone?
Yes.
Been marked as high velocity, yeah.
Yes.
It sounds, when I was reading in the application, that the strapping that you're proposing is there to try to keep the tank from buoying in a high water situation.
More flotation.
Flotation.
You mean, rather than the lateral movement?
Rather than a lateral. And I was wondering, you just mentioned that you were planning on putting in two
areas on the
with
tank.
just one strap over the top of it.
No, this would be the tank. We'd have one strap here and one strap there.
So
There'd be 2 straps on the tank.
4 anchor points.
So there would be 4 anchor points. It's just hard to. Our picture that we got wasn't very explanatory.
I think it's a 2-dimensional representation.
This is what we got.
It was tough to, yes, I agree. But yes, 4 anchor points.
It is actually a standard design, so it is intended to
So-
resist lateral movement.
But you feel that would hold the tank from a fast-moving high water in the area?
That's what the state requires, so I'm assuming that the state, they're the ones that set the standard, and that's the standard that we follow, so.
This is a situation where it's an existing non-conforming structure, and it's non-conforming because it's in a high-risk, high-velocity area, and it's also in an area with high erosion. It's not a substantial improvement, so it's something you folks can improve. It's not going to increase the high risk that's there now. It could be subject to total failure if the ground eroded under it, and of course that would take the home with it. So it does improve safety, but it doesn't eliminate the high risk.
So to get back to the question about the ice jam, is it possible to put in some kind of barrier? I guess this is more addressed to Tri-Park than to divert the water.
I was actually out there during the ice jam this winter, and it was dredged and burned when they put in the homes, so there is actually protection from the way it was burned.
Thanks.
Okay. That answers my question.
Yeah.
Does
Thank
it
you.
answer yours?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody have any other questions? Nothing? Do we want to vote, or do we want to go into deliberative session?
I can vote.
I wouldn't mind going into deliberative session just for a second. Just if nothing else, we may be seeing more of these, and it might.
Okay. Okay, can you make a motion?
Could I would like to, I would make a motion that we go into deliberative session to be able to discuss this.
Second?
Second. In favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll be back in 5
Yeah,
minutes.
you can-
5 minutes.
You want to stay here and we'll go outside?
Okay, it's 7:35 and I'm calling the meeting back to order. And I'm going to ask somebody to make the following motion. The Brattleboro Development Review Board, based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, approves the application 2019-119 by Sandra Madison and Tri-Park Cooperative Housing Corporation to install a replacement oil tank with tie downs in a regulatory floodway at 11 Village Drive with the following conditions. That the straps used be steel, that a certificate of compliance is provided in section 428 of the Brattleboro Land Use Regulations be received from the zoning administrator, that you contact, in other words, he has to inspect it before it gets filled. That somebody contact the state permit specialist to determine if there are any state permits required. And I'm noting that we're waiving the local requirements that the tank either be elevated or buried.
So moved. Thank you.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
All right.
you're good to go.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
These folks are without heat
Get
right
her
now.
now.
And it's getting cold.
Yes.
That's being right.
And if we wait 45 more days,
Oh, no, you won't wait 45 more days. We'll get the decision to you, like, right away.
Too sweet.
I promised Brian that I would stay after so we could write it.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the folks that live there,
Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other business?
I move we adjourn.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you.
See you, Rick.
I'll call you in the morning.